Hello, welcome to Starts Day at the Frankfurter Buchmesse. I'm Erin Cox, and I'm the U.S. publicist for the Frankfurt Book Fair, for Frankfurt Buchmesse. And today is, we'll be talking a lot about Starts. And for anybody who isn't familiar with Starts, it's a European Commission initiative highlighting projects in science, technology, and arts to address social, environmental, and economic challenges. This year, the Frankfurter Buchmesse partnered on the Starts Prize, and today we're excited to highlight some of the nominated and winning projects, including Remix El Barrio, which we'll be talking about shortly. Remix El Barrio, designers explore biomaterial design projects with food scraps using artisanal techniques and digital fabrications, and we'll be seeing a video about that just shortly. But first, I would like to introduce all of our speakers for today on our panel, where we'll be talking about this subject in across media and publishing and the arts. So first, let me introduce our speakers. So Anastasia Pistofido and Marian Real from the IAAC Fab Lab Barcelona. So let's welcome them. Kajsa Schwerthofer from Erkam Verlag, and Kai Mieserberg, who's here with me in the studio from Arte. To sort of, before we kick into the video, Anastasia and Marian, do you want to talk for a second just about Remix El Barrio? What was the sort of impetus for the project?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. We are very happy to be here And yes, Remix El Barrio, it has transformed to a collective that wants to bring circular practices implement it locally in the districts, but also document it in a way that they can be replicated globally. Marion will tell you.
Mixing up design to doing with resources that we don't use halfway. And we really want to present the stuff.
We may have a little bit of a technical challenge here, so why don't we go ahead and roll the video?
Mi nombre es Miguel Ortiz, participé en el proceso de co-creación facilitado por el Fab Lab de Barcelona, aquí en el barrio de Poblenou, y formo parte de Remix El Barrio. Remix El Barrio es un colectivo de diseñadores de biomateriales hechos con restos alimenticios. Estamos explorando nuevas técnicas de ecodiseño colaborativo que involucra redes locales, fomentando prácticas circulares de residuo cero. Estamos transformando los restos de comida en nuevos materiales, productos y servicios, haciendo papel y envases a partir de residuos de cáscara de café, creando lámparas, sillas y macetas originales a partir de huesos de aceituna, cáscara de huevo, mate, diseñando una chaqueta hecha con pieles de naranja, creando tintes naturales a partir de huesos de aguacate, jabones a partir de aceite usado, galletas y snacks para vecinos o animales a partir de las mermas de restaurantes. La ecocreación es un eje fundamental del colectivo Remix El Barrio. Hoy ya no pensamos en la idea de un autor, sino en el intercambio de prácticas y divulgación de conocimientos mediante las expertas del Fab Lab. Estamos unidos en torno a los valores de la cooperación local, la solidaridad, las nuevas formas de artesanía y la circularidad, aquí en Barcelona.
What if in the following years food waste will become our new treasure? Inspired by Remix El Barrio, from Fab Lab Barcelona and IAAC Poblenou, Barcelona's neighborhood has shaped a circular ecosystem with restaurants, citizens and new fabrication community places. How does it work? It is simple, the circular system, starting from collecting waste from restaurant, transported via cargo bike, pre-processing waste, designing, crafting and micro-manufacturing of products, redistributing them in local marketplaces, urban gardens, or even directly to restaurants. In 2030, this practice has inspired many other places. Each neighborhood functions as a point of transformation of waste into biomaterials, as a place of meeting and cooperation between designers and artisans, building knowledge and products, recipes, knowledge and practices are shared in the other barrios of Barcelona, other cities and places in the world. Become a food waste material maker. Learn by making. Think about proximity and local consumption. Care, craft the future, now.
Hi. Oh, wow, that was so interesting. Anastasia and Marion, can you hear us?
Yes, we can
Excellent.
hear you.
Great. Can you tell us a little bit about how you came up with the idea for Remix El Barrio?
Yes, for sure. It came from many different ideas that were from the project that was happening in the area of Barcelona, in this district, Poblenou, and inside the ecosystem of the Fab Lab. It came with this need that we need to rethink locally what we need to, how we can be involved as citizens, as designer, to shape circular design and circular economies. And the idea came with discussion that we organize with neighborhoods, restaurants, bars, and designer here. And what we came out is that there was a really need to look at waste as a resource, as it was mentioned on the video, and specifically what we could do to improve the situation with food and the food waste. And when you look at the creativity that there is in the district, we associated different mindset and techniques and different the perspective of different agents to really try to explore what we could do with waste. And this was integrated in a project named Cisco. It's a European project. It was about co-creation and help us to really shape a bit the collaboration with the different agents in El Barrio, in the district of Poblenou.
Wow, that's great. How are you communicating your sort of strategies for making this work beyond sort of the initial partners? How are you expanding the project?
So first of all, we have a stakeholder mapping, and it is really about working with the people. It is going and having one-to-one contact and understanding different realities and needs. And later on, the project was each one made each of the participants took a role that had a charge to continue this collaboration. So basically, the people, the designers that they were incubating, they continue fomenting and opening more collaborations with the district. They became active agents. And afterwards, also we had some exhibitions that they were locally, and in the zero waste restaurant that was also part of the project, and also, which means in an informal way, but also in the design museum here in Barcelona. So the program got everybody got to know the program. And we also had a manifesto for policymakers.
Oh, wow. I think you have a presentation. Do you want to share that with us?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, so you can all see the first slide of the presentation. It's a nice creation from Nai Factory Lab, which is one of the designer of Remix El Barrio. And I will explain briefly a bit so you can see also all the faces of the designer and who we are. Just the manifesto that Anastasia just mentioned. We have a big one with policymaker, but I think we also create this kind of representation with paper from coffee waste. And we really brainstorm about this plan, this expression, we design, we don't waste, and with the importance to translate it in different language with the logo that we created also at this moment. Yes, so here are the designer. You can see that there is strong diversity here. There is the really person that come from restaurants. There is people that come out from the ecosystem that we had before, from alumni from a program on textile that we run in the Fab Lab. There is a designer that really already had a nice experience on that. And yes, many projects, and all of them work with different. You will see that after with left over. We were free facilitating, so it's missing Milena Calvo here, but it's us. We are working in the Fab Lab Barcelona, and really we were complementary in the way we approached the project. It was quite nice to see how we can have a guru in textile and materials that really help support the making. We have people who connect with the community. Milena and me facilitating this connection with other stakeholders and trying to bring also some kind of peer learning approach and fun in a way during that. Here you can see a map of the different stakeholders that work with us during the project, and it was pretty nice. There is a strong diversity, as I said before, like restaurant, bars, also urban garden, and new initiative like composting one, Habono Kilometro Zero, and we worked a bit also with association that also need to bring new way to work and integrate socially people that are in difficulty. And I really think that this project also helped to sustain in a way future pathway to collaborate with different stakeholders, different entity in the district. Here is also saying that this kind of small ecosystem that we have in the district of Poblenou is something that we are working on in terms of global model also with the Fab Lab. The idea is really to have local places of manufacturing, designing, crafting, doing together instead of having this linear model. And now I will let the word to Anastasia, who will talk more about how we help to disseminate and to use open source as a way to foster this network and practice.
So we come from a co-creation session where we understand what are the needs, what are the tendencies, and what the district is talking about. We have our values that are sustainability, circularity, local distributed manufacturing. And then we also have the research agenda in the Fab Lab, which is also what we wish to disseminate and have a knowledge transfer towards the district, the people, the neighborhood, the people that they live around us. And this knowledge transfer takes us out the research, the R&D that is happening in advanced centers. It takes it out to the street, and then is when you have the impact, the real impact. I cannot see the presentation. So we have been working on biomaterial design with new material, data-driven, material-driven design. And these are some previous open source small publication like zines that we have posted on the Fab Textiles webpage. And people from all over the world have contacting us saying that we are doing these recipes. Can you help us in different... it's very nice also because when you're researching something, the power of connectivity can give you answers very quickly. So when it's these open source publications were also the initiation of applying the different workshops that we did locally with people that they were incubated. And these are based very simple style of recipe book, but in this case, cooking with new material, unboxing the difficulty or the scientific part of technology into simple words, so that everyone can replicate these activities at home. And then there was 2019, we started the research on working with waste very much in a local level, using the waste from the home. The systemic approach of reaching out to the district and the neighborhood was done during the Cisco. So, but this publication hasn't been out yet. It has been difficult to finish. In the end, all of these books somehow they are in the process of learning. So they're always knowledge always mutates. So they should be more dynamic and being updated. So the research on food waste bioplastics it led to different workshops for the participants, and then the participants connected with the stakeholders and asking what waste do you have, which is the waste that you can give me. And then we have different projects. A very nice one is the one of using olive pits. You know that in Barcelona we have a lot of olive trees and a lot of production of olive oil. So the hardiness zone level also in the choice of the waste is important, like what is the local waste that we have. And the Knife Factory is a very nice case study because they also got accelerated from another project that we have in the Fab Lab afterwards for more doing the business development. But also they have a showroom, like a shop, a front street shop where people can actually buy biomaterials. Then we have the restaurant that was part of the program that was using the leftovers from the meals that they were serving to make cookies for animals. And this also project got a lot of attention by winning some mention in sustainable local national awards. Then using natural dyeing. Natural dyeing is a big research here in the textile lab, and getting back to understand where do colors come from is very important. In this case, we work with avocado pits that make pink, and we made different colors, but also dyeing textiles and silk screen printing with natural dyes. Super important, the fact that used oil is something that should not be thrown in a normal sink. It should be managed, and the use of used oil is also a very old and craftsman technique of making soaps and oils. A platform for connecting all of these initiatives of local producers that they have waste, material designers that they offer to use this waste and design with it, and industries that they want to scale up. We also worked in bio leather, fruit leather made from orange peels, and 3D printed, extruding 3D printed cookies from peels and the rest of the peel rests. Then using egg shells and yerba mate to make objects of interior design. And one project that I think it's more relevant for the Frankfurt Buchmesse is the coffee paper and packaging made from coffee husk. So this was a graphic designer that wanted also to use biomaterials as a way to communicate. So his proposal was to make packaging and paper that were laser engraved. And also we made the whole exhibition made out of recycled paper and coffee grains. So when we made the exhibition, everything, all the branding, the posters, everything was made out from recycled pulp and also coffee grains that were laser engraved. It's a very unique aesthetic, but maybe a little bit rustic, but it was very coherent when you want to make something that is zero waste and completely circular. Then we have also presentation of the research that was done before in the Fab Lab, in the Fab Textiles research group, where we had already many different ways making more applied into biofashion, and also the natural dyes, Pantone, that can show you that you can achieve everything with nature. So in our understanding, we did a lot of documentation of the project, which is basically a part of our core open source culture. We say that if you didn't document it, you didn't do it. And this also enables and allows many people all over the world to follow our tutorials and our open source publications and remix different cities, villages, districts. So remix the globe is something that we also wish to see the project getting implemented in different contexts, and seeing how we can make a zero waste circular district using and involving agents from the neighborhood that also brings them together and makes community.
Wow, that's so interesting. Is the project, because it's open source, is it a lot about empowering other people to sort of come up with their own ideas of how to use these, sort of your template or your recipes and things to sort of create their own ideas of how to make things sustainable in their own lives and share that? Yeah.
Definitely in a small personal level scale, of course, but also in a systemic level, because the Fab Lab Barcelona has this methodology of conducting and creating a productive Fab City, what we call. So locally bring back manufacturing production, but in a new sustainable and circular way. So rethinking about how the industry works as well. But also in a personal level, empowering each citizen, because also we say here at the Fab Lab that smart cities also need smart citizens. So empowering the citizen so that each one can learn and enter into the material innovation, because material innovation in the end and material science are responsible for 30% of innovation globally. So this is important. And design also, the role of design is important, because through design you can create new narratives that for the product. So it is about educating the people in the end, how they will receive and perceive a new slow consumption.
That's interesting. That's really interesting. We're going to expand this conversation and pivot a little bit to Kaja to tell us a little bit about how sustainable practices are being used in the book publishing industry. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I have prepared a little presentation to give an insight about the sustainable management practices at the Ökom Verlag. Jakob Radloff founded the publishing house Ökom Verlag in 1989 in Munich in order to develop and promote ideas of sustainability. Long before this issue of sustainability became mainstream in the media. However, his aim was not only to address the great challenges of our time by publishing books and journals. The company itself was meant to become an active part of the necessary transformation process towards a sustainable future of our society. So over the years, Jakob Radloff associated with different cooperation partners, building up a unique network, and worked together with a lot of authors and recruited employees that had the same convictions and ideas as himself. So by now, Ökom has become the leading publishing house for sustainability topics in the German-speaking countries. Apart from that, the company's expertise on sustainable publishing practices has become well known within the branch and even beyond. However, sustainability at Ökom does not just mean green publishing. Ökom is a social enterprise focusing on participation, on transparency, and work-life balance. Training schemes for all employees as well as for the trainees is offered regularly. Healthy snacks for the break in between, as well as ergonomic furniture or free yoga, is part of Ökom's health care. So what does actually green publishing mean in practice at Ökom? First of all, we use recycled paper certified with the eco-label Blue Angel for the vast majority of our publications. In order to avoid plastic, we do not shrink wrap our publications. We prefer regional printing in order to reduce transport. By doing so, we do also contribute to the preservation of jobs within the region. Our website is run by an eco-host, and we use in the office green energy and have done so for a very long time. For business travel, we use the train even for distances far above 500 kilometers. Apart from that, since 2008, we compensate our CO2 emissions, and by doing so, we have been one of the first publishing houses in the German-speaking countries. We regularly report on our management practices in the German Sustainability Code. Every other year, we publish a progress report on biodiversity, being a member of Biodiversity in Good Company. And for everyone who wants to get some more information about our CO2 offset, there's a QR code printed in all our publications, which lead you to the relevant website. Sorry, that's the wrong presentation, the wrong version, but I
That's all right.
I hope it has become clear that sustainability is not just the content of our publications, but it is actually the company's philosophy and the main focus of its management decisions, and has been so from the very beginning. However, it involves a lot of time and financial resources and depends heavily on the commitment of our employees. Since 2011, there's an executive department of sustainability which counsels the executive board, which is quite uncommon, taking into account the size of Ökom, which is about 40 employees. One of the duties of the sustainability department is to further develop management practices on sustainable publishing. This is also done in cooperation with other publishing houses and the printing companies, as well as with scientific institutes. Another duty is to share its knowledge on sustainable publishing with other stakeholders. In order to do so, Ökom started the initiative on green publishing together with the Frankfurt Book Fair in 2011. Under this initiative, ÖCOM conducted 2 projects. During the first project, we developed 10 criteria on sustainable publishing. Based on these criteria, we developed a new eco-label, the Blue Angel, for eco-friendly printed products between 2013 and 2015. Both projects were supported by the German Environmental Ministry. Its aim was to raise awareness for sustainable publishing, gathering existing and developing new sector-specific standards for sustainable publishing, and provide guidance for the publishing industry. To keep it short, I just want to mention some of the criteria. First of all, for all publications, certified recycled paper should be used. Genetically modified ingredients are not allowed. Printing ink should be free of mineral oils. After use, recycling should be possible without any limitations. At the printing houses, an energy management system should be implemented, and water and chemical use should be kept at a minimum, as well as the volatile organic compound emissions which harm the climate should be kept as a minimum as well. And regional material flows throughout the whole production phase should be implemented. So that's all. There's another slide showing the ÖCOM Verlag at how we joined the young climate strikers at the global climate strike in September this year. Also, this is for us very important to support such movements. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. It's I know from the perspective of other publishers, one of the complaints is, or one of the questions is always, what is the cost to be sustainable? And that's sort of, usually it's the cost that stops them from taking some of these measures. Kajsa, can you tell us a little bit about, what it costs to be a sustainable publisher?
Yeah. A book produced taking into account sustainable criteria on publishing cost up to 30% more. However, as I said at the beginning, the aim of the foundation of the publishing house ÖCOM was to disseminate and promote ideas of sustainability, not to maximize profit. Nevertheless, our publications all deal with sustainability. In this context, sustainable publishing is a question of credibility. It is also the credibility which actually makes the ÖCOM the leading publishing house for sustainability topics. In fact, there are various authors which are very well known, which explicitly want to publish at ÖCOM, like Tim Jackson or Vandana Shiva, who won the Alternative Nobel Prize. And apart from that, looking at the Fridays for Future movement, the next generation of readers won't be satisfied to just read about sustainability. They expect the publishing industry to become itself part of the transformation process towards a sustainable future of our society.
Absolutely. All right, let's turn to the media industry. Kai, tell us a little bit about what sustainability looks like in media.
Well, there's a lot happening as well. I mean, maybe not as much as a specialized project for circular economy or the publishing house. But we are now at Arte now since really years, quite active in that field. So we were able to lower the carbon emission. We are saving costs in. We are certified ISO 50001, which is not only a quite technical term, but also a term that forces Arte and everybody who certifies that to really lower certain kinds of emissions, electricity, gas emissions, etc., production. And we're also doing a lot in motivating our employees at Arte in Strasbourg to come by bike, for instance, to work. We are, I think, the 4th or 5th time we won the title of the employer who carries most of the employees to their headquarters to work in the office. And now we are looking into, together with our CSR person, into many different other fields, not only measuring the carbon footprint, but also thinking about other concepts, how we could implement ideas into content, but also in the way art is run. It's quite an important subject for us. And we are really looking into different concepts, and maybe I can point out some here in my presentation. Just the clicker. Thank you. I'm just to present myself a little bit. I'm head of mission innovation at Arte, which means I have the honor to deal with the television of after tomorrow. So mission innovation is really dedicated to look into what is in front of us, and sometimes years in front of us. Sometimes it can be maybe even longer, we see. So we do different activities. One is the group innovation, which is an internal round of people meeting together and exchange about different subjects of innovation. The second one is a masterclass. So we invite people from outside of the company to inspire and to tell us about really the big tendencies and the things we shouldn't miss. So for instance, we had someone from France and from Germany in spring this year at Arte to talk about the concept of handprint. So the footprint, we know more or less what it means, but handprint is a bit more positive concept in saying, okay, if you read this book, which is printed climate neutral, etc., you do an impact in doing so, and not only saving some emissions. That's quite interesting.
That is interesting, yeah.
Yeah, and then we have different projects we're working on. So, for instance, how can we be more responsible in looking into the distribution of your videos over the internet, which is a huge subject since some years. We are working together with Fraunhofer Institute on that, for instance, but also projects which deal with artificial intelligence or other subjects in finding out how can we, what is the optimum to do an interview with someone at the other end of the world, in maybe not traveling, in working with local teams, in all these sorts of things. That's in the project's part, and I could go into details maybe later on. Sorry. These are some, there's maybe a bit of an overview of what happened, what happens now, and what will happen. Some kind of predictions and subjects. So in the sense of, let's say, a timeline, the year 2000s, there were kind of Internet of Things. It was not mass market, was not really big for everybody. In the last 10 years, we had an Internet of all day. So I think everybody, more or less everybody has a computer in its pocket, and sometimes even two. With all things related to that, and different kind of buzzwords, you can read them out. And now we are facing more or less an Internet of Life. An example is, like here from Frankfurt, the BioNTech vaccine, which was done thanks to AI, machine learning, different kind of things, but also show the interconnectivity around the world with what happened in China, which spread in the sense of information as fast as possible and quickly all around the world. So that's maybe an example which shows the both possible sides. Obviously, the challenges with climate change, but also stuff like holography, token economy. Holography is interesting in, maybe getting our panelists from Munich and Barcelona here as holograms. Some TV broadcasters doing that already.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's just some examples of what we see, what happens now with audiovisual media. Your glasses, for instance, maybe in some years you will have an application in it, in being guided through the Buchmesse.
That would be great. I wouldn't have to ever look at the map or look at my calendar or anything like that. That would be great.
Or have a card from someone, directly scanned.
Oh, that would be great. Yeah.
And there's some interesting startups from France and the States who work on panels which do holographic walls.
Oh, wow.
So you have the impression that the dolphin is jumping out of it.
Ooh, that's exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's really, really interesting what's happening there. So here are some challenges, I think, for a public broadcaster like Arte is, for a European public in 6 different languages. And we see a lot of new platforms. We see also a change in demographics and audience. So I guess some people maybe still remember the 90s. We had the 14s till 49, which was like everything had to be done for that kind of age group. And now we have an audience which starts with kids and doesn't even end at 100 years,
Wow, yeah.
I had some years ago a book by James Lovelock, who was 100 years old when he published a book.
Wow.
So that's a range which is completely different to what we had 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So quite interesting, but also another subject which is really important to look into is trust and truth in media. We have more and more auto-generated content, deepfakes and all that, which comes with that. It doesn't touch us in our processes, but it is a really important subject to point on and also to organize masterclasses to show what challenges are in that. Really. That's a bit of what I'm doing.
That's good. Well, I'd love to talk. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to sum it up because it leads to sustainability subject. Because we are streaming program as well, and we were since 2018 looking into like how can we optimize these challenges with related to a different mode to show our program, to publish our program, and to bring it to our viewers. So we did a study with the Öko-Institut in Germany, for instance, some years ago, in finding out what are the most sustainable ways to bring a video to our audience. And interestingly, it's fiber cable and it's 5G. So some investment maybe would be good. When I came to Frankfurt, I had Edge on my phone. And we are also looking with Fraunhofer Institute, which I mentioned in the beginning, into nailing down a bit the encoding techniques we have, which are good, but trying to optimize to have a better quality, but also be more sustainable in a larger sense. And many other subjects maybe to discuss with all the others on the panel.
Well, we have, let's open it up. We have just a couple of minutes left, maybe just 1 minute left. But I think, with this, all of you have highlighted some great paths in your various industries towards sustainability. But how can we work together? Maybe that's sort of the larger thing. I think we've talked about sort of the culture of sustainability, both in employees, but also in mindset. How do we work together in all these different industries to sort of move towards a larger sustainable world? Maybe Anastasia and Marion, do you want to take that question? You may be muted.
Excuse me. I would say that firstly, embody your values in your everyday practice is very important. If you manifest local design, local production, sustainable living, then this should reflect in your choices. So firstly, we should embody these practices in a personal level. And then secondly, I would say that it's only by creating connection network that we can further forward all together. So since all of these three topics that we've seen today, they are very, very linked with each other, from how do you produce something, but how you communicate and how you publish. So I think that they are very interconnected, and if the values pass on in the production chain, then that would be success.
Yeah.
And also, Marion, you have something?
Yeah, maybe just two words. I think it's by experimenting and create synergy between us. And yeah, I really like the approach that mentioned Anastasia, just trying to align with our value. And also when we are in tension, well, just trying to move on, not give up on that. And yeah, I think it's the message that it's here in Barcelona, in this network that we are creating, is to get positive and trying really to rely on experience, knowing better our impact, and just experimenting with.
I was very, let's say, affected by the fact that doing sustainable publishing is less, it's more like cost. The cost is higher, because in our case, in the design domain, we say that it has it's a design problem. It's in the beginning of the chain where sustainability should be applied. So for us, it's just badly designed. If you're using some material like a plastic bottle that has been designed to be used for 10 minutes, and the material that you use is living 500 years, then this is bad design.
Yeah. So we need to redesign books. Is that what you're thinking?
I mean, why
Maybe.
not? Also, in the sense of looking that the book nowadays is a precious object, because we also have all the digital everything, and now the book has a different meaning. And this is why also I think that also Remix El Barrio looks a lot into the Japanese culture. And I think we should inspire a lot from the Japanese culture in this aspect.
Well, I think we've opened up a lot of doors for conversation and looking at various industries and various ways of sort of innovating and moving towards a sustainable future. So thank you all to all of our speakers today. I'm sorry that's the end of our time, but everybody who's watching, stay tuned for our next Starts Day panel. And thank you all.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das, ja.
Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Welcome to the remote version of Frankfurt Studio. My name is Felix Seltner. I'm a New York-based German journalist and entrepreneur, and I'm also the host of the HOF, Frankfurt Book Fair's virtual networking series. It's a huge honor to change over to another stage today and to host you here for STARTS, which is a European Commission initiative to highlight very innovative projects. You just saw a great overview here in the opening video that combine science, technology, and the arts, hence STARTS, and contribute to addressing the social, environmental, and economic challenges of our time. As of 2021, Frankfurter Buchmesse is a partner for this prestigious STARTS prize that is awarded in June every year. And today is STARTS Day, and we present discussions on topics like sustainability, rising sea levels, artificial intelligence. And we also present the 2 winning as well as the 2 nominated projects that receive an honorary mention at the STARTS Prize this year. This project has received funding from the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Program. And this whole initiative really encourages collaboration. That is what it's all about, between scientists, technologists, artists, people with different perspectives that are working together on innovation and sustainability. And of course, artistic practices play a major role in the development of technology in our society. And today we have an amazing project here for you. We are talking about where are we in building with bio-based and recycled materials? How are health, agriculture, neighborhoods, and linear to circular value connected to new ways of building? What are the challenges and opportunities for other industries, such as trade fairs and booth construction? Here we are at Frankfurt Book Fair, right? A huge topic. And we do all that by taking the example of the Growing Pavilion project, nominated for the STARTS Prize 21. And we will discuss these questions with 3 amazing guests. This pavilion, and you will see it in just a minute, is so amazing. It is really an ode to bio-based materials made up of 5 grown core raw materials: wood, recycled flows from the agricultural sector, number 2, mycelium, a bulrush, and cotton, imagine. And it was built on many, many years of research and collaboration and visited by more than 75,000 people during Dutch Design Week, where it was the beating heart, the centerpiece of the exhibition. So please join us on this journey into the Growing Pavilion, and please welcome our guests together with me. First up, I would like to welcome Sustainability Manager at Fiction Factory, Maria Remigius. Maria, welcome to Frankfurt Studio. So good to have you with us.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. Yes, very nice.
Maria, please help people like me who don't know what a sustainability manager is and does. What is your job day to day?
Well, so I work for Fiction Factory, and Fiction Factory is an interior building company, and we build business-to-business custom-built interiors, and everything that we build is temporarily. So, so I try to build stuff that's good, that will last for long, and in the future we will be able to take back and reuse in new projects. So this is my goal.
And how is what you do every day connected to the Growing Pavilion? What was your role there?
Well, the thing is, we make stuff for our clients, and clients are architects and designers, and they have their clients probably. But the bio-based creations, or Stichting Nieuwe Helden, as they are called as well, they came up with this pavilion and to co-create it together. And for us, it's sort of like to also a road to how we should build things in a better way. So yeah, we like to build stuff, but then in a good way. And for us, this collaboration was really great.
Fantastic. Now, you're the builder. I would like to welcome the architect, architectural theorist, and author, Jana Revedin. Jana, it's such a pleasure to host you today with us. Welcome.
Thank you very much for having me at the Frankfurt Book Fair. Just coming back from the Turin Book Fair as a writer.
Oh, wow.
So thank you for this collaboration with Frankfurt Book Fair since many times. And I'm very interested to see the Growing Pavilion, because I'm the member of the commission, the scientific commission jury of the European group that is researching on new biomaterials. Of course, we have a lot of 3D development on earth and mud, celluloses, which is a paper, let's say, recycled material, fiber, natural fibers. But I'm very curious to see the growing pavilion today. Thank you.
So am I. Thank you so very much, Jana, and welcome to Starts Day. And now I would like to welcome one of the brains behind the Growing Pavilion, designer and scenographer Pascal Lebouc. Pascal, bonjour, welcome to the stage.
Thanks for the invitation. I'm just now on the Dutch Design Week in Eindhoven. We create a new pavilion. And that pavilion is really the next step after the Growing Pavilion. And it's also good to go back what we did 2 years ago and to discuss today. Thanks for the invitation.
Fantastic. So you already a step further and you're showing that it works. The Growing Pavilion, as an example, was only the beginning of the journey, and we are going to watch and explain that today. Please tell us just briefly before we watch together what the Growing Pavilion is, how you would describe your connection to it. What is your role with the Pavilion project, just in one phrase?
My background is a set designer for theater and dance, and the same like for Marija. They're all temporary projects, and just after 1 year or 2 years, they are all gone. And for me as designer, let's say 4 or 5 years ago, it was really enough to work like this. And as designer, but also really as material designer, because I also have a sculpture background, is to invest, to do research in new materials or old materials, growing materials, and because they are sustainable. But I also really love the poetic, the aesthetics of nature. I always say nature is the best designer, just use it. And that's why we invest in Growing Pavilion as a collaboration of all growing materials, but also other designers, what we exhibit in the pavilion to really make the statements we can grow our future.
Pascal, congratulations, and please join us on stage. What an amazing project you have pulled off with your colleagues. When I saw this just now, and I saw you touching the walls on the outside and the inside, the first thing I wanted is, can you take our attendees, our viewers, our guests right now that just saw the video with us inside the pavilion and tell us, how does it smell? How does it feel when you touch it? How does it sound for you as a set designer?
The most positive critics was that just the audience say, we really want to stay here in this pavilion. Yeah, and that's the best critic you can get as designer. And actually, the mycelium is just the same like touching a mushroom with this really nice satin skin, and it's really soft, and you have all these different colors like Japanese paintings, and the smell of nature inside. It's fresh, and yeah. Personally, I really love it to be in an atmosphere like that, and yeah, what I say, everybody really loves to be there.
Because out of a sudden you walk into something that used to be artificial, and now you breathe in and you are in nature, which is something completely mind-boggling for all of us. However, I wonder, this is such a big structure. There must have been huge challenges. We saw there was rain, I think, in the video. So you also have to weather nature, and as it comes all together, the heat, the wind. What were the biggest challenges that you had in actually building this, actually creating this to the point that people could walk in and it was safe?
Yeah, that's a good question. Especially it was the first time in Europe to make a mycelium at that scale. So start everything, of course. You made first the furniture or sample furniture, and I invite Erik, because he's really the creator on that way. I invite him or push him to scale up, because that's what I do as designer. I'm really a space designer. I need bigger scale, and it takes a long time to do tests, to grow on this scale. And the pavilion also helped the company, the studio of Erik, to scale up. And the pavilion is, because we present in May, again, the pavilion on the Floriade. It's agriculture fair, world fair in the Netherlands. It's also an experiment, how it works in the weather. Because the only way to discover how it works is to do it, and not only to do samples and tests, but really put it outside in the weather, in the hard Dutch weather, and see how it goes.
And have you had any moments where you thought, uh-oh, now we don't know what's going to happen?
The design of this pavilion actually is dictated in the growing time we had 2 years ago, from June till September. That actually really dictates the size and the shape of the pavilion. And that's really beautiful. The nature dictates. And we should think, mostly architects start to make a design, and afterwards they start about, okay, which materials we're gonna use. And we did the opposites. The material really dictates the pavilion in time and in design.
You breathe with the organism, you build with the organism. There's no way to go faster or slower. You let nature dictate how what you do comes together. And I think your colleague said in a video, you know what, instead of getting a table, a mahogany table, and have to ship wood all around the world and chop trees off, we can outgrow it with mycelium. We can just grow a table and grow a table. How long does that take? If I say I want my home office to be out of mycelium in the future, how long is it going to take for a chair and a table to grow?
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing, and that's the power of nature. Like it's like a mushroom. It grows really fast, And these panels, one facade panel, it takes 1 week growing, let's say, and 1 week drying. In 2 weeks, you already have the material in the shape you want. You can really grow it directly in the good shape. And that's the fantastic, it's fairy tale, it's magic actually. Like mushrooms are also magic, or for me, they are magic. That's actually because it's not only going about mycelium and fungi, but actually the statement we want to make, let's nature grows our materials because they are the best inventors on the world.
What to you is the most promising? What material would you say is going to define our future as builders?
I think the best way is not to go for one material, but just use the diversity of materials on this earth, and not to focus only on hemp, or but really use the diversity like we are as human, or the world works. And for me, instead of the mycelium is a beautiful technique, it also go about metaphor, about the concept of network. And that's what we did in the pavilion in a small way, you know, like Cheert in the video and Eric are really pioneers. And like the thing is how to connect all this knowledge and to grow together as society to these new solutions. And the network, like it works under the ground, we should do also in the bio-based world. Share knowledge, collaborate, and then we can make steps. And that's actually the most beautiful thing what we did in the pavilion. It's instead of the pavilion, to grow that network.
Which brings me to the final topic of our conversation. How is this going to be implemented? What do you think? Maybe it's been 2 years now since you built this. Tens of thousands of people have seen it. You said they stepped in, they didn't want to leave. So a lot of people must have reached out to you and said, Pascal, let's do something. Let's work together.
Yeah, there are already a lot of applications on furniture size, like lamps and also packaging, because also packaging is really wasteful way now with foam materials and so on. As isolations in house. For facade, we did a really experimental application, to be honest. But if I'm a bit critic, it goes too slowly. And that's why we really create this pavilion to present the awareness of this material, but also to show fungi is not only bad and danger, what it can be food-wise, healthy-wise, but it can be also really strong and really helpful. And that's to find the balance. And we have scientists and we have all the techniques to see again, to do research again to the nature, to see when it's bad and when it's good. And it's a really thin line, but now we are able to do that.
Fantastic. So a strong call to action that we all could move much faster as builders, as creators, as architects. And I think it's a perfect time to bring up Jana Revedin to the stage. Jana, an award-winning, internationally renowned and working architect who, among many things, has created the Global Award for Sustainable Architecture. So Jana, you know all about what we just talked about, and you heard Pascal be so enthusiastic about this project. You saw the video, you heard his call to action. What did come to your mind when you saw the Growing Pavilion for the first time, and when you now hear Pascal speak about it so passionately?
Thank you, Felix. This Pascal's project is the architecture for the 5 senses that we have lost since 150 years, since the reformatory time of the Bauhaus, experimenting with the new materials and with cheap materials and with biologically growing materials to create living space for all of quality and of surprise. And this element of surprise we see in Pascal's work and of his team, of course. Remember Edmund Husserl and the phenomenology, we touch, we feel, we smell this building. Remember Gustav Jung's individual and collective memory. It's a space of dream. We are enchanted by this place. So I wish you a lot of good surprises, because you can also have bad surprises in those processes, but don't give up. This ergonomy of the soul will be a winning motive of your work. To just resume why I am so interested in these new biosourced or bio-based materials. So this is where I am based in École Spéciale. It is the Bauhaus school that we have in France. It was founded 150 years ago, and I'm able to there pronounce this active and experimental and transdisciplinary pedagogy that Pascal is perfectly fitting in, even being not maybe a classical architect, but I'm working with, of course, theater people, with landscapers, with urbanists, but also with anthropologists, psychologists, or writers, or cinema directors. So this is the transdisciplinary teaching we try to move on since the Bauhaus. The next slide, please. From the Bauhaus closing in the 30s, you know, when Adolf Hitler came to power, of course, we had a lot of little schools that tried to advance in this direction. The Global Award community, this is my teaching and my research fields. Of course, you can look it up on the site of the École Spéciale and also on my website, personal website. The keywords are sustainable architecture and cities, of course, experimental projects, dear Pascal, and participatory processes, because we never invent alone. We never design alone. Architecture and all which is creation of space and of design of space needs to be transdisciplinary and done in a collective energy. Go ahead. So we see this Global Award community that I created since 15 years. It was a crazy idea. And Pascal, I love what you said, that you need to have some more connections, some more network building. Go to the next slide, please. The Global Award community today is 70 great pioneers of sustainable architecture, urbanism, landscaping, theory, also writing, of course, because we need to write down what we are fighting for, but also young talents from all continents. And this global south is much more creative as we are here in Europe, let us be honest. So my motive to create this was for defining architecture as an agent of empowerment, self-development, and civic rights, exactly as Walter Gropius did in 1919, founding the Bauhaus. The next, please. From this community, of course, we can expect to design together, to work together in community projects, to also teach together, of course, also to write together. We make politics, architecture politics, since these very beginning of the 15 years of its existence. 5 Pritzker Prize we have out of our laureates, which is amazing. The Pritzker was in that period, in that time, still on great names in star architecture. Now we have Wang Shu or Alejandro Ravena or Balkrishna Doshi from India or Anla Cathon and Jean-Philippe Bassel. The next, please. And this year we were very happy to also have the Golden Lion of the Venetian Biennale with Raumlabor in Berlin, a group that really Pascal must love, and they do exactly the same ephemeral architecture in the public realm of Germany, and they really change society by very small interventions that make us think about how public realm is the property of all of us. The next, please. As we have not only to build together or to experiment together, but to put it down in what's in documents. We have to write not only on these new talents and these great pioneers, but we have to write together with them. I try to publish theory collections together with my colleagues, and this is not only architects and urban planners or landscapers, but this is, of course, sociologists, politologists, writers, theorists, and this makes this whole publications very, very attractive to the next generation of our architects. And maybe the next year's theory collection will be the most interesting for Pascal and his friends. It's called The Architect and the Existing Building with What is Already There. And your building materials, in fact, are already there. The next, please. So my project that I present for you, just as a hint, another idea, which always is always productive for good ideas which are already around. In the next year's Biennale of Architecture and Landscaping of the Île-de-France, the great region of Greater Paris, taking place in Versailles, at the Château de Versailles, I'm engaged as the international curator, and I call it Land Inside. Where will we find solutions for a resource-efficient life? The next, please. I invited 3 colleagues from the great Americas, from the wonderful and so culturally interested Orient, and from the greatest maybe field of development, which is Asia. And you will see their topics. Rosana Montiel from Mexico, she stands up for the seas. The architect is a political catalyst, and he has to take this role nowadays. From the Orient, Amar Kamash from Jordan, he will speak about the universal synergies between geography, natural resources, climate, of course. And from Asia, Bonsen Prempara from Thailand, he speaks on the architect and the living beings out of the human beings, because this planet is full of other living beings. He's taking us to his elephant theater. Amar Kamaj is typically, for an Oriental architect, doing the trade union between the thema of rising, standing up for the seas, and the elephant theater, because with his little search tower, he will search for horizon. The next one. So here we are in the courtyard of the stables of the Château de Versailles, and you have this net installation of rise up for the seas, stand up for our seas from Rosanna. You have the tower and the elephant theater. The next one, please. And you will see how we play with the 5 senses of the human visitors, children, grown-ups, elderly, very old, disabled. First, you get caught in those nets and you feel like a fish, the poor fish that is caught by this unsure situation of being trapped into a surface. The next one, please. Then we will discover the bookshop, the official bookshop of the show, and the zone where you can sit and rise and talk and have a dialogue, and of course look at books. And you can climb up this tower. This tower will be made of raw wood and basalt interiors. So as the net is done in plastic to call us up to redo the nets, fishing nets, of course, in cotton and not as in modern times in plastic that are ruining the seas of our continent, much more than the plastic bottles, not only our continent, our whole planet. This tower will be of raw wood, building wood, still with the clay and the cement on its joinings, and of the precious basalt interiors, intarsials that are coming, of course, of the desert of Jordani. And climbing up, please, the next. You will then rise to a new horizon and understand the little fishing boat that is on the top of a 6-meter tower of a net structure that is trapping the people down there. And there you see this little boat with its fish bargain is causing this whole volume of plastic that will throw down on the grounds of our planetarian seas. The next one. And the third element of this little show, this little 5 senses of architecture, touching people's, I hope not only bodies, but souls, is the Elephant Theater. Here, Bonsa Imprentada is discussing why don't we rediscover how animals live on this planet and their needs and their also wisdomness. So he's bringing us up a pavilion built of elephant dung. This is also a resource, not only mushrooms, dear Pascal. So any kind of dung is growing in volumes all over the planet, and we don't anymore use it. We used it in former times to isolate our buildings. And we'll be walking on the steppe grass like the elephants do, looking for the good grass and for the water, of course, which is running under the surface, invisible but touchable and smellable by the sensitive body and soul of the elephant. The next one. And of course, inside the pavilion, we can have, or just a playground for children and for all kinds of visitors, just to feel and move and experiment like animals do the steppe space of their natural environment. Or the last one, please. We can also, of course, use it as a little arena, a little theater to transport knowledge and to make people aware, maybe to get back to these 3, from my opinion, qualities of sustainable living and working and free time space, which is calmness, and which is slowness, and which is interaction. So these 3 topics to give you as 3 hints to think a bit about the philosophy of sustainable development. Thank you for having me in this beautiful discussion. And thank you for maybe getting further in a next occasion.
Wow, thank you so much, Jana Revedin, for this powerful insight into the things you're working on. Architecture as an agent of empowerment, taking this almost historical slogan and putting it right into the issues of our time. And I love the qualities you pointed out after having built such a successful and pioneering, trailblazing community all around the world, that you say what we really need is calmness, slowness, and interaction. I think it's sometimes hard in our times where everything seems to be moving at lightning speed to get back to these core principles. And what you just showed is a beautiful example. So thank you so very much. And I would like to bring Maria to the stage, Maria Remigius, to talk about how we can take these ideas out of architecture, out of design, the interaction, the calmness, the slowness that both Pascal and Jana are working on, and taking it into the busyness, the busy kind of beehiveness of fairgrounds, of trade shows. You with Fiction Factory, you take all this work to the trade shows. One of the hardest places to be sustainable, as you said in the beginning. It's all being thrown out after a day, after 3 days, in Frankfurt Book Fair's case after a week. And it is so hard to build sustainable. So please take us into Fiction Factory's work for a moment and show us how you do it and how you approach this very wasteful industry and show a better way.
Yes, so I'm going to share my screen and open the presentation. So Fiction Factory is an interior building company based in the Netherlands, Amsterdam. So me and 50 to 80 colleagues, we are specialists in welding and in woodworking and in 3D printing and CNCing and doing logistics and engineering. And so we are not designers, as I said before, we are the builders. So we build the designs of our clients with a lot of craftsmanship. And do not only build fairs, but we also build bars and restaurants, exhibitions, offices, and also retail interiors. And we also have our own sustainable tiny house called Wico House, made out of cardboard. I started working at Fiction Factory 23 years ago. And I did a lot of building of fairs and events and shows all around the world. And I'm going to show you one of them that I built in Berlin. And it's from one of our main clients that we built the booth stores, G-Star Raw. And this this booth, which is quite huge, and there's also a small one next to it. I built this twice. So, and twice means it's for 6 days. And although we say that the booth building and fair building is very wasteful, I also believe that this industry also knows how to design for disassembly. And this is one of my circular principles that I hold. So we also, this is in Berlin. We had to put it in like 8-9 trucks to bring it over here, and we had to take it all back. So we have, like this modular system. We have these wall systems. We have these floor systems and stages so that we can reuse. And of course, we are not throwing everything away. So I've been learned to work with the Pareto rule. So and in event building, I can say that for 80%, so the Pareto rule is like 80% the problem you can solve with 20% effort, right? So, and in event building, I think all event builders will take back 80% of the stuff that they bring, because this is construction work you will not see. And 20% we throw away. But of course, if you build a big booth like this, so my next slide will show, you have a lot of waste. This is just the waste of one booth. So what you see, yeah. And so this was in Tempelhof in Berlin. And what you see here is what we didn't take back. So this is sort of like 2 or 3 trailers full of mainly MDF material that we will not take back. And but this is just the 20%, and it's a lot. And this is something, I didn't realize that at that time, but as I've been doing research, I've been sort of like now on the force of, aiming for better materials to prevent this, because this MDF material, nature is not happy with that if you throw it in the forest. But they really, this material can only be burned. We cannot recycle it, not in any other way. So. So 20 years ago, I started at Fiction Factory and I started building these walls. So these are the Lego walls. And these are all pictures because it was an old time, right? Digital cameras didn't have so many pixels. And I made 200 of them. And the first time we built them in Köln and in the Messe over there. And so also bad pixels, but this is how it was, right? And then, and soon I made more, because this was really a good system, modular, and we could build like lots of stuff with it. And so this is in Barcelona on the Bread and Butter Fair. And so I can say that 23 years ago, I made the most sustainable product that Fiction Factory ever built. So maybe it's even the only thing that has left of what I've been building the last 20 years, because the rest has been thrown away, except for these construction parts. So this is, I think you should also say about the fairs that we are building in a better way. And these walls we still use today. So I'm going to show you here. They have become a bit older, as I did. And but this is in the Rijksmuseum. And since a few years ago, I really found out, sort of like, I really felt it in my heart that throwing away all these nice materials is not good. I changed the way we build. So I'm not cladding these walls again with MDF anymore. I'm now using poplar plywood. We love poplar plywood. It's light, and we can make lots more stuff with this. And so if you look at this, so you remember this picture, and then we go to the next one. So now you can see what we made out of it, right? Wow. So you don't see this background. This is how exhibition building is done, and booth building.
Amazing.
So this is
old,
this is
but still beautiful.
But still beautiful, yes. A little bit of makeup on and it's good. No, but this is the Caravaggio Bernini exhibition in the Rijksmuseum. And it was for us the first time that we built 100% circular. And this is all, I really also like to refer to the nature because I want to copy this ecosystem that nature has, right? So waste is food for another creature or whatever. And this is something that we have to work on as well. So for fair building, we are not going to throw away anything. You just have to find the right ecosystem. So maybe you have to use better materials that your ecosystem like and need. So for this, all these materials, I've been taking them back. So the poplar plywood has been transformed into new walls that I built it. And so well, from all these experiences, I have sort of like 3 principles I now use for engineering and building stuff. So materials with less impact. Very important to work with companies like Bio-Based Creations, because I get to know more of these bio-based materials. Design for disassembly. Every fair builder knows how to do this, and less is more, of course. Well, we have been building a lot of projects, but I'm now going to do a deep dive into the exploded view, because during production, we also have a lot of waste. In our company, we throw away a lot of we have a lot of waste, but 80% of that is wood. And so it's sawdust, table cutoffs, but it's also CNC waste. And the Grown Pavilion, I'm going to show you now. So this is the CNC waste, like piled up every week, sort of next to our building. So these are sheets, plywood material, and this material has used for just a little bit, but every sheet has sort of like 30% waste left over, sort of like leftover materials. And this is happening all over the world with every company that has a CNC machine. It's like an average. Right. So 1/3 of a sheet is not used. So I said to Pascal, okay, we are going to build the Grown Pavilion, and all these benches you see around there, so like it's made out of eco boards. It's a very good material, but I'm not, it's material that comes from China, but it's totally bio-based. Nature would love this material, but why throw away 1/3 of this sheet, right? And we needed 80 sheets, and else I would have needed more. So and then I said, let's take a look at this. So growing waste, I said, and what to do with this waste. So here you can see, like the simple pictures when the sheet is just cut out on the left, you can see that all the parts of the benches are in there. But when we were doing the engineering, we saw that we still had space left over. And I said to Pascal, let's go for 20% or let's go for 10%. And then, at some design, we came up with the roof going down. So we had to collect the water. So we need to make the water plant holder. And then I said, well, let's try to make this plant holder out of only the waste materials of our production. And so he took this challenge. So in the top right corner, you can see little parts. And so now from this production, of course, we have the leftover bits from the CNC. I could not make a sheet out of it anymore. It was very less. Of course, we had the dust and the cutoffs of the beams of the building, but we also had a plant holder. Fantastic. And this for me is sort of like challenging your designers and sort of like material driven, just like Pascal said, like maybe we have to grow the materials, but you also sort of like have to look at materials first and then start designing. I think that's maybe the best thing to do. So what I say, a good beginning is a lot of work. And I hope I can explain it a little bit better. So I think fair building and exhibition building is really sustainable, but I think we should make more use of a better ecosystem.
Fantastic. And what a call to action to the fair we are part of right now, Frankfurt Book Fair. And what a call to action for all the builders around the world that are preparing for events right now, that are thinking, how can we do this differently? And just like the ways we gather are changing dramatically, the ways the things we gather in are changing dramatically. And it's such an honor and such a pleasure. And I learned so much with you today. Thank you so much, Maria Remigius, for this presentation and for this strong example of how it's being done and how you can challenge the status quo, even when you're in the project, and make it even better in the end. Jana, for our final round, you just saw what Maria has done over the past couple of years. How does that speak to you to go into the trade show industry, one of the most short-lived ones that built for the moment, and say, you can do this differently, even if it's very hard? What does this tell you as an architect and a global icon of sustainability?
The dimension of time is the dimension that can save all of us. We have learned it in the last 2 years. If we get slower, all these ephemeral buildings don't have to die after an exposition. In Venice, we invented an association that is called Re-Biennale. We don't destroy the pavilions and the expositions after the art or architecture biennale. We reuse them. And there's 40 persons now employed after 15 years that we created the Re-Biennale, full time, of thinking, doing, experimenting, but also just building and dismantling materials that can be used 10 times, not only once. Because, of course, the taking away is much more costly than the building up in a city where transport is the highest economy factor. So I think this time factor, why do we have to do every day more things in every day less time? This will be a possible access. Maria, thank you very much to remember Walter Gropius' wife's motto, less is more, that she invents for the Bauhaus, and then since 100 years is our great motto. I would today say we have to get further than this. We have to be better with less. It's not only less is more. That was in times where we thought that the planet could be developed endlessly. We were 1 million of persons living here. Now we are 10 times nearly this number. Thanks to medical and scientific improvements and progress, this is a positive thing, but we are overcrowding this earth. So
better with less is what you are also giving to the Starts Day community today, Jana. Better with less is your call to action.
And I think all these activities in biosourced and living and reliving or recycled materials to build, to protect our little human bodies. This is the sense of architecture, to protect, then to give comfort, and then to enchant if possibly. That would be the best, of course, of levels. If we do better with less, this for my new student generations is the motto. And I think we are all on the same avant-garde to go towards this aim, as to do architecture as a social and political agent for the society's needs that we see and that we hear.
Thank you so very much, Maria Remigius and Jana Revedin, and of course, Pascal Lebuc, the brain, one of the brains and hands behind the Growing Pavilion, for joining us today for this session of the Growing Pavilion, Sustainable Building with Biomaterials, Opportunities and Challenges for Tomorrow's Building Projects. You can find all about the Growing Pavilion on the web, and of course, you can enjoy more of this, more trailblazers, more pioneers today at Frankfurt Book Fair in the Frankfurt Studio Sessions, and with all the amazing contributions from all around the world for the Starts Day project. Thank you so very much, Jana and Mireille, and I guess it's now on us to say, do better with less. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you so much.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das, ja.
Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Ich höre nicht. Ich höre nicht. Ich höre nicht.
Beirut.
I'm here today to talk about literature from the Arabic countries. To be more precise, talk about the question how Arabic literature finds its way to readers in Europe and Germany in particular. If you take a look at the programs of German-speaking publishers, you only find very few Arabic titles, and we would like to look into the question why this is the case. For what subjects and titles we could arouse interest among German readers, European readers. What's their interest dependent on? How can we raise the interest? And we also would like to ask the question in the opposite direction. Arabic readers, what subjects are interesting for them and what not? What titles of non-Arabic authors need to be translated into Arabic language? And also ask about the questions about the particular challenges and difficulties of the Arabic book market. I would like to talk with my three guests about that subject. First of all, I have Rasha Alamer. She's connected from Beirut with us. Welcome very much, Rasha. Rasha is a journalist, a reviewer, and publisher. A few years ago, many years ago, together with her brother, the murdered Lutman Srim, she founded the Al Jadid publishing house, and there is a very fine and small collection of linguistic and intellectual and theological writings that they publish, and also some translations from German of Paul Celan, for example, but also Nietzsche. Jenseits von Gut und Böse was published in Arabic language. We talked with Yasmina Jurasity. Yasmina, I hope that I pronounced your name properly. Please forgive me if that was wrong. She is connected from Dubai. Nice to see you again. She is a literary agent and publishing manager of Storytel Mina, a digital platform for audiobooks and ebooks that expanded to the Arabic countries. And she founded Raya, a literary agency. And with that, some well-known Arabic writers are represented, among others from the Lebanon, Elias Khouri and Huda Barakat from Syria, some authors, Khaled Talif, Mustafa Khalifa, Dima Vanous, Janawaz Bek, and from Morocco, Youssef Fado, some very well-known Arabic authors. And we'll talk to Piero Salabe. I hope I pronounce your name properly. He's connected from Munich. He's an author, translator, and proofreader at the Hansa Verlag. And he deals with foreign literature from English, French, and Spanish countries, but also from Arabic countries. And the last book of Al-Aswani was published in the Hansa Publishing House. Yasmina, I would like to talk with you first. As you are at home in both worlds, you know the Arabic book market very well, the European book market, the German book market, and for a long time you have observed about the interest of Arabic authors. Do you see any trends? Have you noticed that European and German publishers or readers are interested in very particular titles and subjects in the Arabic world? And what does the interest depend on?
Yes, thank you for this question. So first of all, I'm very happy to be here. So thank you for having me. It's good to see you all again, although with screens in between, hopefully soon in person. So yes, I mean, I've been agenting now for the past 17 years, if I'm not miscounting. I started in 2004, a long time ago. Let's say that in general, there's of course an appetite for, I would say, different stories and what counts as different, let's say, for different various audiences, depending on different markets. But it's certainly true that in recent years, starting 2011 with the Arab Springs and the various revolutions, a different kind of interest picked up, which wasn't surprising because we've also had seen this in the past with, for example, the Lebanese civil war. So yes, certainly there seems to be like current affairs will tend to, let's say, guide the interest, but it's understandable because suddenly like a country or several countries become headlines in the news, and this raises the interest in people. Like people are curious to know more about, you know, these places, where these people come from, etc. So this is where basically, let's say that the spotlight suddenly falls on a given country because of, I would say, political situations. That's one certainly very important trend. It's not the only one, but it's certainly one that that we were able to observe in past years.
Können Sie dafür?
Can you give us examples for that? You have just said that the Arabic Spring 2011, and are there any other examples in history with other examples indicating that news created more interest in literature of a certain country?
Oh. I can say certainly from recent history to start with, in my own case regarding authors of my own catalog, like let's say even quality being equal, like recently we've seen major interest in authors like Samar Yazbek. In 2011, her book was among the first to come out, a testimony about what was going on inside Syria. And of course, noise had started to, let's say, reach European ears, and so people were curious. And this book really made it very big, as something that's, I think, as big as anything, you know, as bigger than anything in my experience up to that point. And Samar Yazbek is actually today, I'm happy to say, still on the scene. So not just that non-fiction book made it to, let's say, to the Western scene, but now her novel, The Blue Pen, Al-Masha'a in Arabic, is on the long list of the National Book Award in the US. So I'm happy that her fiction also made it, but also for ambiguous reasons. But yes, certainly this has, you know, put her in the front line, let's say, of publishing, because she covered in a literary way, but in a narrative non-fiction way, let's say, the events of 2011 in Syria. So that was a very big example. And this book was actually published in Germany. Piero might remember. And I have another author from Syria as well, Khalid Khalifa, whom you mentioned earlier in the introduction. Also, he made it into German in particular and other European languages, and he also really grew. So I can't say it's, of course, just the Syrian crisis that brought these names up, because they are very talented authors and they have other aspects that I can see please or, you know, speak to a Western audience. Like they're very strong stories, and this is also what Western audiences would look for. But they happen to also be set in a given time frame.
Wie beobachten Sie das?
How have you observed the sustainability of the news-driven interest? Is there sustainability in it? Like, if
I always tried to promote literature for literature. It's very hard to basically try and separate the two. Of course, when you have interest in an author because he's from Syria, you're not going to shut the door. But it's difficult to navigate because you want to use this as an opportunity to open the door further and invite the editor or the readers that the editors are trying to reach in their own markets, right? Further beyond like the headline. And that's the challenge, really. As an agent, I've started because I wanted to go beyond what I always call exoticism. And somehow news cliche somehow falls into this category, and it's not very fair. And the authors are aware of that. Like Samar Yazbek recently in an interview, for example, said how frustrated she was when she only got political questions when she's here to speak about her novel, and so she feels like the literary value of the book is basically going underestimated or unobserved. So this is certainly frustrating for the authors. So is it sustainable in the long run? I don't think so. I think we need to, as people, not just me, but as any people, like publishers also having, like Arab publishers also deploying efforts, as anyone trying to promote Arabic literature, these current affairs or political events should only be opportunities, but they can't be the only reason why people show interest. And we've seen, for example, a very short-lived interest in the Lebanese literature, for example. Like after the Civil War, there was a rise or an interest, a focus on Lebanese literature, and then suddenly later on, people lost interest. And we don't want this to happen. We want people to discover literature, not just through the prism of politics. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Herr Salabi.
Mr. Salabi, I would like to pass on what we have just heard from Yasmina and ask you, if you select a book and if you just check whether it fits into your program, what are your considerations? What are your criteria? Hello, I assume that you are talking to me. I haven't heard my name. Hello. Good afternoon. I'm so happy that I can talk about that subject with you, as it has been very important for me, and I've been dealing with that for a long time. What Yasmina said is something that I've known for a long time, and I really appreciate her work. I think I can only underline and support what she said. The daily news and the daily events lead to a growing interest in general terms. You also asked for any other political events. I also would mention the 11th of September, 9/11. That was a time when here in Europe we dealt with a culture that people regarded menacing, threatening, and they wanted to learn more about that culture, or cultures, we should rather say, as the Arabic language region is a very huge one. We talk about one language, Arabic, but we all know that this is not only one country. It has different cultures, religions, etc., and therefore it's maybe too small to only talk about Arabic literature. There are also Arabic-speaking authors that write in English. Maybe we can talk about that later. First factor, the interest for this foreign culture that is perceived as threatening. That has led to a growing interest, and also for us and our publishing house, it might be a reason. We know when we publish a book that it might get a better response in the media, and that was Al Aswani, The Republic of Dreamers. That's a novel that dealt with the failed Arabic Revolution in 2011, and it got a better press. And it would be more difficult, much more difficult, to have an unknown author that we want to publish that doesn't deal with that political subject at all. In other words, with Hansa, our publishing house, we, in our literary program, definitely look for voices, authors that write a piece of literature and not only respond to political or historical events. It's indeed relatively difficult to get through with that, so to speak. So experience is really sobering us as you talk about getting to know a foreign culture. But then if you take a real look at what happens when you deal with a foreign culture, a foreign literature, depicting life very precisely in their places, then unfortunately there isn't that keen interest any longer. And it really stays in the area of specific events. Maybe we can come back to that later on with the preferences or the difficulties that the two of you described, what impact is created because of that. But I would like to go to the other side, the market in the Arabic countries. You are right, it's very different and diverse countries and languages and cultures. Russia, you are a publisher, and you act in a market that knows difficulties that we also know here in Germany. There is a declining interest in books. It's difficult to encourage people to read in the first place, but there are different problems. There is censorship. There is another difficulty that is selling the books, and there is the big problem of pirated copies, very widespread in the Arabic countries. And there are whole markets that broke down because of wars and armed conflicts in Syria, in Iraq, and what have you. You, as a publisher, how do you get along in that environment? Russia lives in Beirut. Obviously, the internet connection is a bit difficult. I know that from my own experience. Probably her internet connection doesn't work. So we have to wait for her to come back. So let's go on now. So I just wanted to come back to what I've mentioned just now. Yasmina, what you said and what Mr. Salabi confirmed, this news-driven interest in literature. I ask myself, does it have an impact on writing as such? Authors in the Arabic world might know that. And you also know, if you want to be successful, if you want to become known, the Western countries are an important market for you. Would that influence their writing and the selection of subjects? Have you observed that?
It's a complicated question, the relationship between the two. Certainly, there is real demand for translation in Arabic countries. I don't think it's comparable in any other country. I think that young authors really, like, as soon as their book is out, they will look for someone for translation. And I don't think this happens. Like in other countries, I know, like young French authors, they're just so thrilled to be published by a French publisher. They look for French press, they look for French events. And if they get translated, it's bonus. But like for young Arab authors, certainly it's more of an existential thing. Like recognition really comes from abroad, not from the local market, let's say, for various reasons, I think. But so they will, I mean, I have seen a lot of, first novel author or not even unpublished, not published yet authors come to me with their manuscript. And I can see sometimes the way they write, they're trying to make themselves known. But I wouldn't say it's so much trying to, the way that, let's say, the wave of events is surfed is a bit more subtle. It's not necessarily like the news on a first level, but it could be, for example, at some point there was a lot of submissions coming to me that were more about like repression of women, topics that also are attractive differently, not just in the current events under the big headline of current events, but somehow linked to social repression in a way or another. When it comes to politics, well, it's a bit more complicated because writing about these topics is not that simple. If you're living in an Arab region, you might want to think twice if you want to tackle a topic like this or not. If you're living in a country where freedom of expression is not necessarily guaranteed, it's risky, and that's the reason why Samir Yazbek left Syria. In fact, and so it's not that simple to write about these situations. But if you look at Egypt, for example, a lot of books came out about the revolution in Cairo, and it's not depicted. Necessarily under, let's say it's complex. It's not depicted only under a good light or a bad light, but they're not necessarily political books. They're more about what happens on the street. I think that generation of writers is still digesting this like unprecedented, social event that brought so many different people at one point in time with the same idea at one point in time, and then of course, they were separated for different reasons. And so in Egypt, you do have a lot of books that come out on the revolution, but because they're not specifically political. So when it comes to politics, as I said, it's more complicated. So short answer, take home message. One, yes, we see authors trying to get translated and writing to attract a foreign audience, but they won't go towards politics to do that.
Sehen Sie das, was...
As Mr. Salaba pointed out, do you see that there is a trend or an attempt to write directly in a foreign language, like in English and French to begin with, in order to open up the market right at the beginning?
I think so. I mean, there certainly are writers who write in French or in English. French, for example, is very important in North Africa, where French is a very important language. It's also true of Lebanon, where you have people writing in French. English is a dominant language anyway, so like a lot of people who who would pick up the pen and write in English. But I don't think that people would write in that language in order to be more heard. And in fact, there is a tendency to the contrary, like where people are trying to reclaim their language. It's true of Moroccan authors as well, where I know there's a strong tendency to want, for young authors to want to write in Arabic and reclaim that language in a way. So it's a bit more complicated, but doesn't deny the fact that some, beautiful authors write in French or English. But I don't think that language is generally chosen to be heard.
Mhm. Herr Salabi, ich würde gerne noch mal.
Mr. Salabi, I would like to ask you again the question that I think that you have to ask as a publisher. Definitely you, as a publisher, have an interest to have literature translated and place it on the market, moving away from politics and political events that are in the headlines, but there is no real interest in that. How could you deal with that? What would you need to create attention and interest for authors? Nevertheless, readers wouldn't buy these books, but how could you deal with that? How could you stimulate demand for such books? That's an excellent question. I believe that it is indeed very important that once in a while a successful book in the book market creates interest for a certain region. From Latin America, we saw that when there was the big boom of the Latin American literature, thanks also to Garcia Marquez, 100 Years Loneliness. And maybe the Nobel Prize to Abdullah Zakurna is maybe a positive news, as the interest now is strengthened in countries, that was Africa rather, but still also Arabic countries are located in Africa. Even if it's not an Arabic-speaking author, I do believe it shows effect so that people look more for that. And in media reporting, and that's central also, media reporting is so important. If there are no reviews, people don't learn that the book exists. So that's really important. And that example really gives me hope. And the worldwide net is important. That is also the link between Western Europe and the Arabic-speaking world. I think the networking here should become stronger, which is happening right now with our panel discussion and also with your agency, Yasmina, that really has brought interest of many, many Arabic writers. And then the experts, the translators, only against the background of very famous translation of Hama Boshal, we could have books translated without mediation and agency work of translators. We could not be successful. And there is a group of highly competent translators that really work in this direction. That's a central point. I don't speak Arabic, and I always have to rely on translators. Once we look at books and are in the decision-making process whether we publish that. Fendrich is a very well-known translator name. Labisa Bender is another very famous example. Stefan Weidner, also very important. He writes expert opinions although he doesn't translate himself. So this agency role is extremely important. And we would welcome if also in the area of the reception, the review in the press or in the media in general, one could show more interest and become more visible, because this would lead to a situation that more books could be sold and maybe publishers could become more courageous, deciding to publish an Arabic author. And also, it's difficult, as they always think it won't be successful. So there is a lot of work in the background, this filigree work that we always do before a book can be published, and that's so important. And I come from Italy myself. I know how important the network between publishing houses and experts is, so that books can be translated in the first place. That's highly important. If many books are translated, automatically there are more reviews about them, and the hope is also there that the interest that is there for culture of the Islam, because of the well-known reasons, so that this interest will widen into interest in life in those countries, and not only interest in thread and manners, but also maybe can be helpful for multicultural activities here in Germany. With respect to this point, and that was something that came across me some time ago, that's an important example which I would like to describe. And I thought it could be a positive example, but I can't say whether it really can become a positive one. I would like to ask Yasmina, because you represent this author, Aziz Mohammed from Saudi Arabia. He wrote a book in 2016. It was published in Saudi Arabia, and this year it was translated into French and published under Aksud. That could be an example, as Mr. Salabe just described it. What would you say? Yasmina, Saudi Arabian authors are translated very rarely. I can't think of any example recently here in Germany. But how did that author be translated? How was it that it was translated?
For speaking of Aziz Mohammed, because his book is precisely very unrelated with war or politics.
Exactly.
And so that's a brilliant example to introduce here. So Aziz Mohammed is, it's his first novel. He was shortlisted to the IPAF, which is the International Prize for Arabic Fiction that is awarded in Abu Dhabi once a year and is developed in collaboration with the Man Booker, the International Man Booker. And this is how the book first was brought to my attention, because I was, of course, I monitored this prize just to get a sense of what's being noticed. And I was at the ceremony, so I heard him speak. And more than the topic of the book, it's him, actually, his personality that I thought was very interesting. The book is about leukemia, which is very surprising, a topic very universal in a way. And it's a very sarcastic book. And that's a very, let's say, rare quality in Arabic literature. You have a lot of funny books in Egypt, for example. But sarcasm is rarer. And one of my other authors, Boudouahi, who unfortunately passed away this summer, also had this quality of sarcasm. And so this book, I thought, because of that difference, would attract attention, and it did. The people were interested. They were surprised by the subtlety of the way he dealt with this topic and the relationship, of course, to society, and how he lived through cancer with his family. Of course, you have the whole social criticism in the background, obviously. And so this book, I, of course, spoke about it to many people, and it was also translated by Hupo from the UC Press. But I'd like to say there's something in common between Aksud and Hupo on this one, is that they're both very connected to specialists. So Piero was mentioning earlier the importance of experts, and I can't agree with him more. I personally work a lot with translators as well. I always do my best to underscore the importance of their work and how underestimated it is in general by the public or even in the industry by non-experts. So when it comes to this book, it went fast into French very simply because Farouk, the editor of Sinbad, the imprint within Aksud that does Arabic books, he does approximately 10 books of modern contemporary fiction a year. He reads Arabic, right? So He was very fast. He was intrigued. He knew it was shortlisted. He saw it on my list. He was curious. He read it and he loved it. And it did happen as well that in France, the consulate of Saudi Arabia supports translation from Saudi authors. It's a bit, I mean, they select the books they want to support. So it's not like, an institution where you can apply for a grant. And they knew me from previous collaborations with a classic of Saudi that belongs to Dar es-Saqi. And so they came to me and said, we want to support this book. And it would be great if Actes Sud would do it. And I said, well, it happens that they are interested and they're reading it. And so this also certainly helped. I think Farouk would have done it because he really loved it. And because, as you said, Saudi authors are underrepresented in literature. There aren't that many that really, grew. I have maybe one other author on my list from Saudi, and I used to work with another one. I still do, trying to find a home for his book. But there aren't that many Saudi authors. So it piques people's curiosity. It's different, and it tells them about the world within the Arab region, which is Saudi Arabia, that is even more opaque, even more, far away from them. And so whatever can give them insight is, of course, intriguing. So that novel is also now in the shortlist of the Institut du Monde Arabe Lagardère Award for Arabic Literature. So I'm very happy for a first novel and a first translation that he made it this far. So that's how it happened in this case.
Herr Salabe, die Frage würde ich gleich.
Mr. Salabe, I would like to ask that question now to you. You as a proofreader, would that be interested in such a book? How would you estimate the chances of such a title that was just described? I mean, you didn't read it, I assume, but after everything you've heard about it, how would you see the chances for such a book on the German market? I personally would be really interested. And we had these beautiful talks with Jasmina always on the book fair, normally twice a year. This year we couldn't talk to each other at all, unfortunately. Of course, you need experts who look into such a book. You would have to find out how the writing style is, whether there was an author that really has this aesthetic project and an interesting way of writing. Definitely, that's important. And the second question is whether we are interested in that subject. Yes, of course, it depends very much on how it is written. And we are really much dependent on experts in that respect. Or we have the opportunity to see and read the text in English or French version. And if we had that and I could decide, then I would rather try to be absorbed by the text, the way it is written, and also background situation of the country, how it's described, so that there wouldn't be any reason why a story taking place in a certain country cannot be published in another country. Okay, you might develop the idea that you won't sell it well because the reality of the country is too complex. Once in a while, as a matter of fact, that is indeed a criterion when you take decisions. Al-Kati, that's an author from Oman, and she had a novel in English that I could read, and I thought about it for a long time. Do we really want to publish that novel, yes or no? I regarded it highly interesting. It was a family story, but the reality was highly complex also for me. And it was difficult for me to understand her, and the tone was rather silent. And such a book would have had difficulties in the market. I would say we should then hope to have very good reviews on it, but you have to take a look at the whole picture to take the right decision. There are always several criteria that are considered. The very way how your own cultural reality is described, that can be easygoing or not so easygoing. If it's simplified, which I don't like, you might think once in a while, then maybe readers can understand it better. If it's too complicated, that's the other opposite. Then the criterion should be that the literary value is very high, which you also have once in a while. Unfortunately, Russia didn't come back, so there was an internet problem, obviously, to Beirut. But therefore, I would like to discuss again with Yasmina about the other side, about publishing and selling books and writing in Arabic countries. I mentioned before, when I asked the question to Russia, that there are particular problems in that market. There is censorship, there are piracy copies, so it's really difficult, and some markets are difficult. Iraq, Syria, Lebanon as well, because in Lebanon there is a crisis right now that is unprecedented. And this hits the book industry in the Lebanon as well. If I understood it properly, it's really important for the Arabic region. How do you assess that situation with respect to Lebanon in particular? What does it mean for making books in the Arabic world that this country is doing so badly?
I'm sorry Russia couldn't be with us, because I would have loved to hear her too. Dar el-Jadid is a very special house in the Lebanese and Arab landscape, so I would have loved to hear what she had to say. But I'll try to answer this question the best I can. The problems you describe, even before the Lebanese crisis, are in fact very critical. So censorship, yes, and censorship is a problem, especially if a publisher plans to publish a book, and Saudi Arabia is actually the largest market because it's a very large country with a good purchasing power. And so if the book is banned, that's all the plans falling through. Now, of course, Saudi Arabia is going through deep transformations towards openness, so we can maybe hope for less censorship. But it's not just Saudi Arabia; it's also all sort of places. And sometimes you'd be surprised a book is in Saudi Arabia, but not, let's say, in another country, or created problems in another country, even like Lebanon. The topics are different, sensitivity varies, and so once a publisher complained and said, "I just wish we had rules. We just knew this would be censored, and that's it." On one hand, I understand where he comes from. As a publisher, you want to plan. You can't go in that topics. You just don't. But then, when it comes to self-censorship, it becomes more problematic, because then you'd be sure, if there were clear rules, that some topics would never be published. So in a way, it's good that these rules, let's say, are arbitrary, because at least it allows some books to see the light of day. Piracy is another very big problem, because I think it really hinders and prevents the Arabic book industry to really grow into a full-blown industry. Publishers complain a lot about losing a lot of money to piracy. A lot of them estimate the loss to 40%. I don't know where these numbers come from, but I hear it a lot. So, I mean, on one hand, the good news is it means that there are readers. I guess if they're pirating books, it means that they want to read, so that's good news. But somehow there's a misfit between the readers and the book. Either it's maybe too expensive, or maybe it's not available because you also have a distribution issue. So if you want a book and it's not there, what can you do? The shipping costs as much as the book. So a lot of people just resort to pirated copies on the internet, PDF version. And even today, if I'm looking for a review on a book, one of the first things that come up is just to download a PDF copy of the book pirated. So it's a real big problem that will affect the quality of the book at some point. I've spoken to a lot of publishers who would tell me, for example, it's complicated to invest so much money in publishing a book if you're going to lose so much money when you're coming to sell it. And I have a very interesting example on this topic. But so when it comes to Lebanon in particular, I think what we're going through today is crazy. I have no other words to put it. I'm not there, and watching it from outside is terrifying. But of course, I am in touch with publishers, and I'm impressed at how much resilience they have shown. I don't like the word resilience, and a lot of Lebanese actually, spoke against it. Because people would applaud Lebanese resilience, but in fact it's not resilience. It's just that people are trying to survive. But I'm very I remember having conversations with Dar al-Adab, for example, with whom I'm in regular contact, and she was very proud to be able to publish still, and she published throughout the pandemic as well. A lot of Lebanese publishers in Lebanon continue, but these are the larger ones, of course. I don't know how smaller ones can make it. Power cuts are arbitrary. You have to, fuel is not there. Even if you have how do you say, in Arabic you say an electricity generator that is independent of the state, so something that you privately own or lend from or pay to get extra electricity. They have problems getting fuel. So without electricity, without internet, without all of the system behind it, you can see how easily it breaks down. The cost of paper, of course, because paper is imported, and now we have a terrible inflation. It would be a tragedy, honestly, because Lebanon has been historically such a beating heart for publishing, because Lebanon is such a small market that publishers were basically drawn to publish books to address the whole Arab region. And this is a particularity of Beirut. Like, publishing in Beirut is they publish authors from all around the region, and they count on selling their books all around. That's not true of Egypt, for example, or where a lot of publishers will cater first to the Egyptian market because it's such a large country. They don't necessarily need to sell outside. If they're very small, they don't need to trouble themselves necessarily with distribution outside, etc. So it's impossible in Lebanon. You can't survive with just the Lebanese market. So that's an interesting characteristic of Lebanon, and I think that we really need to support in any way we can. If there are ways that the international publishers community can do something to support publishers in Lebanon, maybe we can sit down together and think of ways.
Jetzt muss ich noch mal schnell fragen. Kann ich
Let me ask, can we talk to Russia? Can we just talk to her? Russia, can you hear me? Russia, can you hear me? Can you answer?
Hi, Russia. Schön, Sie zu hören.
Hi, Russia. Nice to hear you. We just hear your sound and don't see you. Unfortunately, we don't have that much time left, and we heard a few points already from Yasmina about the Arabic book market and its difficulties. But I would like to talk about your work briefly, how you get along in the present situation as a publisher. And that would be my first question. And the second question, how you see the chances of translations at the moment of a non-Arabic language into Arabic. What kind of books, what projects would you like to do next? What would you see should urgently be translated into Arabic?
Yes, as Yasmina said, we are in a survival mode, but living in Lebanon, lacking the very essentials like current and fuel doesn't mean that we're going to give up. So we are trying to survive, and we're more and more into electronical books. So we really do prefer to have prepaid books and to give them for gratis on our website, on even in PDF, because we feel that people really need to read, and to read widely, and reading is becoming so much expensive in war zones. So I suppose that we should make efforts, as you were saying, to support this very small industry that was shining and was trying to do its best to be present. And about translations, translation is very important for our part of the world. And we don't have titles in mind, but we would like also to send our books to the open world, if you mean. We would like to see more books translated into French, into English, and that's it. I don't know if the sound is correct.
Doch, der Sound ist sehr gut. Wir können Sie hören. Wir hören Sie gut.
Yes, we hear you excellently.
Dar al-Jadid ist ein Haus, das aus dem Deutschen auch und aus anderen Sprachen wichtige Bücher ins Arabische gebracht hat, von denen man sich ja fragt, wie sie da aufgenommen werden. Nietzsche, Paul Celan. Aber für die Zukunft, ich weiß, dass Sie Projekte haben und dass Sie große Pläne haben, noch mehr Bücher zu übersetzen. Welche könnten das sein? Was ist gerade jetzt besonders wichtig?
Rasha?
Still here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Haben Sie...
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
once again, a last question about the translations. I know that you translated a lot as a publishing house. What other books could be translated into Arabic? What book is missing? What would you like to have translated into Arabic for Arabic readers?
A lot. Everything is missing, and we need to retranslate. I think that a lot of classics should be retranslated into Arabic. To begin with the Greek, the Hellenistic word that was much of an influence for the Arab word. To speak of the Iliad, l'Odyssée, l'Iliade, all those books should be retranslated. We need to retranslate Goethe, to retranslate all the classics, not only the moderns. So we have a lot to do, and I think we need more than one life to do it, and not only from German, but from German, from French, from English. So the translators have a lot to do, and I hope they will do and will do with our small publishing house.
Okay. Vielen Dank für diese letzten.
Thank you very much for the last words. I would have loved to talk more with you and ask you further questions. Unfortunately, we have to come to an end. We were already too long, and I can hear from your statements that we are all very busy, have a lot of work to do. Also, you need to cooperate more, and I wish you all the best of success. And thank you very much for listening, and have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das, ja.
Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Willkommen zu der Veranstaltung.
To the panel discussion, it's only a children's book. The complexity of the supposed simple. Even if I don't see you, honorable audience, I'm happy that you are here. Thank you very much for your interest in this panel discussion. Our subject today is children's books and the challenges for the production of books. In the past few years, the awareness for the significance of supporting young children and adolescents in reading, there has been more and more interest, and there are clear yardsticks that have been defined to achieve that with promotion programs and with awards. People who work in culture and literature are appreciated more and more and get more and more support. But, and that's the big but, now as before, the idea is that children's books are not that demanding and top quality as books for adults. You see that with many things, among others with the fees, the money that can be earned with writing children's books. And also in the book market, they are not taken seriously. They are not appreciated. People ridicule you or they overlook you. The question that we look into is whether the presentation of children's books is so easy, really, and what's the challenge for you who produce books. So these are the questions that I would like to look at today with my panel guests. I'm looking forward to an interesting discussion. I welcome the three guests that are here with me. They don't sit here together coincidentally, but they have come together because of a certain subject. And this subject is a children's book, The Lilac Girl, Al-Fatah Leila Kia. In 2019, it was produced under the Tamed publisher in Palestine. In 2020, it received the Sheikh Zayed Prize of the section of children's books. And 2021, in the German translation, it was published with the Sujet publishing house. I welcome Ibtisam Barakat from the United States, online connected with us. She is the author of the book. Sulaiman Tafik, on the right-hand side here. He translated the book from Arabic into German, and Majid Mohit from Bremen published the book in German and published it on the German book market. Ibtisam Barakat, you were born in Jerusalem, and since the end of the 80s, you have lived in the United States. You are a lyricist, a prose author, write essays, write children's books. You are an artist, you are an educator, you are a teacher of writing. You have been recognized a lot for your work. You have received several awards, and one was the best-known Arabic book prize, the Sajjad Book Prize. Now, I ask you, how can you all do that? All these different activities. The day only has 24 hours. So maybe you need rather 60 hours for a day.
Here at the Frankfurt Book Fair for bringing people together from all over the world. And I want to thank the Sheikh Zayed Book Award for recognizing my work and also building a culture of literature, a wonderful new culture of literature in the Arab world. And I want to thank the panel, all of you here, the translator, the publisher, the moderator, and the interpreter.
Ich höre ganz.
And now I can answer. Writing, for me, it's an art, of course. Writing is the mother of all arts. And art is a self-expression. And expression literally comes from breathing. So the artist breathes their art. For me, I breathe in words and poetry and literary expressions. And sometimes our breath is fast, and sometimes our breath is slow. Sometimes our breath is that of a dance, and sometimes our breath is that of sadness. And so it's different expressions. We breathe differently. And I allow myself to breathe differently. So I write all kinds of forms, not intentionally. It's just because this is what I discover inside of me.
Okay, vielen Dank.
Thank you. Thank you for this beautiful answer. Sulaiman Tafik, you are born in Syria and you have lived in Germany since 1971. You are a person of many talents. You are a lyricist, prose writer, reviewer of music, translator of Arabic literature into German and German literature into Arabic. Your work has 36 books, and some have been written by you, children's books, and also translations of children's books. And you have also received several awards already. What of these many activities are most important for you? What is the most important one? The children's books, I would say. That's so important, as I started to write when my children were very small. I wanted to tell stories to them, and before they went to sleep, I always told them stories, and the next day they asked me to repeat that story, and I had forgotten what I told them. And then they said, no, now you narrated it wrongly, and that's how I came across this idea to write children's books. But writing children's books or translating them, that's different from books for adults. For children, imagination is so important. Imagination of the world, what they have in their mind. That's totally different from our world, and I had to be so careful that I understand their world when I give narrations or translate. And children's books are not read by the children, but rather by adults who read loud to children. That needs to be considered as well when translating or writing such books. Thank you. Majid Mohit, you come from Iran. Since the beginning of the 90s, you have been in Germany in 96. You founded the Sujet publishing house. At the beginning, you rather published extra literature, but now, 25 years later, you have a very broad and wide range of products. Poetry, prose, books have been translated from different languages, then German, original German books, and very lately you also have children's books in your program. Now you have moved away from exile literature and rather publish what you call Luftwurzelliteratur, aerial root literature. You have coined that word, and it has become known as a term. What is Luftwurzelliteratur, aerial root literature? Luftwurzelliteratur, to translate that is a bit difficult. As you quite rightly said, exile literature was the beginning. That's how I started as a publisher. And then life developed, and my concept also developed further. Exile developed a different significance for me, different meaning, and I thought the demand is there to find a different term, a different notion. Sometimes it's confused. When you talk about exile, people confuse it with the cliches that you had from the past, post-war literature, etc. At the moment, this Luftwurzelliteratur, or the follow-up of exile literature, is literature that has to do with authors that now live somewhere else and got along with a new language, a new home, are multilingual now, and therefore it's a different type of literature. And I looked for a term, and I call it aerial root literature, but okay, you should say right from the beginning, Luftwurzelliteratur cannot just be connected with air only. It's roots that are there, roots in the ground, and additional aerial roots that help you to get a better nutrition. That means better understanding, so that you get your food from the ground and from the air. Okay, that's how it's meant. All the three of you deal with children's book. Isiban Barakat, may I ask you, you want to also support historiography, that's what you said, writing stories that allow all different voices to tell the story. And how can you link that with writing for children?
Thank you for the wonderful question. But first, I want to say that my name is Ibtisam. It means a smile in Arabic. Sometimes it's difficult for people to say it. It's just a musical phrase, Ibtisam. Regarding the question, I do not separate childhood from adulthood. For humanity, there's a lifespan. It starts in childhood. And what happens in childhood informs every single day of our life. The majority of adults in the world, they look back at childhood to be inspired, because the roots of joy, really, and the roots of sadness, and the roots of the questions that we carry with us throughout our lives happen in childhood. Each person's story unfolds with the events of childhood. For instance, for me, there was war at age 3. There was loving the letter Aleph, the first letter in the Arabic language. There was loving nature in every way, and nature became my family as well. So I do not separate writing for children from writing for any other audience, because I see humanity as a continuum. However, in every stage of life, there's a different language. That language is based on our experiences of that life stage and what happens in it. So what happens later on in life, the child doesn't know. And what happens in childhood, most of the times the grown-ups forget or aim to forget, or the society forces people to forget, to allow that to just be childhood, like a completely different country, and you immigrate out of childhood. So writing for children, I love what Sulaiman said about understanding the audience when you write for children, because indeed every audience has characteristics. And in childhood, this is a world that is a genius world, children, full of innocence, full of questions, real questions, the questions that the philosophers ask, and they are rewarded like, oh my gosh, they ask this question about life. Children ask. But when children ask that, they are like seen as childish. And when a grown-up person asks the same question a child has asked a long time ago, they are awarded the Nobel Prize or something like that. There's a disconnection. There's a disconnection in the human process. And for me, I aim to facilitate for each person I come in contact with through my writing or through actual workshops or in any interaction, even now, the audience now, I want to invite the audience to think of their story, their entire life story, as their own personal property, because you own it, but not only your personal property. Your life story is the property of humanity. And I have a vision, like a dream, that someday the society will encourage every human being, even pay them, like at a certain point in life or at any point in life, to write their life story and to be free of any legal problems, like if they committed some, theft or a crime or something, to be free of any punishment in order to write the honest story of a human being. And maybe for that, to be hidden for 100 years and later on to be given to humanity. So we will know what our story as humans is. Right now, we only know a little bit because people are punished for being honest. And that honesty starts in childhood. And if we just help the child to continue to be honest and tell their story, we would have a society that's thousands of years of intelligence ahead from now. So I try to plant this seed of allowing the human to be who they are, with their struggle, with their problems, with their imperfections, and tell us that. So we will have a real picture of who we are.
Dankeschön.
Thank you. Suleiman Tawfik, you said already why you started to write children's books. It was rather your personal motivation with your own children. I would like to add the next question now. When you translate children's books, how do you deal with the different narration strategies that exist in Arabic and in German? Maybe there are different strategies and structures. How do you solve that problem when translating? When translating, I translate the books not word by word, but I rather try to give the story that is in Arabic also in German. That's my technique. I don't translate word by word. I just tell the story as if I'd written it in a different language. And don't forget, you have to be careful. Children are these little philosophers. They ask all these essential questions, and sometimes the essential questions, you might think they're too difficult for children, but I've made the experience it's not difficult for them. They ask this question every day. They ask, Daddy, why is that so? So they permanently ask these essential questions, and it's so important for me that these essential questions are there also when they are translated, are still there. And I think that the children in the world are very similar. There are not that many differences. When I'm in Syria and I sit together with my nephews, they are just like my kids, no difference. So it's important for us that we tell the story in German then when it was originally Arabic. So a new story, not a translation, but rather telling a new story in the different language. And also considering the linguistic structure. There are some sentences that I can't translate word by word. No one would understand that here. Or certain events in Syria or Palestine, they are different. You know, the little girl is a good example of that. We will talk about that later. Thank you, Mr. Majid Mohit. Now, you have just recently taken up children's books in your program for the publishing house. Why did you do that? Well, we had children's books before, at the very beginning when we started. We had 5 children's books in the first 2 to 3 years of our activities, among them a translation from French into German. However, at that time, I noticed it's a bit difficult. The market was not our market. We were at the beginning of our publishing work, and it was really difficult in parallel to do that. Our concept that we wanted to do, in addition to that, in parallel to that, also publish children's books. But it has always been a wish of mine, and I still want to do it because I believe children's books have this big potential. They have so high potential, and also this important literary contact that help people to start a dialogue. And we tried to do that right from the beginning, to have this dialogue, to have this exchange between the authors and the audience. That has always been a wish of mine. And the 2 books then that we published were, of course, or let me put it that way, it was so interesting that there was a pre-selection. The authors had already received well-renowned awards before, so right from the beginning you could see that it could be successful. And Suleiman also was influential in that, so you could know immediately that these were beautiful books, especially, and I'm so happy, I'm really so happy that we talk about this book and that we have the little girl in our program. So it's not only the book, but Ibtisam is such a great personality. I've listened to many presentations and panel discussions with her. She's such a great person. And as I said, children's books are part of our production and important for us, as it allows dialogue and exchange. And that's really important, and that's part of our concept. I conclude with that children's books are part of the so-called Luftwurzelliteratur, aerial root literature. Yeah, children aerial root literature. So I wouldn't mark it that way. It's a type of literature that is multilingual and multicultural. You briefly mentioned that it was relatively difficult at the beginning with children's books. What were the difficulties, or what was the challenge? The market of children's books is really big. I mean, big and powerful publishing houses are active in that, and we were such a small publisher. And to produce children's books and market them, that's really difficult. Here, or at that time, we were really careful that the subjects fitted into our concept to a certain extent. So at the beginning, we really wanted to bring about our concept. We didn't have aerial root literature. We had exile literature, and children's books came slowly in that segment. And at that time, the problem was really big for us. But now, as we have grown and followed up on new subjects, and the little girl really fits so well into our program, and we can support it, of course, with the support of Sheikh Said. That's an important institution. It's important to have cultural exchange. We all know that it needs to be supported. This type of culture needs more power when you want to sell it and market it. You need more efforts in organization, and you need support for that. So such children's books, to publish them without the support, without supporting funds, it would not be possible? Is that what you said? No, it's not impossible. It's always possible to produce, publish a book. But I ask myself as a publisher, is that enough for me to produce it? A book starts to live once it's on the market, and then your work starts. Before as well, you have to prepare it, but after it's on the market, your work starts. You have to make it better known. Not only earn money with that, but also make it better known, and for that you need support. I mean, it's not easy to organize readings or events and have professional people to do that. It's really a lot of press work, etc. For that, you need support. And that's otherwise not possible. Oh, super. Thank you. Times are over in which children's literature was just easygoing stories and a beautiful world only was depicted. This is no longer the case. Nowadays, children's literature more and more deals with the real world, also with sad realities and the problems of that world. And this is also true for the little girl. It's a complex subject that it deals with. It's a collective traumatic experience with historic dimension, and it determines the reality of the people today. The Palestine disaster, 1948, the displacement of Palestine people, and it has continued till today. Ibtisam Barakat. You successfully talked about that great and very complex subject, and in a presumably easy language, you processed it for children. How did you do that? What techniques did you use to do that?
Thank you for the question. This is one of the biggest questions of my life, is like, how did you do that? Actually, it is not a technique. It's a way of being. Every book that I've written has addressed a big question of the questions of my life as a Palestinian, as a woman, as an Arab, as a person grew up in a Muslim culture and now lives in the West, as a person in the world, on the global scene. So I negotiate, like my laboratory is my writing. I negotiate these big questions. Many of them are big wounds that need healing in my writing. All my life, absolutely every day of my life, I have been working on, in my unconscious, on the 1948 displacement or genocide. For us, it's a genocide. And how to help myself, because my mom was displaced in 1948, and I was displaced as a child in 1967, and my family members displaced in other wars. So we have this wound, layers of wounds. So as a human being and as a writer, I have a deep need. It's not just artistic. The art is my medicine, but the need is beyond the art. The need is for all the people who are artists or not artists. We need to transcend this wound, to create healing in it. For instance, the Jews are working on healing the genocide for themselves, as they need to in order to heal. We, the Palestinians, have to work on healing the Nakba and all the other wars and the occupation and colonialism, all of it. The writer is in a place to address this in a symbolic way. And because I've worked on it all my life, when the opportunity came to me, they invited me to participate in this project, writing about artists. I found a window in which I could create healing for myself and for all the children and the grown-ups and all the Palestinians from now on, for the rest of time, to read a story in which we reach the wound and we don't fall in it and get stuck one more time. After 70 years, we continue to be stuck. I wanted the child to hear about the Nakba and transcend it, like a car driving. You reach that ditch and you keep driving. You pass it and move forward. And in my unconscious, this has gotten resolved through color, art, and the going home. And then not only the girl loves home, but her home loves her. She loves the colors. The colors also love her. They come with her. Also, without really meaning it, this story has many layers. And one of the most important layers for me, which you may get or not get in the story, is that the wound of the Palestinians, or the story of the Palestinians, is part of the story of the Jews. It is a continuation of the Holocaust. It's just another chapter of it in a different land, with a different people, with different players. So it happened in Europe, and then the wound happened in Europe, or probably before that, because humanity has been wounding one another for a long time. But about the Lilac Girl, so it happened in Europe, and then the European Jews and other Jews went to Palestine and did the same thing to the Palestinians. So we got wounded in the same way they got wounded. So the Holocaust didn't end, and that's the truth. If you go to Palestine, you will see that. And in the Lilac Girl, the Jewish girl who is wounded, she lost her home in Europe, she lost her home in the Roman Empire, she lost her home in many places. She took the home of the Palestinian girl. So the Jewish girl is wounded and trying to heal, but it's not the right way of healing to take someone else's home. And the Palestinian girl is trying to heal, so she's going to her home. And she has the conflict of, do you displace someone else? These are real questions for nations, not only for children or for me as a writer. But the most important part, regardless of who lives in the home and who leaves the home, is that healing happens for the human heart and for the human being. And the Lilac Girl, my Palestinian little girl, heals through her art. And I hope for healing for the Jewish girl as well, to see that, wow, that girl also belongs in this home. Perhaps we can give her a room. But in all cases, I gave her a whole story to live in and a question for all people to look at in terms of healing. We really need to have home in ourselves. And art gives people a home.
Mädchen.
In the Lilac Girl, the words are used like Nakba, the Palestinian disaster 1948, and Naksa, defeat after the 6 Days War 1960. And with the Palestine subject, the Arabic audience, at least the adults, really know what it's all about, depending on age and origin. They all know about the subject. But the German audience, the German-speaking audience, maybe doesn't know about these terms. How did you solve that problem in translation? Nakba cannot be translated word by word. Children don't know about it. These are events that cannot be explained. But children can also understand it because many children lose their homes. The home is a symbol for feeling at home. Like this year in Germany, there was a big disaster. There was a flooding, and many houses were destroyed. So also children who lived there in the flooded areas don't have their houses any longer, which is a sad story. Or the children from Syria, refugees, who also lost their houses, and they can't go home any longer, and they are longing for their home. In Aachen, I had a project with refugee children from Afghanistan, from Syria, from the Iraq, and they was asked to paint something. It was an art project, and honestly, nearly 80% of them drew houses. And then I thought, how important is the house for these kids? Not the building, but having a home, their house. And in Germany, they now live. That's not their house. At least that's how they see it. They always wrote my house. And that was not in Germany. So that's an important question that the Lilac Girl deals with. It's universal. It's a universal story. Okay, it takes place in Palestine. But it's not only a Palestine story, but it's a universal story. And that's what I thought also when I translated the book. Thank you. Mr. Mohit, what about the interest of the audience in such serious subjects? Children, parents, educators, do they like to offer such difficult matters to children, or would they rather prefer humorous pictures, humorous books? Okay, humorous books, that's easier. Normally, they don't really want to have many sad stories. But as we are talking now about children's books or satires, I mean, Suleiman Taufik had some very humorous books also that were published by us. You can present situations that are sad in a way that children can cope with. That's good literature, high-quality literature, as Lilac Girl shows. And that was done so well because of this very sad and highly emotional subject that is dealt with. And at the same time, there is so much light, so much hope. And that's really good to offer this as well at the same time. And this is really what we must try. It's a bit difficult, but I believe as we are talking about children's books, it's not wrong to deal with difficult matters that normally would rather be meant for adults, because young children learn to perceive things differently. Not only adults, but also children shall learn about it, as the two colleagues have described it. This is our task as writers and publishers. We want to do that with our events, with our panel discussions, with our press work. Thank you. I have now questions about the target group, the target audience. Ibtisam, what target audience did you have in mind when you wrote the book? Was it rather Palestine children with the same experience, or children in general?
The target audience was me. I have a Palestinian girl inside of me who was displaced by the war. And this girl needs to heal and needs to hear many stories. Actually, she's behind all of my creativity. And I adopted her. I tell audiences wherever I go, I have an adopted girl who lives inside of me. And so she's my first audience for all of my writings. And it's not intentional, it's just an organic relationship. The second audience is, which is my great interest and passion, is the Palestinian, Arab, Middle Eastern displaced child, the child who lived in the tsunami in Japan, the Afghanistani child, the Syrian child, the Jewish child, any child who has lost something, and by losing their, not just home, their families, their goats, their pets, they lost their link with humanity. The issue isn't about a home, stones. It's about losing the link with humanity, feeling alone in the world, feeling displaced, feeling unsafe with other human beings. This is novel for the species, our species, to feel unsafe with other human beings because of the behavior of adults. I just want to respond a little bit to what Mr. Majid said, and before I forget, I love that expression about roots below and roots above and roots everywhere. It's just like the sun, light going, creating roots everywhere. Please write that down and send it to me, signed, sign it for me. But with the children and the audience who we address this to, I address this to every child who feels disconnected from humanity because of the behaviors of adults. And as Mr. Majid said, like, it's good for us to address maybe a little bit of difficult topics in children's literature. I want to remind everyone who's listening always that children in the world, whether they read about the topics, the hard topics in books or not, they live these topics. They live the wars. They live the displacements. They live the divorces. They live the questions. They live the bullying. And whether we write about it or not, they live it. And it's inside their hearts and minds. And these questions are haunting them, keeping them up at night, those children. And it's good for us to rise to the occasion and write about what they struggle with. It's not luxury. In ways that give them hope and allows us to, to feel that we're doing the right thing rather than re-traumatizing them. But addressing these issues in books and in arts and creative, hopeful ways is essential. Thank you.
Thank you. Herr Muhit, das Lied...
Well, the little girl is bilingual in your publishing house, Arabic and German, and who is the target audience for the bilingual books, and why do you follow this concept of bilingual books? This belongs to our concept, multilingual books, and of course you can't do that with very long texts, but we have different solutions for that, but with shorter texts. Children's books and poetry, we also do it in 2 languages. The target audience, all children, parents, adults, and people, not only having fun to do that, but have this awareness of being multilingual. And regarding this multilingual book as a way of communication, so that then they can reflect on it together. So in the future, maybe they can deal with each other in a more peaceful world. They can maybe get to know each other better. And I believe the optical point, having bilingual books, offer this possibility. So you see the other culture, the other language immediately. You perceive it immediately. And I think that's really the right way. Mr. Taufik, in the Arabic world, and here you are at home, and you have followed the book market in the two regions. Lately, the book market for children's literature has changed a lot. What can you tell us about the Arabic world? Have there been other developments or trends lately with respect to the production of children's books? Unfortunately, in earlier time, there were hardly any children's books. When I was a child in Syria, we didn't have children's books. If so, it was fairy tales, horrible fairy tales, and they didn't give you the chance to filter that. And later on, the nationalists came in power, and then they started to produce children's books that were rather ideological or nationalist, or love your home country, etc. That was the big headline. Or fighting against colonialism. These children's books were not read by anyone because children don't want to read such books. Their world, their reality is totally different. Later on, maybe because of the Sheikh Zayed Prize and their support, other books entered the Syrian market. These books are not known here in Germany. Maybe we have to create more awareness. The books from the Arabic world that now could come here to the Western world offer new ideas to the world of the children. Children might think different, and they see that children in the Arabic world might think differently, and the world is different there. And so it's so important that children already at that age learn about the world of others. That's such a good initiative, and I think we can have more of them. We haven't talked about the third language in that book. That's illustrations of Sinan Halab. Ibtisam. In your book, the text and the illustrations, how are they linked?
In the production of the story came first, the text came first, and then it was sent by the Tamer Institute. Well, they chose an illustrator, and they chose Sinan Halab. He's an illustrator or an artist from Lebanon, and to illustrate the book. He chose to study, I think, the works of Tamam al-Akhal, the artist I write about, and to possibly pull out some of the elements from her work into the illustration. The illustrations and the book work together in a beautiful way. I think he did a great job in being spare, which means like keeping it elegant, on the elegant side, not like making it too much, because the topic itself is very deep and is very big. So to keep the expression, just the language, very elegant, and the illustration very elegant, even the production, the image, the cover image, they did a great job in just using an image that is very stark and beautiful and alone. It's a very evocative this way. Now, so the book worked in a beautiful way this way. However, personally, as a human being who thinks about these things, I believe that the child grows better if we give her or him a book without illustrations or a story without illustration. And I would like to respond to Suleiman, the beautiful translator and thinker and writer. In the Arabic culture, children's literature is not new, but our culture is oral. And so 1001 Nights and Alf Layla wa Layla and all these Sindbad and Aladdin, they come from the Arab world where orally, the stories were told orally. And there was no separation between a child and an adult. The stories were told to everyone, and the child understood in a certain way, the adult understood in a different way. The child understood the same story in a way when she was young, and she understood the same story differently as she grew. So the story was a tool throughout her life to show her one thing that is extremely important. that as we grow and change experiences, the same thing changes. Our understanding of the same thing changes, and it must change, so we wouldn't be rigid. Now, that's a very important thing, that a story remain with you all your life, as opposed to just you read it in childhood, and then when you grow up, you read something else. But you need genius stories, such as Aladdin and all the other stories that can meet the need of children, the imagination, the great adventure, and can meet the need of the in-between, and can meet the need of the grown-up. So it meets the need of humanity, and these are stories that live forever, of course.
Ich habe noch sehr, sehr viele
I would have many more questions, but unfortunately we have to come to an end as we have limited time only. But let me ask you once again, the illustrations, did they influence you when translating the text, or did you just translate the text independent of the picture? No, I can't do that. I mean, the illustrations helped me to understand certain things and to have a good grip and grasp of the text. And the illustrations were wonderful. I liked them a lot. And in the layout, the letters were also in different colors, where the colors are painted by the girl, and that was also then reflected in the text. You, as publisher, were also inspired by it. Yes, of course, it's great, yeah, to really do that way. It was really successfully done. Thank you. Thank you very much. And that really belongs to my concept. I would like to express another wish at the end. Do you have another wish as an author, as a publisher, or anything you want to say now? Let me start. I would like to get the possibility and maybe get help for that not only these books are produced, but that we can go to kindergartens and read it out to them. I mean, something like that needs to be organized, projects like that. I would love that. I can only support that. That's my wish also. I would like to express that these great books that are produced can be brought to other interested people and really go to schools or kindergartens. Ibtisam, do you have a wish? A last wish?
I wish that all wars in the world end, so I can write stories that don't have wars between people, but possibly wars between colors, and we produce different dimensions. But now, just to be specific about this book, I would love to read The Lilac Girl in Arabic and have Suleiman read it in German, like line by line. I would say the Arabic, he would say the German, and we would do a fun presentation in both languages to help launch the book to a global audience, not just in Germany or in the Arab world. Or now, it's been translated into Greek as well. So just really to help the story reach the hands of readers, young and all ages, because that's where a book belongs, in the hands of readers, and then in their minds and in their hearts, to help them.
Ich bedanke mich herzlich für diese spannende Diskussion.
Thank you very much for the extremely interesting discussion, Ibtisam, Majid, and Suleiman. And not forget the two invisible people who helped me to keep going, Heike Kirschner, the interpreter, and Günther Ort. Thank you very much to the two of you. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das, ja.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
I'm Editor-in-Chief of Publishing Perspectives. I'd like to welcome you back to Frankfurt Studio, our new media production unit set right here in Frankfurter Buchmesse. We're on our third trade visitor day, and we're beginning to open the fair to the public this afternoon, too. It's great to see people coming in, looking at all of the displays of our exhibitors, and being out in the fresh air, which is quite beautiful today. We're full of sunshine here in Frankfurt. We're doing another of our sessions, you may be aware of them if you've been watching earlier today, called STARTS. This is actually an initiative of the European Commission. We're very excited about it. It stands for Science, Technology, and the Arts, STARTS. And it's a marvelous program because it brings together a great many of the best people working in terms of aesthetic and artistic interpretation and of science, at a time when, in many of these cases, we need both much more than we used to, it seems. So we're glad to have some very fine guests to talk today. We're focusing on the oceans and on the importance of the oceans to the world, and on, in some cases, the oceans as a barometer to what's happening to the Earth. And what we're also concerned about, particularly as COP26 approaches, right at the end of this month, as a matter of fact, in Glasgow. I want to introduce first our speakers so that you'll be aware of who you're going to hear from, and then we'll start chatting with them. Anne-Sophie Ronskog and John Palmisino, sorry, John, are seen together in a shot you're going to see. They are both architects and urbanists, of course. Daniela Zeiman is the artistic director of the Thyssen-Bornemisza Arts Contemporary Art Museum in Vienna. And Anne McClintock is joining us from my country, from the United States. She's at Princeton University, and she is the A. Barton Hepburn Professor of Gender and Sexuality Studies. They're all going to be speaking to you in due time. We want to start with Anne and John, if we can, with Anne-Sophie and John, about their project so that we can get some sense for what it is they've been doing. We have a video coming that's going to give you a very good explanation of this very wonderful work. But Anne-Sophie and John, would you, in a sense, set up the video for us? Would you give us an idea of what we're about to see and what you feel the importance of the work is at this point?
You will see certain images from a big exhibition in Venice, in the Church of San Lorenzo, which has been transformed by Thyssen-Bornemisza Art Contemporary into Ocean Space, a space dedicated to the promotion of safeguarding the ocean at a time of deep crisis through the arts. And the organization Thyssen-Bornemisza Art Contemporary instigated us, a territorial agency, we are a small organization, to think how to help a public to see the deep changes that the oceans are undergoing. And what we will see in a moment is a snapshot of the exhibition that culminated a multi-year program that involved hundreds of scientists. And what we've done is gather all the data sets and the measurements and the visualization that scientists are doing to produce a new image of the Anthropocene ocean. That means the ocean at the epoch of the Earth dominated by human activities.
It's fantastic. It's a marvelous idea because we actually get to see something. We get a reference as to what's happening. This is really fine work. Let's go ahead and see the video, if we may, so that we're all on the same page, as we say, about what we're discussing, and then we'll come back to the two of you and talk some more about the work and get some more details.
Hello. My name is Marcus Ryman. I'm the director of TBA 21 Academy and its home, Ocean Space. Ocean Space is a new center in Venice, catalyzing ocean literacy, research, and advocacy through the lens of art. It's a collaborative platform that brings together artists and scientists, architects and activists and researchers to together foster ocean imagination and ocean action. And as we're in Venice, we chose for the second exhibition of Ocean Space, we chose to work with an architecture collective called Territorial Agency and present their work Oceans in Transformation, which is the culmination of a 3-year long-term research commission that started with the investigation of sea level rise. And what better place to investigate sea level rise than in Venice? So I invite you now to follow me into the exhibition and see the work.
Territorial Agency has been investigating the Anthropocene, the age of the transformation of the planet, for about past decade or more, trying to contribute to the amount of knowledge produced by various scholars about this particular age and the transformations it brings about. Oceans in Transformation is an attempt to unravel the mechanisms of transformations on the planet from an oceanic point of view, meaning looking at the Anthropocene from the oceans. So the question they are posing initially is, how can we sense, how can we make understanding the transformations of the oceanic, whereas the ocean is an area that is invisible, that doesn't afford us a view into its body, if you want. So what instruments, what possibilities of knowing do we have in order to develop an image of the oceans and its transformation? One. And secondly, how can we bring together the various ways of knowing, the various sciences, investigations, data collected on the ocean, so that they form a body of knowledge and are syncretized as one coherent story of the ocean. And in order to do that, they have both developed an aesthetic representation. These are the fields of images and compositions that you see behind me, but also a conceptual repertoire that is very important for us to understand, because it is the ideas, the understanding, the ways of knowing that perhaps also lead us to a better safeguarding of the ocean in our future.
It's fascinating. It's a wonderful piece, actually. It gives us a great sense for what the thing looks like, what the exhibition is like. I wish we could be there, actually. I'd like to ask you, John, and you and Sophie. Let's start with one of the most basic possible questions in terms of the configuration of the exhibition as we see it, as we experience it. What are we to make of the fact that there are these multiple panels, each of them showing some distinct image? In some cases they are connected, we can tell that. In some cases they seem quite singular. What are we seeing when we're looking at one of these panels? What does it tell us?
Well, each one of the screens is a particular fraction of a trajectory that spans the planet, crossing oceans and continents and lands and islands. And these trajectories are sometimes intersecting transformations in the Earth system. That means in the dynamics of the ocean, in its connection to the atmosphere and the land. For instance, we're looking at deforestation in the Americas and in West Africa. And other times they intersect transformations of the world system. We are looking at the transformation of patterns of trade in the global supply chains. And this combination of Earth system and world system that we see along these trajectories that are composed by several screens are composed by remote sensing images. That means images that are produced by sensors that are either orbiting on satellites, for instance, from the NOAA program, the National Ocean and Atmosphere Program of the United States, your country, or the European space agencies project Sentinel and that are constantly monitoring the planet. Or sometimes they are airborne, and other times they are at the level of the waves, tidal gauges, and we also have underwater sensors and in particular echo soundings, and we combined all of these that are stemming from a variety of research centers to produce images that are always disquieting, because first of all they show a world, an oceanic world that is full of human activity, while at the same time we always have this image in our culture that the ocean is the opposite of the space that we inhabit. The ocean is completely full of traces of human activities, and at the same time the way in which we start composing these images indicate the gaps and the incoherence between the different ways of measuring that the various institutions have. There's a usual saying in science that we know more about the surface of Mars than we know about our own ocean. And this is not only a situation that we need to rush to fill, but the exhibition indicates by being so close to remote sensing how the further knowledge, the further mapping of the sea has always led to a further exploitation of the sea. And so this is what you see. It's multiple images scattered and synchronized, so you have trajectories that span the Pacific, the Indian Ocean, they go from the North Sea to the Mediterranean to the Red Sea, and so on and so forth. So it's a series of dynamic images composed from remote sensing, and we call these the Anthropocene images.
So, as you know, as architects, we are typically very land-based. That's where we belong as architects. So it was a big challenge for us to move to the ocean, and the trajectories was a very early innovation in the project. In order not to map the oceans, rather see these trajectories as intensified parts of the ocean and read them through this vector.
It's fascinating work. It's of course very beautiful. I think that in some cases this is it reminds me of some of the work that's been done of aerial photography of phosphate mines, where from very high above they look like beautiful swirls of color on the face of the earth, and in fact, of course, they're very bad for us. And I'm looking at some of what I'm sure are not good, as you say, traces of human activity that are involved in our ocean life, and we don't know that's what it is. We see something quite beautiful and fascinating and arresting as we look at some of these images. It's mesmerizing. Let me ask this, just a technical point. Is this live data being fed from the sensors all over the place and into the mix to create these images, or is it recorded data that produces these beautiful things we see?
It's usually recorded data,
right.
And it's multi-temporal data. So some of the images are composed over decades.
Wow.
It's sensors that have looked at the oceans over 40 years. And other times we have just a glimpse of 10 days or even 1 hour. And the point is really that the ocean operates in these multi-temporal dimensions. And we can see the adaptation of ecosystems that happen within hours. Think of the fisheries along the east coast of the United States moving really to follow the different temperatures, and with the fisheries, actually the fishing vessels following them, using the live data of the satellites to think where the animals are going. But at the same time, there is the Gulf Stream that is a millenary structure of circulation that is slowly being modified, and the images are really composed in order to create a situation of ambiguity. I don't know if they're beautiful, but they are fascinating, and they are a major warning. And yes. I think this is the real difficulty, to try to understand that what we considered good for humanity for so long is bad, is a major moment of reorientation, and the project is really about how to reorient ourselves in dealing with the Earth at the moment of climate chaos, in order to find new ways of being sensitive to it. And I think the notion of reorientation is really important for us.
Yeah, indeed. And I should say, too, that as a journalist who began my career as an art critic, I'm saying beautiful, and I'm saying that in the sense that sometimes you see a sunset that's very beautiful, and in fact it's because there's a great deal of pollution in the air. Beauty can be brought forward from some of the most terrible truths, and what you are showing us is a great deal of potentially terrible truth for the Earth and its oceans. The project took you how long to create? In fact, how long to conceptualize? Because this is such a fascinating vision you're giving us into something we never see into. How long in total have you worked on this?
I know very clearly the beginning of the project, and it started in April 2016 when Francesca Thyssen-Bornemisza walked into another exhibition that we were opening then called the Museum of Oil, where we were trying to depict the impact of the oil industry on human activities. And she instigated us to think the ocean. She was saying, where's the ocean? Why do we only have oil spills? So where is the oceanic in this? So since 2016, it took us more or less 1 year and a half of discussion with Francesca Thyssen-Bornemisza and Marcus Raymond, the director of TBA 21 Academy, to start understanding how we could do a project. And initially it was a year and a half of taking stock,
right?
Understanding what do people know about the ocean, what is the ocean today, and exactly like in the oil project, the moment that you start investigating, and you must know this very well, structures that tend to operate through invisibility, you are immediately faced with too many options. There's too much information. And this was where we started conceptualizing the project as a way of not depicting or bringing only into visibility the project, but to show the gaps between knowledges. The structures that are really interesting for us is the fact that we know about the ocean in fragments, and the different fragments are so difficult to grasp for the general public, and they are incompatible with the next fragment. It's like a mosaic that never fits together. And so you have hundreds of libraries, hundreds of data sets, and we started thinking that that was the really interesting moment. So the oceans in transformation is in plural, not because there are many oceans, the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific and the Indian and the Southern Ocean, but we know very well that it's one large circulation of water, but there are so many different ways of knowing it, so many different ways of relating to this oceanic condition. And we wanted the project to be a way that could help the different communities start finding ways to talk to each other. And so the project is conceptualized as a set of diplomatic encounters between these different groups where they don't know really what the other group has at stake, and they need to negotiate their way. And Daniela, the curator, helped us really conceptualize it in a far more clear way than we had. That when Daniela started helping us, it was really just a set of little kernels of an idea, and Daniela then brought an amazing wealth of connections, knowledges, and different groups of activists, indigenous thinking, and even shamanic thinking, and attaching it to the scientific elements that we were more used to work at. And that created a sort of device to generate more and more narratives about how difficult it is to see the ocean.
Indeed. I think it works very well. And it's in a very frightening way, it works very well. And it's a fright that we need to have and need to experience. I can certainly say that what Daniela is doing is quite beautiful. If I may, let's bring Daniela in and speak with her for a little bit. I am reminded in looking at this, you may know Paola Antonelli, a friend of mine who is the curator of design at MoMA in New York. And what Paola does quite frequently is to use data derived from our environment, not necessarily the natural environment, sometimes the urban environment, very hard electronic data coming across, and create an image of ourselves, an image of our lives that we are not aware of being around us. It's quite beautiful work, and what you're doing, I think, Daniela, is very much in line with that. This is a compliment because she is very good, of course, at this, and obviously so are you, as John is explaining to us. When John and Anne-Sophie first came to you with this idea, with this project that they wanted to do, how is it that you understood to create such as I keep saying, beautiful and yet terrifying image as you've done in such an arresting way in the space?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for all the compliments, which I should not be taking personally, because it really is a collective work. And my part of it is a tiny molecule, a tiny molecule of sort of a long trajectory that Francesca Thyssen-Bornemisser and Marcus Raymond have embarked on about 10 years ago.
Wow.
And I think that is so important to mention, because what we see today in ocean space is not a manifestation of one institutional idea, but really the collaboration of so many artists, scientists, researchers, activists, people who've led their time, their talent, their inspiration to contributing to, with their passion and with their knowledge, to a deeper understanding of the oceanic. And what ocean space is sort of the culmination of 10 years of really intense work on the oceans by the Academy, by Marcus and by Francesca, to really bring that network, that way of thinking, that method to the public in Venice at a place that is, of course, very much threatened by the changes occurring in the oceans today. And just to name a few things that have happened in the background, before, let's say, all of this became manifest to the public, there were expeditions and important networks held in the Pacific Oceans. There's a research station, a fish sanctuary, a coral nursery in Jamaica. There is an ocean archive, which is an incredible body of research available to the public, with films and videos and scientific information. Which is more recent, but there's a fellowship program, there's a residency program, there's a very deep pedagogic network attached to it. So literally, I have tapped into all of that. I have used their knowledge and their research, what they built up, to really help John and Anne-Sophie to sort of, in a moment of crisis, one has to say, because I'm now jumping into sort of the real conditions of 2020, in a moment of big crisis, to allow us to continue the program, to continue the exhibition, although the space was not open and not available to the public. So literally, my role really was to somehow, with John, with Anne-Sophie, with Marcus, and an immense group of supporters, to think about a way of, what do you do in a situation where what we do as exhibition makers, namely, public-facing activities, exhibition, when that is not available to you anymore, when our skills, so to say, are not in demand in some ways, how can we sort of rescue the program? How can we translate it to a different medium, which is the online medium? And that is when, I see Anne McClintock here with us today, that is when Anne and about 100 other ocean lovers, I want to call them ocean lovers, they're scientists, they're activists, they're artists, they're coming from all range and all sides of the oceanic worlds, have joined forces to help us kind of unravel and develop the project online on Ocean Archive.
It's so exciting to know of these people coming together, as you're saying, and stepping forward at such a moment. And we are at such a moment, as we're all discussing, I think, in so many elements of what the climate change situation is doing, where we are with our thoughts on the environment and our mounting concern. I'm based myself on the Gulf of Mexico, in Tampa, Florida, and we see so many changes. Some of them are quite subtle, some of them are not at all subtle, And of course, there are parts of the world everywhere experiencing different environmental effects moving that. So nobody is not paying attention anymore. I think you folks are all in the vanguard, and having seen and worked so far ahead is wonderful, because in a sense you're waiting for us to catch up and to say, my God, look what they're showing us. Look how long they've worked to get there. Look how many of them it took to step forward and do this. This is important. It's, in a way, I'll say this guardedly, but in a way it's reassuring that we have people of your caliber thinking ahead for us, looking at these things, at least being ready with a vision as you've created here, so that as we finally wake up and start asking ourselves what's happening, we can get some sense from you. Thank you for what's happening. In fact, you've mentioned Anne, of course, and she's patiently waiting here with us listening. Anne, if I may, I'd like to bring you in at this point, because your writings, of course, have quite some bearing on the kind of work we're talking about here. Can you, because you'll be better at this than I am, can you explain to our audience where your writings, I'm cognizant of your term monster, where this comes in? How does it where does it find its entry point into the work we're talking about, and what does it tell us about what we're looking at and what we need to know?
Yes, absolutely. Hi, everyone. Well, one of the things I want to say to begin with is when I met Anne-Sophie and John Parmesino in 2016, it was actually at a conference called Conflict Shorelines, and the point of the conference was to bring together scientists, people working on data, writers, photographers, artists, to work collaboratively to engage with what I think John and Anne-Sophie have identified as three of the great challenges of our time. And what is so extraordinarily important about their work is the ways in which they're engaging with these challenges in ways that can bring it across to the public. And I think what they're looking at is the first challenge, which is the great planetary upheavals of the Anthropocene: melting ice, rising waters, mass displacement of peoples, and not only mass displacement of peoples, but displacement of land itself. In other words, if you think about it, in the hour that we are talking today, in southern Louisiana, and it's interesting that you mentioned the Gulf of Mexico because that's where I'm working. If you imagine that in the hour that we're talking today, land the size of a football field will disappear underwater. Louisiana is the fastest disappearing land on Earth, and it is the land that has the highest sea level rise. But if you think about it, we're using words like football fields and Olympic swimming pools. And that brings me to the second thing that I think that John and Anne-Sophie are doing so brilliantly, is that we're not only facing the planetary upheavals of the Anthropocene, which is a revolution far greater than the Copernican or the Darwinian, in that it is not simply a revolution of knowledge and information. It is a planetary upheaval of the Earth systems in which we are living. But the second problem that I think they're engaging so vitally and brilliantly is that we are facing not simply a problem of precision. The Anthropocene is not simply a problem of precision, it is profoundly a problem of perception. It is a problem that our senses, very often the crises that we're confronting are of a magnitude, a scale that can both be too large or too small for us to see. So we reach for these images from our everyday lives of footballs and Olympic pools. And so what they're doing is that they are finding ways in which we can begin to imagine the unimaginable. We can express the inexpressible. We can make the unthinkable tangible, real, and palpable. to a broader public. And I think that is one of the most important challenges. And artists around the world are beginning to do that, beginning to find ways to collaborate with scientists across the humanities to bring these great issues across. But I think the third issue that territorial agency is and the academy and Daniela are working, and then all these various multiple artists and writers are engaged with, is the problem of politics. That part of what has been so difficult about this moment is that we've had the convergence of three things. We've had the convergence of these enormous climate crises, melting of the ice, the Great Melt in 2012, and then again in 2019. We've got a world engulfed with wildfires, the warming of the oceans, the intrusion of salt, and the disappearing of land. But that, alongside that, has mass displacement of peoples. And we're being told that at least 300 million people are going to be facing displacement, not in centuries, but in the decades to come, in literally in the next few years to come. And so we have a political crisis as well, because what the planetary upheavals have collided with and the climate crises have collided with is a political crisis, which has been the dominant emergence of neoliberal policies of privatization, corporatization, militarization, and let's not forget the military, because the military is the largest single cause of climate destruction on the planet, and we can perhaps come back to that in a second. But if we think of the political crisis of neoliberal austerity, corporatization, privatization, militarization, and also deregulation, you've had this collision where we've got an enormous planetary challenge of sensory, of trying to understand how we can convey it, but at the same time, we've got a political order that has taken hold. The overlords of austerity have taken dominant hold politically in the politics of denial, what I call the administration of forgetting, the politics of denial, forgetting, and doubt that is conspiring to prevent us from bringing about these political changes. So then, to answer your question, in terms of my own work, I think centrally what I'm interested in doing is trying through what I use the term fugue form, through a fugue collaboration of writing and photography in southern Louisiana, where I've been working primarily, is to try and find ways to write in collaboration with images where we can cross the threshold of these problems of perception and try and make them somehow visible and palpable to a larger audience. I'm going to stop there because I can talk a great deal more about Louisiana, because I think we're seeing three epical crises emerge. But I'd like to say that I think one of the most powerful things that John and Anne-Sophie are working on is they're asking us to really rethink not only these issues that I've been discussing, but that the very idea of land and water as separate entities, as the ocean as something separate from the land, is breaking down. And what I'm looking at is the idea of aqua terra and fluid lands and fluid cities. And deltas themselves invite what I think they're exploring is a capillary notion of politics, that we need a new politics of collaboration, of reciprocity, that the Anthropocene is inviting a new capillary way of reimagining what they call the sensitive zone. So to no longer think, which is a colonial, I think it needs to be said, it's a colonial legacy that we've inherited, a very damaging, what Amitav Ghosh calls the great derangement of building these great maritime cities, Boston, New York, New Orleans, but mostly in South Asia. The great cities of Shanghai, Zhangzhou, Jakarta are going to be underwater, not centuries hence, but in the next couple of decades. So one of the things, and I'll end with this point, that I think I'm most interested in is that the Anthropocene is also challenging us to rethink time And I'm going to use the word capillary again. And I'm very interested in the notion of fugue time, that we can no longer really think in terms of linear progress. The Anthropocene has radically ruptured the idea of linear time. And Anne and John Sophia are inviting us to think in terms of collaborative, interwoven time. John was talking about data. And we need to I think we're living in fugue time. And I think this moment is inviting us to reimagine futures in which we might inhabit water, not living against it, but living with it, and not living against each other, but living with each other in this kind of transformative capillary way.
These are great comments you're making, Anne, because you're creating some very nice parallels with what John and Anne-Sophie have been telling us. For example, when they speak to us about we must stop thinking of the oceans as something that's completely separate from us and divorced from human activity, then you're also telling us we must stop thinking of the oceans as something separate from the land, because here it is, eating up Louisiana. And as a coastal dweller on the Gulf Coast myself, we're very close. And one of the very first things you said was resonating with me too, because you noticed that when I started talking about my experience as a coastal dweller in the Gulf of everything I say is quite small and quite anecdotal and quite very much to myself, like a very bad hurricane, worst we've seen in a long time. This is the way we're experiencing these things without getting the scale, the scope, the absolute magnitude that you are understanding and that John and Sophie and Daniela are helping us understand through a project like this. The political denial is where so much of that is easily understandable for all of us right now because of the experience we've had with the coronavirus, where in so many parts of the world, denial based in political activity, based in quite conscious activity in some cases. I will not refer directly to the United States situation in the past administration, but we have seen examples of this in many parts of the world. And that denial is, of course, happening in terms of these effects on our planet as well. The way to answer scientific progress and scientific understanding and scientific warnings of the kind this is giving us is to deny it, to shut it down, cover it up, drop a curtain. It's just behind there. Nothing's happening. Just a bad storm this time. Calm down. It's very interesting how many of those activities coming into play are something we now understand better because of the virus activities that we've seen in terms of denial. I'd like to ask Anne-Sophie and John, have you felt resonance of this kind yourself? Have you seen echoes of what you're understanding to be our blindness to the ecological situations you're observing in this recent experience of a world pandemic? Have you seen parallels yourself?
Of course, we have this horrible hobby to observe those observing the Earth. And one of the things that immediately appeared during the early onset of the pandemic, and when we set up the exhibition, actually, it was the weeks just ahead of the first European lockdowns in the Veneto, just around Venice. So we're right in the middle of it. But the questions that we started receiving were, can you see the effects of the lockdown in the remote sensing from satellites? And of course, all kinds of images started appearing, and everybody started imagining that the lockdown will have effects on, let's say, CO2 emissions. And it's really difficult to grasp the fact that in spite of the lockdown, in spite of having tiddly life forms or quasi-life forms like the virus completely transforming societies and economies, it had absolutely no impact on the CO2 concentration that are monitored, for instance, at Mauna Loa with the killing curve. Right. So you have this very strange situation where what you can observe, for instance, in the fact that during the months of the pandemic, there were limited activities, maritime activities that created more clear waters because there's less turbidity and allowed immediate ecosystem reorganization by some life forms. Fish appeared in Venice that had not been seen in decades and so on. The difficulty is that the Earth is not visible. We cannot see the Earth, not only because we don't have the capacity, but the Earth wants constantly not to be seen. So there's a very strange situation because it's not possible for the Earth to be grasped by our notions of containment, of singularization of one body. The Earth is always multiple. And so you're facing always this dilemma of how do you encounter it. That is, let's say, on the more conceptual level. But on a practical level, we are now on the coast of Finland, and you have this story, maybe you want to tell that, about the fact that of course, the Gulf of Finland and the entire Baltic Sea is a dead sea.
Right.
And you can just see it. There's no fish. The seaweeds have been taken over the entire ecosystem. But people don't perceive it. You can tell it better because you're Finnish. And what is interesting is that people are in denial of the very structures that are causing this, which is agriculture. Very basic things like building ditches or dragging away wetlands and clearing forests and clear-cutting forests is causing the death of the sea. And everybody somehow knows about it, but there is a denial. So it's not only a political denial by those in administration, there's a cultural denial.
Yes, indeed.
So John is referring to a story of where I would have gone swimming every year of my life. And in this project that we did, we met a lot of scientists. And I have seen a decline in this water where I would swim over all these years, right. But I haven't perceived it. So it had to go to the moment when a very prominent scientist, Jeremy Jackson, had to tell me what was happening in this water where I was swimming all the time. And I was horrified because I shouldn't go swimming. Right. The water is dead and it's dangerous for us all. So it
took me aside and said, don't think of eating any fish that comes from.
Yeah. This is actually, we've just come to the end of our time, but I'm very pleased to have this very terrible story you're telling us of this experience of being made aware of what was happening to that water, because that is exactly what you're doing with your project. That's exactly what we need to all be doing, and becoming aware and opening our eyes and getting these signals. I think one of the most beautiful things you've said to us, John, is that the world wants not to be seen. The earth doesn't want to be seen. We have to learn to see it so we understand better. So I'd like to thank all four of you for what you brought us today in terms of doing just that. Anne-Sophie Ronskog and John Palmesino and Daniela Zeman, and of course from Princeton, Anne McClintock. You've all been very, very helpful to us, and you've given us the benefit of your time and your expertise. Thank you for this. Thank you to the STARTS program for making this possible, and to Frankfurter Buchmesse for having us all today to give us a chance to think of this terribly important and increasingly urgent situation. I'm Porter Anderson with Publishing Perspectives. It's been great to have you with us. If you'll stay with us after a few minutes, we'll have another of our STARTS programs for you, and we hope you'll join us then. Thanks so much.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das, ja.
Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Hello again. I'm still Porter Anderson from Publishing Perspectives. We've been going through so many fascinating experiences this afternoon and in fact all week here at Frankfurter Buchmesse. From our brand new Frankfurt studio, we hope you're enjoying it too. It's our first chance to actually originate programming and bring it to you whether you're just outside in the Agora watching on our big screen or at any part of the world watching online as we bring these things to you live. And this segment is going to be quite fascinating. This, of course, is part of the STARTS program, Science, Technology, and the Arts coming from the European Commission, and we're very grateful for the support that has made this possible. There's a partnership with Frankfurter Buchmesse, as a matter of fact, now with the STARTS program, and as you can see, it's starting already to produce some very wonderful effects, some information, and some great aesthetic thoughts that are helping us look at our world and who we are in it. You're going to hear now from three people I'm excited to bring to you. I've just been chatting with them, and it's fascinating hearing them talk about what they're about to show us. You will understand it as soon as you see it. Anya Catherine is with us, Deja Tai is with us, and we'll be speaking in a little while with Eleanor Abrizzi, too, who's not with us in the studio, but is coming to us remote. Hi, Eleanor. I see you waving there. So we would like to start by, I'm going to tell you something that I think is probably close to part of what you're looking at. I flew into Abu Dhabi a few years ago. I was on an assignment. I was there to do a story, and I got into line where you do for passport control. And I saw something I'd never seen. Up on the screen above the passport control fellow who sits there and goes through your passport, right, was a screen showing me my face. And green flashes were happening on it. They would hit my eyebrow, they would hit my cheekbone, something hit my nose. It was fascinating, and I realized that this was a way to tell the international traveler, without any words, no translation needed, that my face was being observed, measured, tracked, and recorded. And that wherever I went from that point on in the United Arab Emirates, a place I love, I could be seen, I could be tracked, my facial recognition had been accomplished. This was my first experience of this. We're going to be talking about this kind of thing, about artificial intelligence and the connections it's bringing to us in so many ways of who we are, what it tells us who we are, and what we don't know about what they know about us. So, can the two of you begin to describe your project so that we understand where it is, and when you're ready, we'll show some video to help us get it better?
Sure. And absolutely, you could actually begin showing the video because it shows some of the behind the scenes of On View, which is an experiential artwork, very immersive in nature.
Right.
And this project, what's interesting about it and tying to your experience at the airport,
right.
Which is all of the technology is very invisible. It falls into the background and it's very much indistinguishable with everyday life.
Right.
And so with this project, it's a socio-political critique as well as an experiment in art and technology.
Uh-huh. I'm not ignoring you. I'm watching the video as you talk. So.
Oh, no worries.
Yes, so
and so I think this moment that you mentioned, Porter, about the airport and having this moment where suddenly that process of what was going on and the technology being used on you was made visible.
Right.
That's, I think, why the moment is shocking. It's not that they just installed that feature. It's that they just were now showing you what they were doing. And so that moment of making the invisible forces behind everything that's going on visible in that moment was shocking. So it's almost just being confronted with it for real versus letting it just quietly operate in the background. And if you don't know about it, then maybe it's not happening. But you know, subconsciously, you know it is, but it's something to see it happening and be confronted with that, which is a little bit what On View does.
Exactly. And in fact, having learned about your work, I started realizing in looking back at that moment that it might have been unusual that they were telling us.
Yeah.
You know, it's pretty fascinating because they could have kept that completely quiet and we would not have known. Clandestine surveillance, of course, is the name of the game. And I guess to this point, I would still love to go back and speak to somebody in the service there and say, how is it that you decided to expose to the travelers coming in this fact that they were being mapped?
Yeah.
Their faces were being mapped like this. It might be a deterrence. They may think, aha, we'll let them know so they'll behave because they know we have their face.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's a fascinating question, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I think with On View, as you can see in some of the visuals from this project, it was a highly technical work, but then when you see the actual finished images and what it looked like within the space, you don't see and feel a lot of technology. It looks like it could just be paint and drywall and plexiglass and some, you know, nice scenic design, but it doesn't necessarily look like you're surrounded by screens, and we're not showing you a lot of the technology that's at work in the installation, which is very much a nod to where technology is going, which is being increasingly invisible, a world of IoT and ubiquitous computing. So we thought, how interesting would it be to, as artists that work with technology, employ that style of hiding technology into an experiential digital artwork.
Fascinating. So your formed matched your function, as we like to
Exactly.
say. Yeah. Yeah, and how much data did you collect on everyone who went through? I'm teasing.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting question, and I think how we can begin to build on this foundation is what was the interface, right? Because there was no mouse, there was no screen, right? It completely invisible interfaces. However, your body, through your face and where you were standing and the pressure on the floor and the heat on your hands, these were all inputs into the system, but it was a physical interface, right? But you were controlling a virtual world that then comes back at you by altering your physical environment. So specifically, we were using facial recognition and facial detection. So when they walked into what is the first space of On View is called the terms and condition, and that's that very white, crisp space that you see. And essentially what we did is we blew up the terms and condition that we click every time we want to do anything, go onto Instagram, update our nests so we can change our temperature. And if you want to change the temperature in your house, you have to first agree to that T&C in order to do so. Otherwise, your heating is not going to work. So this is an issue, you see, because it's kind of tongue-in-cheek that I agree to the T&C that I never read.
That you've never read, right.
That you never read. So you enter into On View. It's slightly cold in temperature, and there is a performer in there who is very friendly but completely unhelpful, just like a contract. And we wrote a contract which was more of a social agreement between us as artists and you as the audience participant. And so that is, once you've agreed to be our subject of our artwork, then you can move to the next phase. And the way that you do that is that you stand on the circle on the ground and through a pressure sensor in the ground, because we had hundreds of feet of fiber optic cable, right? You don't see any of this, and connecting dozens of microprocessors put together with a main brain that can basically absorb the inputs and output them back in. This is very much a parallel to how we experience technology in our everyday lives. So that's the first phase of On View. And once you agree,
see the visuals for one?
Yeah, that's video number 2.
Yeah, maybe we could roll number 2 again, since we're talking about that. How long does it take to create an installation of this kind? I mean, when you're talking about so much, here's the
yes, it's actually the video previous to that.
Phase 1 video.
Yeah. We get to see the friendly but unhelpful performer.
Oh yeah,
this is perfect.
He's in there, so that's
I've
why.
met many friendly but unhelpful performers.
Friendly but unhelpful.
Well, why we're here, so this is the terms and condition. This is the first space. Then the second space is called the Stages Gallery, and the third space is called the Golden Gallery.
There's the Golden Gallery.
So we'll take you through all of them. There's about 80 by 20 foot footprints. You can see it's large in scale. This is opening night at the SCAD Museum of Art. So here, if you want to speak through this.
Yeah, so as you can see here, as Deja said, we wanted to take that tiny moment of clicking a checkbox saying I agree and actually help people feel the weight of that decision. And a lot of people stood outside of this room, looked inside, saw this light box ceiling, bright white walls, and they were like, I'm not going in there. So the space itself had this kind of intimidation, and you felt like that might be kind of creepy or kind of scary, but it was really just the scale of something that they do multiple times a day, that using art, using the cold temperature, the color, the lighting design, the performer's body movements, that made you a little bit suspicious. We should actually have that suspicion more often. So I think the terms and condition was just this way to like basically make a big hyperbole of what we're doing all the time to make people feel the weight of what it means to sign an agreement.
Exactly. And we sign them all the time and think nothing of it. Nothing of it. Now this is fascinating work. Let's hear a little bit from Eleonora about this too, because I know that Eleonora, you've worked so extensively on writing and studying the project, and helping to interpret it too. The people who are going to the museum and then reading about it in your work. Tell us what was. I suppose what I'm looking for is what was the first thing that struck you about it, as one of the people who probably signs agreements all the time, as the rest of us do. Where did this hit you first?
Yes, first of all, I wanted to tell you, Porter, that you were on view at the airport. Exactly what happened in the project here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing that struck me first was I've heard Anya and Deja talking about the project at CADAF in Miami in 2019, and the fact that they were talking about this invisible technology really struck me. I am a digital and crypto art curator, and I really understand when they talk about the fact that obviously here we are considering art and that we consider real life, which is different. But in the art space, when we talk about digital art and we hear the word digital, we really all expect, in terms of aesthetics, this huge installation, like immersive installations, video projections, and things like and such. And it was very interesting to hear from them, who have been working with technology for so long, that is actually probably the oldest technological tools that we have available now. So only for the fact that in our real life, we are very used to, interact with a computer, a screen, a mouse, and all these technological objects in our life. This really shape even our vision and our expectations for what art should be. So if you look at On View, you really think that this is not a digital art project, because you don't see the digital, right? As in we expect to see. But then behind the walls and under the floor, there are all these tons of cables that were installed for facial recognition and all this very high-tech performances that they created with this project. So this struck me a most, because as an art curator, I really agree with them. And also I agree with another point that they always bring up, which is that the technology shouldn't be the point of focus of the art project and the art, but it's just a part of it. And so in On View as well, you don't focus on how they made it, because it's not there for you to see. So you don't get distracted by, oh, how did they do this? How does it work? Oh, I don't understand machine learning or this or that. But you just experience the whole path, and then you are shocked in the end when the path and the goal of this whole installation is revealed to you. So I guess the fact that they are Deja and Anya are probably one of the most technological and digital artists that I've ever met, and yet it doesn't seem like, based on what we think it should look like. And yes, and I really like the fact that they use also people and audience, which are like unavoidable part of all their art, as it is here with On View. And the fact that when you involve people, and your work wouldn't exist without people and the audience, there's always something unknown and unexpected. So really, I think that it's probably the best use of technology that I've seen in the art space.
And you know what you're doing? You're talking about how they're fulfilling one of the oldest phrases we have in English about the walls having ears. Mm-hmm. Whenever someone says that, it means, but the walls don't want you to know they have ears. Mm-hmm. No one has ever said the walls have ears and you can tell it, can't you? No. I love the surreptitious element. I think that because, of course, it's the very heart of what you're saying. And can we talk about the selfie part a little bit, too? Because that was the instigating, your entry point, right, into this.
It was. And I think what's interesting about that, because Anya and I's core and native medium is experiential and immersive art.
Right.
And so at some point around 2018, brands came out of the woodwork and everyone wanted experiential art because it was great for a photo backdrop, right?
Selfies.
For selfies. And we were like, we're artists. Why are you having us? Oh, I see. You're hiring us to make you a selfie backdrop. Okay. And so, I think that is where we started to enter in to kind of really unpack that for On View.
Right.
Are you going to see art, or are you going to see art on view, or are you going to see yourself on view?
Right.
And what better place to see yourself on view? The ultimate place is, the museum. And so for us, this was a site-specific commission where we said, well, what headspace are people going to be in when they go to see work on view? And I think, once we started breaking that down, then we started talking about addictive interfaces. So you have Instagram, for instance, which is designed to be addictive. And so therefore, there's this cyclical kind of sort of consumption, the audience participant aspect, both in On View, but as a user in Instagram as well. And the thing there is that's where it brings in the data extraction, right? Where we all have these data bodies, right? And then that brings in the surveillance capitalist aspect, where we can, and Shoshana Zuboff has done some stunning work on this, where she basically talks about, what is it? There's the knowledge asymmetry, but also full certainty of what someone is going to do next, so that they can sell them the cappuccino at the right time and such like that. I don't know if you want to elaborate.
Just basically being able to predict what people are going to do next by knowing them so well, and that being kind of a goal of a lot of the extraction that's going on through these means that seem fun, but I want to take a selfie, but it's like, then why are brands setting up things for you to take a selfie, to tag yourself? So it all started turning into these new creative, fun, photogenic ways to get information about people.
This is the algorithmic part. This is how they're pulling you towards something.
Correct.
Yeah, well, it's just gathering so much.
By giving you a reflection of the data they just took from you.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, unfortunately, because of what we've just been talking about in public discourse in the United States these days about Facebook and Instagram and the addictive quality of it. And we're seeing great resistance from Facebook right now, of course, as we always do in these cycles of debate and dismay. It is fascinating to see that you had encapsulated this, particularly with a phrase like the Golden Gallery, because knowing the kind of money there is in, as you're saying, the capitalism we're talking about, it's golden stuff.
Yeah.
That data is worth everything, to companies like this and to various entities that are able to use it in the ways they are. It's just an amazingly timely. You say the installation is no longer at the museum.
No, this piece, it was started at the end of 2018, but it opened in 2019 in Savannah, so almost 3 years ago.
In Savannah?
At the SCAD Museum of Art.
I didn't realize it had been there. That's
yes.
Incredible.
And it was interesting as well, because I believe Shoshana Zuboff's book, The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, came out the exact same month that On View came out. And while we were making it, we were missing so much language to try to describe how all of this worked. And then this book came out right with our piece. And we were like, wait, this is amazing. Now we have words. We have this phrase. It was so helpful. And then I think also the documentary, The Social Dilemma, also I think brought all the complexity of all of this into a very digestible, accessible way that I think now On View might make more sense immediately, because this is less of an underground thing and everyone kind of knows a bit about what's going on more than back then.
I think it's immediately understandable now, and I think you'll probably get a lot more concerned response in a healthy way.
Yeah.
Because people are going, that's exactly what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and what an odd thing about the timing. Isn't that incredible?
I know.
Now, is there a plan for On View to be installed in another location yet? Does it have another venue?
It does not yet. But we're open to it.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Absolutely.
It could be.
So it wasn't so site-specific that it's gone after it's gone.
No, I mean, actually, when you look at the design of it, it looks like potentially these were pre-existing rooms, but it was a kind of this room, which is just a rectangle, empty box, and everything was built from scratch. And that's why we were showing you the video before. It took 3.5 weeks. The fabricators were joking. They're saying, hey, we're going to move in here because there's all these different rooms and such. It would be a really cool apartment.
It would.
It would be a cool apartment. It just wasn't easily transportable.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, I hope it finds another venue soon so that we can get, because as we're saying, the timing is just perfect.
Yeah.
You know? Do you know my friend Paula at MoMA? Maybe I should put you in touch.
Sure.
That would be great.
It's actually something I think that a lot of museum spaces should look at at this point. Eleanor, what do you see as the future of this kind of exhibition and this kind of communication when we start speaking in such relevance? From the theater world, I'm reminded of the moment when Cameron McIntosh produced something very different in Miss Saigon. Because in that particular piece he had taken very contemporary American history and Vietnamese history and had put it onto stage, and it was quite different from what you normally get. I was in theater criticism at the time at the Village Voice. It was quite different from what you normally get when you think of a musical. You think, here comes Rodgers and Hammerstein, you know, oh my Lord. But instead, this was of the moment, and it was shocking to the audiences to feel such a timely story happening in that context. What do you think, Eleanor, this means to us in terms of our ability to start producing what I might say is faster work or more timely work, in some way, things we need to know right now?
Yeah.
Because we need more of this, you know? Is it possible? Do
Yes,
artists
we do.
understand this? Do the people you cover, do most of the artists you like to cover and watch, do they get that? Do they understand the urgency?
Well, artists always understand because they are the only people in our society who are able to somehow capture and catch the future while it's passing in front of our eyes. So the problem is not artists. Probably the problem is the art world and the system around it. Creators are always ahead. So through them, we can always see what's going to happen. I want to say, you were talking about timing. And
with you. You know, we have this in publishing too, of course. You know. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but it's a very, very pertinent point here at Frankfurt.
Well, of course they were ahead. They are very, Anya and Deja, they have been working with technology. They create contemporary art. So they were ahead of time, but also it's because what happened in the digital, not only art space, but in the digital space in general, just something that we didn't consider that could happen. For instance, a pandemic. Yeah. So, which accelerated everything. And so finally, everyone started to reach out to, like, I've been in the blockchain art space for 3 years now. And you know, at the beginning, they were like, what is this? I don't understand. This is crazy. And then during the pandemic, everyone started to reach out. So I'm not saying that we need another pandemic to accelerate the process. But of course, we want to be able to not see this in art, in culture, in society anymore. It's too late. It's happening. And we will continue to see this. Also, why? Because to me, it's always been very simple and clear. If art speaks the language of its time, it's a new language, new spirit, the new man that you can find in many manifestos that were written by artists during all the time. Manifestos always look the same. Yeah. Our language is digital. It's very clear. And the voice of art is always the same, but the language, it's different. And so I think that the art that speaks the language of our time is digital art, which I hope, and I know that Anya and Deja also hope to call in a different way, since we don't call other, art is art. But I think that we will still, we will continue to see this because it is art.
This is good. And I see people like Deja and Anya as accelerants to the process. We speak of the pandemic, as a matter of fact, in publishing as a digital accelerator for us because so many readers, for the first time, tried some digital formats. and liked them, and now they're sticking with it. They learned ebooks. They learned that they could order online, and this was, in many parts of the world, a very good step forward in terms of taking advantage of what digital can do for us. Print is in no threat. People will always want print books, but it was great to see them access the technological side of this.
Yeah.
And I see the leadership that the two of you are providing as something just like that. You're out there a little farther than the rest of us. You're catching what's happening, and you're thinking of ways to get it across to us in, as we say, an experiential way. It's how is it hard in a case of this kind, and maybe this was an exception, but is it hard in a case like On View to conceptualize how to put this across to the people who are coming to it because they are participants?
Yes.
So, again, to me at the airport, you know, if I hadn't seen this, would I even know, and you had set it up, would I know what message you were sending me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is a really good question and something that we thought about a lot in the creation of On View, which was, of course, every single decision from the golden ratio defining how big our push plates on the doors were, which is literally something that happened.
Oh my God.
We had all of these details.
Fabricators were very stressed about it.
I'll
They're
bet
like,
they were.
But why? And we're like, it's very important. Please.
Super important. No one's going to know, but you know, everyone watching now knows. So there are all sorts of details. Every single tiny, tiny decision that went into On View could have a dissertation written about it.
I'll bet.
But at the same time that we like to put that much thought and that much detail and have an answer for everything, we knew that people would just also want to come, and how can we speak and get this message across through feeling states and not need to make people have to intellectualize the entire thing to get something out of it or to have a hint at what's going on. So I feel like we created it in a way that it could even just be the temperature of the room gave you this feeling. And I think feeling is a form of learning, and it's a profound form of learning. And tapping into senses and using things like music, lighting design, and textures of walls. All of this is a way of learning, and something that I think made it so On View produced a feeling in every single person, and it had a spectrum of depth that you could experience it. And it could just be this feeling, and you leave and you're like, something is wrong, and we're like, that's great, that's a perfect outcome. Or you have people that stay after, ask us a million questions, and they're like, oh, data body, this is about that, and they wanted to go way deep into the plunge with us, but we were able to produce a feeling, and I think get some level of the point or message or issue across of people of varying levels of interest and knowledge about the subject.
Boy, congratulations. That is hard to do.
It was hard.
Yes, in fact, that's something that the older world of art has never been as good at. It was quite clear what message was being sent. That was the goal at a certain era, of course, in the art world. And now, because we live in a world of such subtlety and such nuance and such subterfuge, I think it's important to make sure that kind of queasy feeling is often probably the best response.
Yes.
You know?
And I think immersive art is such a great vehicle for this kind of work. And you had mentioned feeling states. And this is something that we talk about a lot, you know, rather than it being so cerebral, which is a wonderful way to enter in, but so is through immersive states. And in immersive art, we like to think of not just how can we envelop the audience participant physically, but also emotionally and psychologically. Exactly. And that is when you have the opportunity to tap in through a feeling state into something a bit more cerebral.
Exactly. Right? And I've just learned that you were awarded the Lumen, and you were in London last night with us, right at the Barbican.
It was, yes.
What I'd like to ask, and I know it's an exciting moment when you get something like this, you may not even have synthesized it completely yet, but how did they describe the value of the work when they announced your win?
Ooh, this is a good...
It's a good one, isn't it?
It's a good one.
Uh-huh.
I think there were, in terms of jury comments...
Yep. Okay. The jury rationale, we say.
The jury rationale.
Yeah.
I think, and there was one particular comment that we really loved to get, which was that it was a really strong conceptual piece.
Nice.
'Cause I think also... sometimes, I think, as Eleonora kind of touched on, digital art becomes about the fact that it's digital versus Deja and I really put a lot of thought and time and effort and research into creating conceptual artworks that happen to use technology.
Yes.
But I think in On View, technology is actually the subject of the work. So we talk about the technology because the technology is the subject, not just part of the vehicle.
Right.
But other works that we make use technology, but they're about something completely different.
Exactly.
And I think the fact that the piece that won last night, which is I'd rather be in a dark silence, and a different piece than this, that it was recognized for being a strong conceptual work, that it was bringing together performance and fashion and projection and all sorts of things into one seamless experience, but still with all the bells and whistles and AR filters and everything, that they commented on the concept.
Right.
It was a huge compliment for us that it wasn't about the tech used, it was about being a strong conceptual work that happened to use a lot of technology.
You should feel very proud of that. I mean, it means you actually were working in art instead of working in just the tech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We call those tech demos.
It's tech demos.
Yes, yes. We don't make tech demos.
Yes.
Oh, and I've seen a few of those. as a
Yes.
matter of fact. The odd thing is you never forget those, do you? It's kind of strange. But no, I think this is so great, and congratulations on
Thank
this,
you.
this recognition, because it means that what you're doing is on exactly the right level. It's approaching people in the conceptual space, and through their emotion, through their feelings, through their senses. What are you working on next? Can you tell us?
We can tell you. Actually, we are creating a series of synthetic media, which we're calling slow synthetic cinema. And essentially, this is a project that was supported by Media Futures and the Horizon 2020 Innovation Program.
Hey.
And so we just completed this artist track, and so you'll be able to see this work on view in the coming months. We're working out the exhibition tour right now. But this project is really commenting on deepfakes. And when we think of deepfakes and misinformation through the lens of AV manipulation specifically. And when we think of deepfakes, it usually conjures up the image of celebrities saying ridiculous things and politicians saying things they never said. But 90% of deepfakes are actually points of personal attack, specifically non-consensual pornography and sexual imagery.
Oh, great.
Exactly. And so this is something that all of this goes into the conceptual core of the artwork.
Yeah,
and so we made the deepfakes apolitical in content to allow for a neutral ground for conversation, especially in a polarizing, political climate as well. And so this had 9 scenes and 1 testimony where you see Anya was actually the body double.
It was.
And then we used machine learning, AI subset machine learning, deep learning.
Right.
In order to do the face swap. And so this is a very sophisticated face swapping technique that we're using, but it looks like natural cinema and no trace of manipulation.
Again, hidden technology.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Hidden technology, and oddly, I mean, it goes back almost to the Rashomon liturgy that came out of Japan. The idea of so many ways to tell a story from so many viewpoints, because if your technology is hidden, everyone is allowed to interpret
exactly
in the way they want to. And when that is weaponized, we're all in trouble. And it's, you're probably 2 of the few people in the world, editors will love you because you know the difference in misinformation and disinformation. I've been a lot of us have been so frustrated in the news end during the pandemic coverage of people who say, oh, there's so much misinformation out there. No, that's disinformation.
Yeah.
Particularly when it comes to certain folks who live in southern Florida and have a lot of orange coloration to their faces.
No idea who you're talking about.
No, I don't know who I'm referring to. But this is new in a sense on such a scale as we're seeing it.
Yeah.
And we're only starting to catch up. We're only starting, as Eleanor is saying, to wake up to the kind of thing that we're seeing everywhere. When does this piece start? Sorry, did you say the title? Do we know what it's?
The title is called Soft Evidence.
Soft Evidence. Right. I love it. And when does it start coming to us? When do we start seeing either the video, or when do we actually see an exhibition where the thing is in physical space?
I think in the coming months, we will be announcing the partners and the institutions. So
you don't have to tell me. Do you know yet where it starts, where it premieres?
We can't say quite yet.
No, I know you can't. That's okay. But have you got that? Are you at that point?
Very close.
Good.
Very close.
Good. That's all it takes. You know, once you get that first installation, then it starts moving.
Yeah.
This is very exciting.
It's super exciting.
I love this. And now, is Eleonora in on all the secrets? Have you been talking with her about it?
Actually, no, she's been very busy because, as you might have heard of NFTs,
Yes,
Eleanor is the queen of crypto art world, and so she's been a very in-demand lady.
Yes.
Then I feel for you, Eleonora.
NFTs, yes, you should.
Oh, my.
Yeah, I don't know about the secret.
Okay, then we won't try to hit you up for any special data on this. This is fat. How did the two of you get together and start working like this? Because it seems that you're on one perfect mind meld in this work.
Well, it might be because we're also married.
That helps.
Yeah, it
That
does.
helps.
It does help. Lots of time together.
Right,
We've been married
right.
for 4 years, but it feels like more like 14 years.
But I have
yeah,
to ask, at the
potentially.
time you married, were you into the work? Did you?
Oh,
know?
yeah.
We were.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
we actually met on Instagram. How fitting.
Oh,
Probably through algorithmic pairing.
yes.
Yeah.
An algorithm probably brought us together, and now we're just spending years making works criticizing technology, and like, I guess you were right. I would like her.
I was gonna
Fun.
say this is almost grotesquely poetic, isn't it?
But we first met to work together, and then I think we started dating 3 weeks later,
And
and
started flirting right away.
yeah,
Scream.
yeah, and then we created our first work together in 2016.
Right.
And so our practice through the vehicle of immersive art is combining large-scale environments,
Right.
both nuanced as well, creative technology and performance art. So my background is in human-computer interaction and immersive art. Anya's
And mine is in performance art, choreography, and I have a long dance background in history. So we also have this really technical side mixed with, I think, bringing in the body and the materiality of the self, and bringing those together is also, we have a lot of fun.
I actually see this. I know Martha Clark very well from her work, and she started, of course, in dance, and then went into a conceptual form of theater that just opened her career completely. I know
Yeah.
exactly. It often comes through movement, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. It's so interesting that happens. Well, I think that we can say that you two guys are the last good moment on Instagram. You know?
Our meeting in 2016.
There you go. You see? Yeah. Yeah. Now we can just shut it all down, and
Yeah.
we got what we needed. No, congratulations, because this is really an interesting track you're on, and that you're creating very well for yourselves. This is good.
Thank you
Obviously,
for
getting the attention you deserve too.
Thank you.
Oh, it's my pleasure. And Eleonora, thank you for being with us. It's so good to have had you. I think you're
Thank you for having me.
You're at a later point in your day than we are, I think. So thanks for that. And I think this has been a great conversation.
Yeah.
Thank you
us
for
too.
this.
Very
Thank you so
revealing.
much.
Thank you. I cannot wait to see your work. So you'll have to let me in on the secret of where it's coming,
will.
when it's
Oh yeah, the second we have the green light.
I want to know. Absolutely. This
You're
is
in.
great. So I think that we've had a wonderful conversation here, and thank you for joining us once again here in Frankfurt studio, coming to you from Frankfurter Buchmesse. We're just off the Agora, where folks are watching us outside in the sunshine, and we can now go out in the sunshine and enjoy it too. There is more content coming to you, and in fact all weekend, because even during the public days of Frankfurt Book Fair, we have plenty for you right here in the studio, so stay with us if you will. Keep watching, and we'll bring you more fascinating content, and thank you so much for being with us. I'm Porter Anderson from Publishing Perspectives. Bye-bye.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Das? Ja.
Wir lernen.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
liebe Übersetzerinnen, liebe Übersetzer, liebe Vermittler für das Buch und für die italienische Kultur in der Welt der deutschen Kultur. Wirklich herzlichen Gruß aus Frankfurt. Ich bin sehr froh, dass ich heute dieses Treffen moderieren darf aus dem Studium der Buchmesse 2021. Schon seit vielen Jahren nimmt das Italienische Kulturinstitut in Berlin teil. Und dieses Mal werden wir in der Buchmesse auch mitarbeiten. Wir möchten uns bei den Veranstaltern der Messe bedanken, dass sie unsere Initiative angenommen haben. Und ich möchte sagen an alle, dass dieses Event virtuell stattfindet, das heißt online. Das bedeutet, man kann nur die deutsche Sprache hören. Dire quasi la stessa cosa, fast das Gleiche sagen. Mit diesem Titel wollten wir Umberto Eco eine kleine Hommage machen. Und es geht um ein Buch von 2003 von ihm. Da hat er viele Beispiele aus seiner sehr langjährigen Erfahrung als Übersetzer und als Schriftsteller besprochen. In den letzten Jahrzehnten hat sich die Welt der Übersetzung wirklich extrem geändert. Es gab sehr große Entwicklungen und sehr große Bereicherungen. Und ganz sicher werden wir in der Zukunft auch an Seminare denken und auch an Vertiefungen in dieser Richtung. Und selbstverständlich werden wir dies mit großer Leidenschaft machen. Heute hier in Frankfurt denken wir aber an dieses Treffen, an dieses virtuelle Treffen, fast wie ein Vorspiel für das, was uns in den letzten Jahren erwartet. Wir wollen nach vorne gucken, wir wollen auf das Jahr 2024 gucken, als wenn Italien endlich Ehrengast auf der Buchmesse in Frankfurt sein wird. Deshalb möchte ich jetzt schon gleich ins Thema reingehen und konkret darüber nachdenken mit den Institutionen und mit den italienischen Institutionen, die einfach sehr viel für die Arbeit der Übersetzer und der Übersetzerinnen sich einsetzen. Heute sind hier verschiedene Sprecher mit uns. Wir haben in der Reihe Dario Arminio aus der Kulturabteilung der italienischen Botschaft in Berlin, Signora Battirolo vom Ministerium für Auswärtige Angelegenheiten und die internationale Kooperation, Angelo Piero Cappello aus dem Centro per il Libro e la Lettura beim Kulturministerium und dann vielleicht sehen Sie schon Claudio Durastanti, aber das ist unsere kleine Überraschung für das Ende. Angelo Piero, ich möchte gleich der Romine das Wort geben. Letztes Jahr war er schon mal mit uns. Da hat er sich für die 7. Abteilung des Außenministeriums eingesetzt. Diese Abteilung fördert die italienische Sprache auf der Welt. Und heute ist er der Verantwortliche der Kulturabteilung der italienischen Botschaft in Berlin. Bitte schön. Guten Tag, Maria Carolina. Guten Tag an alle. Ich bin sehr froh, dass ich heute teilnehmen darf für das 2. Mal, dass ich dabei sein kann bei dieser sehr schönen Initiative, was von dem italienischen Kultinstitut gemacht wird, damit der Wert der Übersetzung geschätzt wird, der Wert der Arbeit, die gemacht wird, um die Übersetzungen voranzubringen. Und die kulturelle Bedeutung des Austausches, der über die Rolle des Übersetzers oder der Übersetzerin erreicht wird. Es gibt ganz viele Dinge, die in den letzten Jahren ich gelernt habe, immer mehr zu schätzen. Und das dank unserem Netz auf der ganzen Welt. Die meiste Zeit möchte ich ich möchte einfach den anderen Speakers heute mehr Zeit gewähren. Ich möchte nur 2 Dinge ganz schnell sagen heute. Erstens, wir sind online, aber bis gestern war ich selber auch persönlich in Frankfurt. Und das ist eins der Zeichen, dass die Buchmesse dieses Jahr Reconnect heißt. Das ist wirklich ein gutes Zeichen für einen neuen Anfang, für einen neuen Beginn, um sich wieder persönlich treffen zu dürfen. um wirklich immer intensivere und auch normalere Austausche zu haben. Was ich noch sagen möchte, ist, dass Deutschland für den Verlagsmarkt Italiens wirklich sehr wichtig ist. Und insgesamt geht es mir darum, dass Deutsche die italienische Kultur wirklich lieben. Und das ist sehr bekannt. Italien ist eines der Länder auf der Welt, die seine Bücher nach Deutschland verkauft. Und ich glaube, das ist wirklich sehr, sehr wichtig hier. Denn dadurch leistet Italien einen Beitrag, einen sehr starken Beitrag für die Erfüllung von der Leidenschaft und von der Neugier, die die Deutschen für unser Land und für unsere Kultur haben. Sie finden sich selbst in dieser Kultur teilweise. Sie finden ihre Wurzeln teilweise in der italienischen Kultur. Und durch diese Kultur können sie darüber nachdenken, was sie heute sind. Und selbstverständlich kaufen sie auch sehr viele italienische Bücher. Wir sind das 5. Land in der Importliste. Und wenn man bedenkt, dass 2 Länder, die vor uns kommen, diesen Platz belegen, weil dort auch logistische Grundlagen von Amazon und von anderen Online-Händlern sich befinden, dann versteht man ja, dass Italien tatsächlich unter den Ländern steht, die am wichtigsten für die Deutschen sind. Ich möchte mich wirklich sehr bedanken für diese Initiative. Vielen Dank, dass ich heute nochmal sprechen durfte in meiner neuen Rolle. Und ich werde mit großer Freude der ganzen Debatte folgen. Gute Arbeit. Vielen Dank, Dario Armini. Und vielen Dank für seine Unterstützung, die uns jetzt aus Berlin kommt. Ich richte mich jetzt an Rom. Ich spreche jetzt Simona Battiloro von der 7. Abteilung des Außenministeriums. Sie wird uns sicherlich eine gute Beschreibung geben über das, was gemacht wird, um die Übersetzung zu Unterstützung und um die Förderung der italienischen Sprache auf der Welt. Und ich nehme an, sie wird auch neue Initiativen und Internetseiten vom Ministerium beschreiben. Bitte schön. Guten Tag. Ich bin wirklich sehr froh, dass ich heute hier sein darf mit Ihnen. Und ich möchte über einige Themen mit Ihnen heute sprechen. Das sind 3 Hauptthemen. Es geht um ein Wettbewerb, was jedes Jahr vom Außenministerium für die Förderung der Übersetzung gemacht wird. Dann geht es darum, was wir dieses Jahr gemacht haben für die Übersetzung. Und dann drittens darum, was das Ministerium gerade macht, um das italienische Buch über neue Kanäle zu fördern. Also zum ersten Punkt, zum Wettbewerb. Dieses Wettbewerb gibt es jedes Jahr, ungefähr im März. Und dadurch möchte man einfach Förderungen für Übersetzungen und Synchronisationen von literarischen Werken und von Filmen, die aus Italien kommen. Die Leute, die angesprochen werden, das sind Übersetzer und Verlagshäuser aus dem Ausland. Und man hat normalerweise 45 Tage, um an den Wettbewerb teilzunehmen. Um die Förderungen zu erhalten, muss das Werk auf Italienisch geschrieben sein und muss nicht vor dem 1. August im Jahr des Wettbewerbs veröffentlicht werden. Der ganze Wettbewerb wird jetzt im März 2020 sein. Das heißt, die neuen Werke müssen nicht vor August 2022 veröffentlicht werden. Das Werk muss dann nicht vor dem 1. Januar vor dem Wettbewerb in der Auslandssprache veröffentlicht werden. Die Sprachen sind 5. Selbstverständlich gibt es Deutsch, dann Englisch, Französisch, Spanisch und Chinesisch. Der Antrag kann vom Verlagshaus oder vom Übersetzer eingereicht werden an das Italienische Institut für Kultur oder an die Botschaft in dem Land, wo sie sind. Man muss ein Formular ausfüllen, ein Projekt beschreiben, in dem einfach beschrieben wird, wie das Werk nach der Veröffentlichung gefördert wird, wie lange es dauert wird, für die Veröffentlichung und was der nächste Plan sein wird. Auch die Kosten für das ganze Projekt müssen detailliert werden. Und darüber hinaus soll dargestellt werden, wie etwaige Forderungen aus der Vergangenheit genutzt wurden. Der Übersetzer soll ein CV einreichen und vor allem soll schon ein Vertrag über die Rechte der Übersetzung abgeschlossen worden sein, weil ansonsten ist es nicht möglich, eine Förderung zu vergeben. Nachdem die Kommission des Instituts für italienische Kultur und die Botschaft ihre positive Wertung gegeben hat, wird das Ganze an das Ministerium geleitet, damit eine komplette Auswertung gemacht wird. Dies verleiht die Bewertung basiert auf der Förderung der italienischen Sprache auf der Welt, auf dem Welt des Werkes, auf den Stellungnahmen der Botschaft und der italienischen Institute für Kultur, auf die Förderung der Sprache auf der Welt und auf etwaige anderen Werke, die vorher kamen, ob das jetzt Sachbuch oder Belletristik ist. Es geht einfach darum, dass verschiedene Bereiche in der Literatur gefördert werden und nicht nur Fiction oder Belletristik. Es gibt dann eine Arbeitsgruppe, die dann per Gesetz jedes Jahr neu gebildet wird und dann wird das Ganze in die verschiedenen Sitze weitergeleitet, die dann den prämierten Übersetzer oder Verlagshäuser benachrichtigen werden. Die Förderung wird ausgezahlt nach der Veröffentlichung des Werkes und das muss innerhalb von 3 Jahren nach der Vergabe der Förderung passieren. Etwas Ähnliches gilt für die Beiträge, für die Übersetzung, die Synchronisation, die Untertitel und so weiter. In diesem Fall muss natürlich auch eine DVD und ein Lebenslauf der Leute, die sich mit der Synchronisation befassen. Das über diese Wettbewerbe, die jedes Jahr stattfinden und die normalerweise im März veröffentlicht werden. Es geht an weitere Hilfen und weitere Maßnahmen, die einfach unser Engagement für die Förderung des italienischen Buches insgesamt sprechen und auch in Deutschland besonders. Also ich möchte jetzt einfach mich auf das Jahr 21 basieren, denn das ist das letzte Jahr. Dieses Jahr hatten wir ungefähr 530.000 € zur Verfügung. Wir hatten ungefähr Anträge für 1.300.000 €. Das bedeutet, das war unmöglich, alle Anträge zu erfüllen. Es gab einfach viel zu viele Anträge und deswegen haben wir einfach beschlossen, 237 Mal diese Beiträge zu verleihen. Die Prämien wurden wie jedes Jahr an die vorgesehenen Bereiche, wie gesagt, also die Sprachen, die ich vorhin genannt habe. Was die deutsche Sprache betrifft, ich glaube, das ist im Moment die interessanteste Sprache, gewann der Preis eine Übersetzung von La Rabbia von Pierpaolo Zwilli. Um zu verstehen, wie in den Jahren das Interesse gewachsen ist, das Interesse Deutschlands für die italienischen Bücher und wie auch unser Engagement gegenüber dem deutschen Markt gewachsen ist, kann ich nur sagen, dass seit 2019 haben wir, also damals waren es 10 Anträge für ungefähr 21.000 €. 2020 waren 18 Anträge da, also 18 für Bücher und 6 für Filme. Es ging um fast 49.000 €. Und dann gab es auch einen Preis für die Übersetzung von La Ragazza con la Leica. 2021 haben wir noch besser gearbeitet. Wir haben Anträge für 20 Übersetzungen aus Deutschland angenommen und auch für 9 Filme. Und die Förderung betrug insgesamt fast 70.000 € plus der Preis für die Übersetzung von La Rabbia von Pierpaolo Pizzolini. Dies zeigt, dass das Interesse wächst, dass das Engagement wächst, auch von Seiten des Außenministeriums, und dass auch die internationale Kollaboration wächst, damit auch das italienische Buch in Deutschland weiter gefördert wird. Und dies in Richtung auf 2024, wo Italien als Ehrengast in Frankfurt anwesend sein wird. Eine letzte Info darüber, was wir tun, um das italienische Buch auch über andere Kanäle zu fördern. Und insbesondere denke ich an die Online-Kanäle. newitalianbooks.it entstand als Webseite vor 2 Jahren. Jetzt ist die Webseite auf Italienisch, Englisch und Französisch online, und wir hoffen, dass es bald auch auf Deutsch veröffentlicht wird und online geschaltet wird. Das hat die Enzyklopädie Treccani mit der Unterstützung von dem Außenministerium und des Kulturministeriums zustande gebracht. Pierangelo wird darüber sprechen. Und zusammen mit dem Verein der italienischen Verlagshäuser. Diese Seite spricht alle, die Übersetzer, die Kulturvermittler, die Verlagshäuser, das heißt die ganze Welt des Verlagswesens. Hier werden Datenblätter über die Neuheiten auf dem italienischen Buchmarkt, aber auch Interviews, Vertiefungen und so weiter angeboten, womit man einfach die italienische Sprache auf der Welt auf 360 Grad gefördert werden will. Ich würde mich freuen, dass Sie auf dieser Webseite gucken und dass Sie dann sehen, was wir für die italienische Sprache auf der Welt machen. Vielen Dank, Simona Battilorio, für diese wirklich detaillierte Beschreibung. Ich möchte jetzt das Wort an Pierangelo Capello weiterleiten von dem Centro per il Libro della Lettura. Er wird uns sicherlich auch ganz viele interessante Dinge sagen. Man hört das Audio nicht. Es ist leider kein Audio.
Ja, also, ja.
Ich glaube, wir haben ein technisches Problem. Pierangelo, wir hören leider deine Stimme nicht. Ich glaube, du musst dein Mikrofon... Ah, jetzt bin ich da. Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank für diese Einladung und guten Tag allesamt. Ich wollte sagen, für das Centro per il Libro ist es wirklich eine sehr große Ehre, heute mit Ihnen zusammen zu sein, selbst wenn ich nur online zugeschaltet bin. Dieses Zentrum hat neulich seine Struktur einigermaßen verändert. Dieses Zentrum ist eine Abteilung, eine selbstständige Abteilung von dem Ministerium für Kultur und hat schon immer gearbeitet für die Förderung des Lesens innerhalb Italiens. Wie wir wissen, wird in Italien wirklich nicht sehr viel gelesen. Das sind statistische Daten. Es gibt eine Diversifizierung aus verschiedenen Gründen, was das Lesen betrifft. Diese Gründe kennen wir und die haben mit der Geschichte unseres Landes zu tun. Unsere Hauptaufgabe als Zentrum war und ist immer noch, den Buchmarkt zu unterstützen und auch die Verbreitung des Lesens zu unterstützen. Und zwar die Verbreitung eines Buches oder des Buches nicht nur als Objekt, sondern auch als Mittel zum Lesen und zum Lesen lernen und zur Annäherung an das Lesen. Erst kürzlich, 2020, gab es eine Reform, die wirklich inmitten der Corona-Pandemie in Kraft getreten ist, hat das Zentrum für das Buch, il Centro per il Libro, eine neue Abteilung geöffnet. Und diese Abteilung befasst sich mit der Förderung des italienischen Buchs im Ausland und mit der Förderung des Lesens der ausländischen Sprachen in italienischer Übersetzung. Und aufgrund dieses Gesetzes, was eben vor kurzem in Kraft getreten ist, haben wir dieses Jahr schon einen Wettbewerb für die Förderung, für die finanzielle Förderung der Übersetzungen, die von italienischen Büchern in ausländischen Sprachen gemacht werden. Und die italienische Sprache wird wirklich ein besonderes Merkmal gegeben, eben im Hinblick auf 2024, wo Italien als Ehrengast auf der Buchmesse in Frankfurt anwesend sein wird. Dieses Wettbewerb, gut, das ist jetzt eine absolute Neuheit, das gab es bis jetzt noch nicht. Das ergänzt das, was das Außenministerium schon gemacht hat. Es ist eine zusätzliche Unterstützung, die für die italienischen Verlagshäuser gedacht ist, die einfach dann geholfen werden, auch nicht auch die Übersetzung der ausländischen Bücher finanzieren zu müssen. Das heißt, die Hilfe geht direkt an die italienischen Verlagshäuser. Sie werden dann zeigen oder beziehungsweise beweisen müssen, dass sie mit dem jeweiligen ausländischen Verlagshaus schon einen Vertrag unterzeichnet haben für die Übersetzung eines jeweiligen Buches. Am 29. Oktober wird die Frist zur Einreichung der Anträge sein. Deswegen kann ich jetzt nicht sagen, wie viele Anträge schon reingekommen sind. Ich kann aber sagen, dass es wirklich um viele Leute gibt. Es gibt eine Förderung von insgesamt 600.000 € für alle Anträge, die von Verlagshäusern eingereicht werden. Jedes Verlagshaus darf 5 Titel unterbreiten für die Förderung, für die Erlangung der Förderung. Deswegen hoffen wir, dass wir wirklich sehr viele Verlagshäuser helfen können, auch auf der Grundlage, also als Grassroot-Arbeit. Das zum Jahre 2021. Parallel dazu gibt es aber auch einen zweiten Wettbewerb. Und es geht immer um die Unterstützung des italienischen Buches als ausländische Übersetzung. Dafür sind 400.000 € schon vorgesehen. Das heißt, insgesamt geht es um Förderungen von fast 1 Million € für das ganze Jahr. In der Zukunft denken wir auch schon jetzt, also für die nächste Zukunft, jetzt nicht für eine weitere Zukunft, da denken wir schon, dass wir die Übersetzungen weiter fördern möchten, auch in die entgegengesetzte Richtung. Das will heißen, wir werden eine finanzielle Unterstützung immer an die italienischen Verlagshäuser geben können, die ausländische Bücher in die italienische Übersetzung herausgeben werden in Italien. Hier sprechen wir von großen und wichtigen Finanzmitteln. Und ich glaube, wir werden dann diesen Wettbewerb für ungefähr 3 Jahre wiederholen können. Ich rede von ungefähr 2 Millionen € pro Jahr. 1 Million für die italienische Übersetzung in die ausländische Sprache und 1 Million für die umgekehrte Übersetzung. Das Audio ist jetzt weg, es tut mir leid. Das eben, um die Übersetzung in beiden Richtungen wirklich zu fördern, was echt sehr wichtig ist. Parallel dazu aktivieren wir gerade das, was am Anfang unseres Zentrums nur einigen wegen Studienförderungen in diesem Land war, für das Erlernen der italienischen Sprache in Italien und für das Weiterführen von Übersetzungsprojekten ab nächstem Jahr. Also letztes Jahr haben wir ein kleines Experiment gemacht. Wir haben einfach 3 Leuten angeboten, dass sie hierher nach Italien kommen, um von der italienischen Sprache in die deutsche Sprache zu übersetzen. Das waren 3 Studienbörsen, die nur vom Italienischen ins Deutsche übersetzt haben. Ab 2021 werden wir dieses Experiment weiterführen. Und aus diesem Experiment wird wirklich sozusagen eine Sommerschule für die literarische Übersetzung werden. Das heißt, es werden mehr Plätze zur Verfügung gestellt werden. Es werden auch mehr Sprachen mit ins Projekt reingenommen. Und das wird zu einer Aktivität werden, die auch der Information dient, dem Austausch mit den verschiedenen Realitäten der Übersetzungen im Ausland und in Deutschland. Und in Italien? Ich habe etwas gehört im Hintergrund. Ich habe jetzt einfach Ihnen alles erklärt, was wir heute machen. Also ich wollte einfach erklären, was das Zentrum für das italienische Buch gemacht und immer noch macht und auch in der Zukunft machen wird. Bei all dieser Arbeit wird selbstverständlich die Übersetzung aus der italienischen Sprache in die deutsche Sprache einen besonderen Augenmerk finden und auch die umgekehrte Übersetzung. Ich bedanke mich, aber ich stehe auf jeden Fall zur Verfügung für etwaige Fragen. Vielen Dank, Angelo Piero Capello, für das, was du uns eben gesagt hast. Ich würde jetzt einfach mit Claudia Durastanti gerne reden. Claudia, hörst du uns aus Genf? Claudia? Claudia Durastanti, hörst du uns? Möchten wir vielleicht eine Sekunde warten? Ich könnte vielleicht Claudia vorstellen, in Erwartung, dass die Zuschaltung funktioniert. Ich könnte Ihnen in der Zwischenzeit erzählen, warum wir Sie heute eingeladen haben. Gut, dann möchte ich einfach Claudia Durastanti, unseren Zuschauern und Zuhörern beschreiben. Und ich möchte einfach beschreiben, warum wir sie heute hier haben wollten. Claudia Durastanti hat ein wunderbares Buch geschrieben, Die Fremde. Die Fremde ist eine Art Selbstautobiografie, die Geschichte ihres Lebens. Sie war in der engen Auswahl des Strega-Preises für das Jahr 2020 und es wurde dieses Jahr in der deutschen Übersetzung von Annette Kopetzky als Die Fremde veröffentlicht. Der italienische Titel war La Straniera. Und das Buch wurde wirklich sehr, sehr gut angenommen von dem deutschen Publikum. Warum wollten wir heute aber mit ihr reden? Ich hoffe, dass Claudia uns jetzt zuhört. Ja, ich sehe sie. Wir haben dich wieder, Claudia. Wir sind wirklich sehr froh. Ich habe angefangen, dich vorzustellen und ich erkläre, warum wir heute wollten, dass du mit uns sprichst. Claudia Durastanti ist in Brooklyn aus einer Familie italienischer Herkunft geboren. Sie ist aber in Basilicata, in einem kleinen Dorf aufgewachsen. Sie war nach Italien zurückgekommen, hat in Rom studiert, hat in London studiert und dann kam sie wieder zurück nach Italien. Das heißt, sie lebt inmitten von verschiedenen Sprachen und Kulturen. Und das heißt, sie teilt eine Erfahrung, die auch von den vielen Leuten die Übersetzung geteilt wird. Sie ist ja auch selber Übersetzerin und hat über die Selbstübersetzung sinniert. Aus diesem Grunde wollten wir heute mit ihr reden. Wir wollten einfach hören, was deine Erfahrung war damit. Bitte, Claudia. Guten Abend. Tut mir leid für diese kleine Überraschung. Ich bin gerade auf der Buchmesse in Genf und die Verbindung ist einfach kurz abgebrochen. Ich bin hier als Schriftstellerin und als Übersetzerin und viele der Übersetzungen haben einfach auch viele der Förderungen, die bis jetzt besprochen waren, genommen. Und ich bin darüber hinaus auch eine italienische Schriftstellerin, die ins Deutsche übersetzt werden. Ich bin froh, dass die Fremde gut angenommen wurden. Und als ich darüber nachdachte, was ich heute sagen konnte, habe ich an eine Anekdote gedacht. Ein Freund von mir, der Schriftsteller ist, also ich kam aus USA nach Basilicata, als ich 6 Jahre alt. Er kam vom Sudan nach England und als er versuchte, die Sprache zu lernen, hat er von klein auf beschlossen, er soll Dickens auf Englisch und der Leser auf Französisch lernen. Vielleicht ist es nicht gerade das Leichteste in dem Alter. Das war wirklich ein Angriff auf die Sprache, eine Eroberung. Er wollte einfach diese Sprache für sich entdecken, um sich an den Kontext zu gewöhnen. schön. Und das habe ich genau das Gleiche gemacht. Ich habe natürlich die Sprache in der Schule gelernt, aber aus meiner Bildung war für mich der Roman eine wirklich wichtige Sache. Mein ganzes Leben lang hat man mich gefragt, in welcher Sprache ich mich erkenne zwischen Englisch und Italienisch, als ob jetzt dieses binäre Verhältnis ein Leben zusammenfasst, eine Identität zusammenfassen kann. Aber als ich angefangen habe zu schreiben, habe ich festgestellt, dass mein Italienisch das Italienische der übersetzten Romane ist. Ich habe in den USA mich mit sehr Steinbeck und Fitzgerald befasst und die gibt es aber nicht in Italien, denn die leben aus den italienischen Übersetzungen von Pavese, Vittorino und Fernanda Pivano. Da wollte ich von Pivano reden, nicht nur als Übersetzerin, sondern auch als Leserin, denn ich bewege mich jetzt auf dem Verlagsmarkt seit ungefähr 10 Jahren und ich bin froh, dass da man im Ausland nicht nur immer mehr die italienischen Schriftstellerinnen entdeckt, sondern auch die Übersetzerinnen. Seit kurzer Zeit hat die Universität Siena ein Seminar abgehalten, was sehr interessant war, über die Übersetzerinnen. Man spricht über die unsichtbaren Schriftstellerinnen und man hat versucht, somit auch die Wege von einer Fernanda Pivano, Cristina Campo oder anderen nachzugehen. Und man hat versucht, einfach die Wege der italienischen Literatur nachzuforschen, die ganzen Geschichten, die dazu beigetragen haben, dass es Verbindungen zwischen den Texten gab. Ich bin immer sehr froh, wenn man ein Buch sieht und man denkt, dass dieses Buch das Ergebnis von verschiedenen Köpfen ist. Das heißt, das möchte ich jetzt auch als Schriftstellerin sagen, ich versuche mich selber in Zaum zu halten und dadurch, dass ich auch Übersetzerin bin, dann kann ich das machen. Und jetzt kommen wir zur Selbstübersetzung. Ich arbeite zwischen Englisch und Italienisch, das heißt, es ist eine sehr langwierige Geschichte zwischen Englisch und Italienisch, also auch die Bücher aus Amerika, aber es gibt auch eine sehr starke Markt. Ich übersetze aus der am meisten verbreiteten Sprache in der Übersetzung. Und Gott sei Dank gibt es immer mehr Übersetzungen ins Englische aus den italienischen Büchern. Aber das war in Deutschland schon immer so. Also das sagte ich, es wäre wirklich für mich sehr leicht, mich selbst zu übersetzen. Aber sich selbst zu übersetzen ist das, was ich benutze, wenn ich schreibe. Wenn ich auf Italienisch schreibe, übersetze ich mich selbst aufs Englisch und umgekehrt. Ich möchte aber nicht, dass die Übersetzungen von meinen Texten, die ich übersetze, diejenigen sind, die dann veröffentlicht wird. Das ist für mich eine gute Übung. Aber ich glaube wirklich, dass wenn man etwas sagt, was fast das Gleiche ist, bedeutet auch, dass man den anderen einfach das Wort überlässt. Ich habe mein Buch La Straniera nicht selbst übersetzt, das hat Elizabeth Harris gemacht. Nicht, weil ich jetzt Angst vor Hosting Translation habe. Ich habe wirklich Angst, dass bei meiner Übersetzung etwas verloren gehen könnte. Und deswegen wollte ich jetzt abschließen, um zu sagen, dass der Austausch wirklich wichtig ist. In meiner Generation wurde deutsche Literatur in Italien übersetzt, als jetlagged erlebt. Es gab eine Zeit, wo ganz viel übersetzt wurde, wie zum Beispiel Ingrid Bachmann, aber diese Zeit war vor meiner Zeit. Ich hoffe, dass die Tatsache, dass jetzt Italien Ehrengast 2024 auf der Buchmesse sein wird, dazu bringen wird, dass es viel mehr Austauschmöglichkeiten geben wird und dass man einfach die zeitgenössische Literatur, die zeitgenössische deutsche Literatur weiter in Italien verbreiten kann. Ich bin sowieso immer für Immigration und für den kulturellen Austausch sein. Vielen Dank, Claudio Durastante. Vielleicht haben wir noch ein paar Minuten. Da könnten wir vielleicht fragen, ob einige Anmerkungen von unseren Rednern von heute zu erwarten sind. Ich glaube wirklich, wir haben ganz, ganz viele Ideen und Ideen einfach. Und deswegen möchte ich einfach mal unsere Gäste fragen, ob sie noch was dazu sagen möchten, ob sie vielleicht eine Anmerkung haben zu dem, was gesagt wurde. Vielleicht doch nicht. Gut, dann würde ich langsam zum Schluss kommen. Ich möchte wirklich allen vom Herzen bedanken, alle Leute, die mit uns waren heute. Und ich hoffe, dass dieses Treffen wirklich fruchtbar war, auch für die Zukunft. Es gab viele Ideen, viele Ansätze, die heute dargelegt werden. Das heutige Format, dieses hybride Format in der Messe erlaubt uns nicht, eine Question-and-Answer-Runde zu machen online. Aber aus diesem Grunde glaube ich, dass wir uns vielleicht ein anderes Treffen denken können, und zwar nicht sehr weit weg in der Zukunft. Wie zum Beispiel bei Seminaren, bei Werkstätten. Es gibt ja so viele davon in Italien. Durostante hat von einigen davon gesprochen, aber es gab ja auch ein interessantes Seminar im Rahmen der Verleihung des deutsch-italienischen Übersetzungspreises im Juli in Rom. Es gibt bestimmt ganz, ganz viele Chancen geben. Und ich hoffe, wir werden uns wirklich sehr bald treffen können. Und ich hoffe, dass wir auch weiter so neue Wege suchen werden für den Austausch, für das Treffen. Gut, aus Berlin ein Gruß an alle. Bis bald und gute Arbeit. Auf Wiedersehen.
Was geschieht auf diesem Schiff? Es geht, nun ja, um alles. Genauer gesagt, um unsere Zukunft. Viele denken, so geht es nicht weiter. Aber wie kann es weitergehen? Wie können wir unsere Zukunft gemeinsam gestalten? Auf diesem Schiff befinden sich 8 kluge Köpfe. Sie haben 8 Stunden Zeit, um auf diese Fragen Antworten zu finden, Visionen zu entwickeln und um gemeinsam ein Manifest zu formulieren. Wie wollen wir leben? Das ist das Thema dieser ungewöhnlichen Bootstour. Es ist ein Denk- und Debattenexperiment mit offenem Ausgang.
Ich finde, wir brauchen auch Transformationskompetenzen.
Ja.
Wie wollen wir leben?
Wir verbrauchen zu viele Rohstoffe.
Wir können allein nicht überleben, nicht bestehen.
Das Patriarchat ist ja einfach schlecht für alle. Es geht darum, uns alle zu befreien.
Ungleichheit ist ein gigantisches Problem.
Konstruieren statt konsumieren ist eine Art Haltung.
Ich wünschte mir, die ältere Generation hätte mehr Räume geschaffen, um der jüngeren Generation darin zu begegnen.
Ich wünsche mir eine Welt, in der Menschen mit Behinderungen genauso in der Zahnpasta-Werbung auftauchen wie als NachrichtensprecherInnen.
Und wir müssen zusammenhalten und Lösungen finden.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Bryant, and it's a pleasure to be speaking with you all today. For the next 10 minutes or so, I'll be providing you with an update on the Chinese publishing industry. First, for those of you who aren't familiar with OpenBook, please allow me to introduce you. OpenBook is China's leading market research firm focused exclusively on the book publishing industry. OpenBook is privately owned and celebrating its 23rd anniversary this year. We monitor the sales of books from more than 13,000 physical and online bookstores. We've created a platform which allows publishers, authors, investors, and others to access real-time sales information and trends that we're seeing in this dynamic market. OpenBook's bestseller charts are the de facto standard in China. And over the past several years, we've been working closely with Western publishers and booksellers to identify partnership and investment opportunities in China and throughout Asia. It's interesting to remember that China invented paper and ink over 2,000 years ago, and also invented woodblock printing. During the Tang Dynasty, from 618 to 907 AD, China was the world's leader in book production. And fast forward 1,000 years, and China is once again surely the global leader in the number of books it prints and publishes for domestic and global consumption. And the level of innovation that we're seeing with the way in which publishers are evolving in China is astounding. Let's take a quick look. Here are the main topics we'll discuss today. Let's take a quick look at the overall print market in China in 2020, which has largely been affected by coronavirus. In 2020, China's book retail market shows negative growth for the first time. Last year, OpenBook tracked over 97 billion RMB in sales, or approximately 15 billion US dollars. Growth charts show a negative 5% downturn in 2020. Between 2015 and 2019, the Chinese retail market had been growing at more than 10% annually. Much of the recent growth is attributed to the positive growth in online sales. Online retail channels saw a jump of over 7% in book sales, amounting to 76 billion RMB. Meanwhile, physical bookstores experienced a plunge of about 33%. Now let's take a quick look at the overall book market in the first half of 2021, and let's take a closer look at the market's recovery from COVID-19. In the first half of 2021, the overall book retail market showed a positive growth rate of 11.45%. The physical store channel actually has shown substantial forward movement in an increase of 51% year on year. The overall online store channel continued to maintain positive growth, but the growth rate slowed down significantly with a year-over-year growth rate of only 3%. Strong discounts and convenient shopping are the major draws for online retail. In 2021, the leisure reading market had not returned to the pre-epidemic level, and this is seen as being behind some of the deterioration of the online channel sales. In the first half of 2021, the children's market was still the largest market, but the size fell. Social sciences market ranked second and accounted for a significant increase. The gap between the top two segments has narrowed down. So here are some key market trends in the first half of 2021. The growth rate of online store channels has slowed down significantly, while physical stores have not yet fully recovered. In the post-epidemic era, the consumption habits of readers have changed, and more people have turned to online store channels, making the recovery of physical bookstores even more difficult. One significant development this year was the explosive growth of short video platforms like TikTok or streaming video sites that are now promoting books, usually at a great discount of 60 to 67%. The children's segment, as you can see here, accounts for almost 60% of these sales. Now let's take a quick look at the impact that foreign authors have in China today. The market share of imported works and sales value has been fairly stable over the years. As you can see, it hovers around 20%. In the first half of 2021, almost 16% of books offered for sale in China are from foreign authors. These represent 22% of all sales and 20% of all the units sold in China. The number of new books written by foreign authors showed a slight downward trend in the first half of 2021. Revenue from children's books accounted for over 40% of revenue from all imported works. Now let's move on to the development of the digital publishing industry. In 2019, the digital publishing industry reached an impressive 980 billion RMB, or about $150 billion in revenue, an increase of 11% compared with 2018. The market for ebooks alone is a little under $1 billion US. There have been some pretty significant new developments within the digital publishing industry. One, we're seeing the emergence of books using augmented and virtual reality. Publishers are leveraging their IP and expanding into online literature, animation, games, audiobooks, cultural tourism, music, film, and television. Second, the leading role of online literature has become increasingly prominent. In 2019, the market size of online literature industry reached approximately 20 billion RMB. The cumulative works reached more than 25 million, and the number of online literature authors reached over 19 million. And the number of online literature readers in China exceeded 450 million. Third, within the pay per knowledge segment, we're seeing the Matthew effect, where the rich get richer. And this has had a significant impact on this industry. In 2020, the number of digital reading users reached 494 million, with a growth rate of over 5%. Children have also become important users of reading. And also significant to point out is that the payment for children's digital reading has increased over 56%. Considering the scale of the market, around 500 million active users, these are reading and listening statistics are pretty impressive, especially when you contrast them to the number of print books that they're actually reading. As you can see, the average person reads 9 books in electronic format versus 6 books in print format. So I imagine that you're all wondering, what's the best way to partner with Chinese publishers, booksellers, and authors? What's the best way for you to get a piece of this pie? And what's the best way for you to sell your rights to Chinese publishers? I have several suggestions. We recommend working with a local partner. This is due largely to language and culture. Nearly all discussions with editors are conducted in Chinese. The process is largely shaped by China's unique cultural values. There are many fine agencies to choose from in China. Most of you, I assume, are already working with one of these. And if you need introductions, we're happy to advise you. As a big data company, OpenBook, of course, recommends that you take a data-driven approach to identifying, engaging, and following up with the publishers that you select to work with. Here's our online database system. Every day, thousands of publishers log in to check the status of their sales, and investors are using this to identify trends amongst publishers. We can also provide you with an English language report based on your needs. If you'd like to check the sales for some books, some categories of books, or publishers, or the market as a whole. For example, these are examples of reports that we can submit to you. We are currently trialing an online platform that lists books that are being offered from foreign publishers. If you're interested in having your books listed, just drop us a note. Our contact information is displayed at the end of this presentation. Based on our daily page views, your books will get great exposure. We're also actively involved in assisting Western publishers, booksellers, and investors to develop strategies for entering or expanding their presence in China. And we'd be happy to talk with you about your goals. We recently advised a leading British augmented reality technology company identify market entry strategies for China. We also introduced them to China's best-selling children's books, which they've incorporated into their platform. And we helped them negotiate a partnership with a leading Chinese bookseller to help them distribute their innovative AR platform in China. We've also recently advised a leading European audiobook platform acquire best-selling Chinese authors' copyrights for global distribution outside of China, and initially in Chinese. This project will last at least 5 years and involve the Chinese authors in promotional events outside of China. Open Book organizes events every year for booksellers and publishers to discuss the latest developments and trends. Our invitation-only conference in January includes 500 publishers and 500 booksellers. And finally, let's consider cooperating with some of Chinese best-selling authors. As I mentioned earlier, China is now focused on quality, and an increasing number of these quality titles are being produced by Chinese authors. As publishers and agents, you've been successful in selling books into China. Now we see an opportunity for you to use your skills to sell the best books from China throughout your network. In conclusion, China is a market worth engaging in. Its middle class continues to grow at an astounding rate. And as you can see, Chinese love books. In my view, China is in the midst of its own cultural renaissance. This is highlighted by the familiar new skylines emerging throughout all of China, and also with the impressive high-speed rail systems connecting all of the major cities and the impressive new air terminals and inner-city transportation networks. But beyond the infrastructure accomplishments, in the last 10 years, there's been an amazing advancement in the sciences and the arts. And this is also being seen in the book publishing industry today. China is continuing to cautiously deal with the epidemic, and we're very optimistic about the future of the Chinese publishing industry. Although during this special outbreak period, you may not be able to come to China, our enthusiasm for welcoming you in the future has not been diminished. We're pleased to help you and your business in China. Welcome to China. Thank you all once again. Good afternoon. I'm Jim Bryant, and it's a pleasure to be speaking with you all today. For the next 10 minutes or so, I'll be providing you with an update on Chinese bookstores. First, for those of you who aren't familiar with Open Book, please allow me to introduce you. Open Book is China's leading market research firm focused exclusively on the book publishing industry. Open Book is privately owned and celebrating its 23rd anniversary this year. We monitor the sales of books for more than 13,000 physical and online bookstores. And we've created a platform which allows publishers, authors, investors, and others to access real-time sales information and trends that we're seeing in this dynamic market. Open Book's bestseller list are the de facto standard in China. Over the past several years, we've been working very closely with Western publishers and booksellers to identify partnership and investment opportunities in China and throughout Asia. Let's not also forget that China invented paper and ink over 2,000 years ago, and also invented woodblock printing. During the Tang Dynasty, from 618 to 907 AD, China was the world's leader in book production. And fast forward 1,000 years, and China is once again surely the global leader in the number of books it prints and publishes for domestic and global consumption. And the level of innovation that we're seeing with the way in which books are being sold is astounding. In my view, China is in the midst of its own cultural renaissance. This is highlighted by the amazing advancement in the sciences and the arts, and this is also being seen in the book publishing industry today. Let's take a quick look. My plan is to share innovations that China's physical bookstores have applied to their basic operation and business models. The internet era has obviously accelerated the transformation of the physical bookstores in China. And the two major impacts of online bookstores in China are price competition and convenience. According to OpenBook, online bookstores sell books at a discount of 58% off and offer even greater discounts during promotional festivals such as Jingdong 618 and Taobao's Double 11. Many online stores are using books as a tool to attract traffic and selling books at a loss, but making a profit by selling other goods. Customers can, of course, buy books online and have them delivered to their home the same day. The dilemma for physical bookstores in China lies in two factors. First, if they sell books at the same low prices as online bookstores, their gross profit from selling books is close to zero or even negative. Secondly, if they choose to serve only a specific group of people who are not price sensitive, then their number of customers and their overall foot traffic will be reduced. Overall, this big trend is irreversible, and in response, China's physical bookstores are innovating with new business models. China's physical bookstores have first adjusted and improved their basic operations to further enhance customers' experience. As you know, there's a huge amount of development taking place all around China today, and consequently, there are a large number of opportunities to experiment with new ideas for, amongst other things, where to locate and how to present bookstores. In the past, while determining the location, bookstores used to buy locations in busy central commercial areas with their shops facing busy streets to draw in the flow of customers from outside. Now, as cities are expanding, bookstores are experimenting with openings in a wide variety of locations in new residential and commercial developments. Here's a photo of Suzhou Phoenix Culture Square, a famous landmark in Suzhou, Jiangsu province. Phoenix Publishing and Media Group invested 1.6 billion RMB in this project, which includes a cultural and commercial complex made up of a large-scale book city, as well as office buildings and residential buildings. It's an exciting new urban development with the theme of culture. It's obvious that one should first determine the business scale of a physical bookstore. In the past, bookstore area was determined based on the size of property. Now, the most common size of physical bookstores lies between 300 and 1,000 square meters, which could be flexibly adjusted according to the target groups. Smaller scale bookstores are able to adapt in a more flexible way, which are showing up in hospitals and communities and schools and even inside of libraries. In some cities, larger scale bookstores of tens of thousands of square meters within commercial centers have emerged with various formats offering a variety of cultural activities within the bookstores, such as cinemas, restaurants, coffee shops, and even retail stores. Rather than the bookstore being located within a shopping area, we are now seeing that all these other activities are taking place inside the bookstore. Think of the bookstore as a center hub of activity which promotes a cultural identity. Here is a photo of Windshare Bookstore in Sichuan. They partnered with a shopping center to open 2 bookstores with an area of 10,000 square meters, which has become the shopping center's new main store. Bookstores in China have evolved greatly over the last 30 years. In fact, in the 1990s, it was still common for customers to stand in line to request a book from a clerk who would then retrieve it from the shelves behind the counter. When modern bookstores first emerged around 20 years ago, they assumed the additional role that we may associate with our local public libraries, where individuals and families come to spend hours reading together. So in addition to shoppers, you have a large number of readers who come just to enjoy reading books. It's kind of a curious thing. Imagine a clothing store in Frankfurt that encouraged people to come in and try on the clothes that they're selling and spend the day walking around wearing the clothes and deciding whether or not they want to purchase them. But back in China today, we find that in many cities, new bookstores are no longer designed as places where merely books are sold, but rather as imaginative urban cultural spaces that constantly strive to create and improve. For example, their interior layouts are planned carefully and rationally, incorporating props for the display of books and other products that are both of high quality and practical use and matched with appropriate lighting. Some bookstores include areas where customers can read and rest, providing coffee and other refreshments. There's even one bookstore in Guangzhou we visited recently that's open 24 hours a day and has loft bedrooms where you can lay in bed and read. We're also seeing the emergence of dedicated event spaces. It's not uncommon for bookstores to reserve a portion of their space for events. Even small bookstores try to provide multi-purpose areas, which is something that is not as often seen in other countries and regions. Bookstore operators believe that although this type of space does not directly generate sales, it serves as a means of attracting customers into their stores. And we're even seeing weddings hosting in bookstores. When it comes to book publishing, China is a major player. The largest bookshops have the ability to display around 300,000 titles, which is roughly equivalent to the number of books published within the last 2 years available for retail. Choosing titles out of hundreds of thousands of possible publications is difficult, and curation is obviously something that is a very key part of the success. Some large bookstore chains, such as Shishifu, have established their own systems of selection and evaluation. In some instances, they're working with publishers to obtain the exclusive rights to sell certain books, and there's a general focus on new titles, current bestsellers, and historical bestsellers within a specific store. So what new business models are we seeing? Let's take a closer look at B2G, that's business to government, B2B, that's business to mostly schools, universities, and corporations that purchase books for their employees, and the familiar B2C. B2G business is somewhat unique to China and mainly reflects the provision of public cultural services according to the specific requirements of government departments, services for organizations involved in education and party building, management of the operation of cultural spaces for government departments, the organization and execution of local cultural festivals, and the carrying out of the distribution of teaching materials in primary and secondary schools, amongst others. This model is similar to the relationship that one can see between local public libraries in the United States and the local governments that provide their funding. Here's a picture of Dalian Book Mall, which has a studio styled after a Shanghai study room to promote culture. At the B2B level, there are some bookstores that are trying to combine the distribution of college, technical, vocational, secondary school textbooks within the on the campus itself by providing campus reading rooms. Here's a picture of a typical Beiyua campus bookstore. On the B2C level, we're seeing a wide range of new business models, from membership services to private label products and cultural services. Here on the left is a shot of Beijing Oracle Bookstore, which has more than 1,000 annual members who are a very important target for their daily operations. On the right, we see the innovative IP Mall. All of the bookstore shelves in the bookstore are movable. Light and audio and other equipment are also very high quality and suitable for any cultural event. The bookstore has aligned itself with higher end brands like BMW to do new product launches. As a children's publishing company, Dolphin Media launched the 360 reading program for 3 to 6-year-olds by selling an annual plan that offers children 10 books each month. Based on a child's selection, they can customize recommendations and they can mix online offerings with in-store physical bookstore experiences. We're also seeing that a lot of bookstores are mixing up their merchandising by introducing new products, formats, and services related to customers' lives. And in doing so, they're creating a kind of third space that's kind of fun to hang out in. In conclusion, what are the implications for Western bookstores? The general idea that I would like to share with you is, as the bookselling industry continues to evolve, we need to be aware of and try new business models that are in touch with our customers and community. First, we need to imagine new business models. In the old model, bookstores were all about selling one product, books, and making money on the difference between the purchase and sale. In the new model, books are not the only product or service, but part of a system. And in this system, the bookstore is responsible for gaining the trust of its customers by offering a new value proposition based on intuition and experience. Additional products and services are needed to realize this. Selling books alone does not generate a lot of profit, but you can generate profit by offering other products and services alongside of books to make money and to create trust and value amongst your customers. Bookstores and reading have been of special value for thousands of years and will remain so. The spirit and character that people in our industry adhere to will always be valuable to mankind and society. The trust that has been placed upon us requires that we work together to find new opportunities. Books can be associated with a variety of products, and as long as we change our thinking and innovate, the survival and profitability of bookstores will not be a problem. In fast-changing society, bookstores provide a spiritual home for everyone, a place to calm down and to imagine a world around us that is setting us apart from the outside world. This is the temperament of bookstores. This ethos and faith is always valuable, not only in spiritual terms, but also in commercial terms. Although during this special outbreak period, you may not be able to come to China, our enthusiasm for welcoming you personally in the future has not been diminished. We're happy to help you identify strategic opportunities and partnerships in the world's fastest growing publishing and book selling marketplace. Thank you all once again. It was a pleasure to speak to you today in Frankfurt, and we wish you all much success. Welcome to China.
Schweikart, Vorsitzender des Arbeitskreises für Jugendliteratur. Der Börsenverein des deutschen Buchhandels, der bringt die Interessen von Buchhandel, Verlagen und Zwischenbuchhandel zusammen. Ein wichtiger Partner für die Jugendliteratur. Herzlich willkommen Karin Schmidt-Friedrichs, die Vorsteherin des Börsenvereins. Ein Applaus bitte.
Sehr geehrte Frau Staatssekretärin Juliane Seifert, lieber Ralf Schweikart, lieber Jürgen Boos, liebe Jurys und vor allem liebe Nominierte. Lesen ist ja eine der besten Beschäftigungen überhaupt. Lesen macht schlau, Lesen ist spannend. Lesen lässt uns in fremde Welten abtauchen, andere Blickwinkel einnehmen. Bücher bringen Menschen ins Gespräch, sie bringen uns aber auch zum Nachdenken darüber, wie wir die Welt sehen und darüber, wie andere sie sehen, darüber, wie wir die Welt gestalten wollen, in der wir leben, darüber, welchen Werten wir uns verpflichtet fühlen und welche Werte wir mutig verteidigen wollen. Bücher regen also nicht nur Gespräche an, sondern auch Selbstgespräche und Gedanken. Genau das ist wohl auch der Grund, weshalb sich gerade die Kinder- und Jugendliteratur im vergangenen Jahr als das Wachstumssegment überhaupt erwies. Während die Schulen geschlossen waren, Kinder und Jugendliche ihre Freunde nicht mehr treffen konnten und die Welt gänzlich eingenommen war von diesem Virus, boten Bücher Ablenkung und Abwechslung, fesselnde Geschichten, neue Perspektiven. Dass es unserer Branche der Pandemie zum Trotz so gut gelang, dem großen Bedarf an Büchern nachzukommen, das stimmt mich dankbar und macht mich tatsächlich auch ein bisschen stolz. Es ist beeindruckend, wie schnell und kreativ sich BuchhändlerInnen, Verlage und die Logistik dazwischen auf die neuen Umstände einstellten. In dieser absoluten Ausnahmesituation hat die Branche zuverlässig Bücher zu den Menschen gebracht. Menschen für Bücher und das Lesen zu begeistern, das ist seit jeher das Ziel unserer Branche. In Zeiten von Netflix und Co. ist es allerdings gar kein so einfaches Unterfangen. Und dennoch kämpfen wir keineswegs auf verlorenem Posten, denn Studien zeigen, junge Menschen lesen wieder mehr. Ein großartiger Erfolg für die Branche, aber vor allem auch für den Dialog in unserer Gesellschaft, den diese Gesellschaft übrigens dringend braucht. Ich danke allen Autorinnen und Autoren, Verlagen und Buchhandlungen. Damit Menschen, in ihrem Fall junge Menschen und Bücher gut zusammenfinden, brauchen sie Orientierung. Und kaum etwas bietet so verlässlich und souverän Orientierung wie von hochkarätig besetzten Jurys verliehene Preise. Wie der Deutsche Jugendliteraturpreis, den Sie heute hier verleihen. Ich gratuliere jetzt schon den Ausgezeichneten, auch wenn wir sie noch nicht kennen, wünsche Ihren Titeln ein fulminantes Feedback und übrigens auch ein erfolgreiches Weihnachtsgeschäft. Den Siegerinnen und Siegern gelten meine herzlichsten Glückwünsche und ich freue mich, gemeinsam mit Ihnen Buchbegeisterung und Leselust zu verbreiten und zu fördern. Dankeschön.
Vielen Dank, Karin Schmidt-Friedrichs. Ja, und wir sind wieder hier. Im vergangenen Jahr waren wir in Berlin, aber jetzt lässt uns der Direktor der Frankfurter Buchmesse wieder hier sein und er darf uns auch lassen. Darüber freuen wir uns sehr und möchten uns jetzt schon mal bedanken. Jürgen Boos, bitte kommen Sie zu uns auf die Bühne.
Sehr geehrte Frau Staatssekretärin, Frau Seifert, liebe Frau Perkovic, also lässt sie hier sein, stimmt nicht. Ohne den Jugendliteraturpreis ist die Buchmesse nicht komplett. Ja? Also
Word.
Geht gar nicht. Liebe Frau Schmidt-Friedrichs, liebe Kolleginnen, liebe Kollegen, liebe Autorinnen, liebe Autoren. Also wir sind sehr froh darüber, dass ich hier auf der Bühne stehen kann, auch wenn, sagen wir mal, das Publikum sieht ein bisschen anders aus. Ne? Also da waren ungefähr 800 Menschen, vor allen Dingen auch Jugendliche, Kinder mehr drin. Und die vermissen wir schon sehr. Aber es ist trotzdem toll, dass diese Bühne da ist. Und ich muss sagen, die Bühne finde ich ziemlich genial. Das ist gut geworden. Toll. Wir arbeiten sehr gerne mit dem Jugendliteraturpreis zusammen. Er ist wichtig für uns. Es ist eine gute Partnerschaft. Wir sind auch sehr froh, dass wir möglich sind, auf dem Messegelände und nicht digital, ausschließlich digital stattzufinden. Die Branche trifft sich hier wieder. Und gerade in der Pandemie, gerade in den letzten Monaten kann die Bedeutung von Kinder- und Jugendliteratur für Familien nicht hoch genug geschätzt werden. Das zeigt sich ja auch in den Zahlen, das wurde schon angesprochen. Jugendliche im Alter von 10 bis 19 greifen um 25% häufiger zum Buch als vor der Pandemie. Und was natürlich für uns hier auf der Messe sehr wichtig ist, im Lizenzverkauf ins Ausland zählen Kinder- und Jugendmedien zur wichtigsten Warengruppe. Wir haben dieses Jahr über 240 Kinder- und Jugendbuchverlage hier, auch aus Ländern wie Ägypten, China, Italien, Russland, von denen ich nicht erwartet hatte, dass sie überhaupt eine Chance haben, hierher zu kommen. Das heißt, die haben tatsächlich Quarantäne auf sich genommen, mehrfache Impfungen. Deutschland erkennt ja nicht alle Impfstoffe an. Das heißt, die haben sich vor Ort impfen lassen in ihren Ländern. Ich habe eine Kinderbuchverlegerin aus Indonesien getroffen, die einzige Vertreterin aus Indonesien, die hier ist. Die musste sich gleich 3-mal impfen lassen. Als sie hier war, hatte sie extra Zeit eingeplant, um in Quarantäne zu gehen. Und 2 Tage vorher wurde die Quarantäne abgesagt. Die hat sie dann in Amsterdam verbracht und wird den Rückweg in Paris verbringen, statt hier in Frankfurt im Hotel zu sitzen. Also ich glaube, sie hat Glück gehabt. Wichtige Themen tauchen in der Kinder- und Jugendbuchliteratur auf. Themen, die sich hier auf der Messe widerspiegeln: Inklusion, Gendergerechtigkeit, aber vor allen Dingen noch Fluchterfahrungen. Und wenn Sie an unseren diesjährigen Ehrengast denken, der tatsächlich ein Muster, ein Exemplar für Vielfalt, Diversität ist, wer die Eröffnung gesehen hat, wir hatten französischsprachige Autoren, wir hatten englischsprachige, wir hatten Inuit, wir hatten First Nation, wir hatten tatsächlich die ganze Bandbreite von Autorinnen aus Kanada hier bei uns. Und es ist natürlich auch toll, dass 2 kanadische Titel unter den Nominierungen sind. Das Bilderbuch Unsichtbar in der großen Stadt des Illustrators Sidney Smith sowie Susan Nilsons Kinderbuch Adresse unbekannt. Wir hatten Einreichungen, Sie hatten Einreichungen aus Australien, Belgien, Frankreich, Großbritannien, Litauen, Niederlande, Norwegen, Polen in den USA. Und da freut es mich besonders, dass wir nicht nur aus den großen Buchnationen die Einreichungen haben, sondern auch aus den kleinen Ländern. Und das zeigt einfach auch, wie wichtig Übersetzungen für uns sind. Wie wir Übersetzungen einfach auch in den Mittelpunkt stellen müssen, weil sie Literaturen unserer Welt verbinden. Das zeigt auch die Internationalität dieses Preises und deswegen ist es auch der richtige Ort, dass Sie hier in Frankfurt sind. Und in diesem Sinne an alle herzliche Grüße aus Frankfurt, auch an Sie hier. Und wir freuen uns darauf, wenn nächstes Jahr wieder hier in diesem Raum 1000 Menschen sein werden. Vielen Dank.
Frankfurter Buchmesse, Jürgen Boos. Und man merkt, ich glaube, Herr Boos hat in den Tagen, die die Messe jetzt wieder vor Ort stattfindet, noch mehr mit Menschen geredet als sonst. Man merkt es an der Stimme, aber das ist eine gute Sache. Schirmherrin des Deutschen Jugendliteraturpreises ist die Bundesministerin für Familie, Senioren, Frauen und Jugend. Das ist seit Mai Christine Lambrecht und die hat viel zu tun, denn sie ist ja auch Justiz- und Verbraucherschutzministerin. Und Herr Schweikart hat es gerade schon gesagt, sie wäre eigentlich total gerne hier, aber sie wird bei den Koalitionsverhandlungen gebraucht. Aber sie hat uns dieses Grußwort geschickt.
Liebe Nominierte, liebe Mitglieder der Jurys, liebe Jugendliche, liebe Gäste. Die Schriftstellerin Katja Lange-Müller hat einmal gesagt, Kochen und Schreiben haben viel miteinander zu tun. Der Aufwand dafür ist enorm groß, gegessen und gelesen aber wird viel zu schnell. Heute machen wir es besser. Heute halten wir inne und würdigen die Menschen, die in Text, Bild und Übersetzung alles geben, um junge Leserinnen und Leser zu begeistern. Wir würdigen die Nominierten zum Deutschen Jugendliteraturpreis. Und obwohl unsere Jurys ein unglaubliches Lesepensum von fast 6000 Seiten vor sich hatten, haben sie alle Bücher sorgsam und eingehend geprüft. Mal eben schnell gelesen wurde dann nichts. Und ich danke der Jury für ihren großartigen Einsatz. Dank ihrer Auswahl konnten unzählige Kinder und Jugendliche in den letzten Monaten in ganz Deutschland lesend die Welt umrunden und in spannende Geschichten eintauchen. Was mich als Jugendministerin besonders freut, beim Deutschen Jugendliteraturpreis stehen junge Menschen nicht nur im Mittelpunkt, sie bestimmen in der Jugendjury auch mit. Ihre Buchempfehlungen zünden ganz besonders und begeistern sicher auch junge Menschen, die mit Büchern bisher nicht so viel am Hut hatten. Junge Menschen für das Lesen begeistern. Dieses Ziel verfolgen wir auch mit unserem neuen Leseförderprojekt, den Literanauten. Der Arbeitskreis für Jugendliteratur und die Waldemar-Bonsel-Stiftung sind bereits mit an Bord. Meine Bitte ist, unterstützen Sie uns dabei, machen Sie mit, denn die Pandemie hat im Alltag junger Menschen tiefe Spuren hinterlassen. Kinder und Jugendliche brauchen gedankliche Freiräume und kreativen Ausgleich. Sie brauchen kulturelle Angebote, in denen sie sich und ihre Themen wiederfinden. Sie brauchen anregende, bewegende Geschichten. Und genau darum geht es heute beim Deutschen Jugendliteraturpreis. Es ist großartig, dass er auch in diesem Jahr stattfinden kann. Dafür danke ich dem Arbeitskreis für Jugendliteratur und all seinen Unterstützern, ganz besonders der Frankfurter Buchmesse. Jetzt wünsche ich Ihnen eine spannende Preisverleihung und viel Spaß. Ihre Christine Lambrecht.
Vielen Dank, Frau Ministerin. Aber Christine Lambrecht hat uns nicht nur dieses Grußwort geschickt, sondern auch die Frau, die jetzt gleich die Gewinnerinnen und Gewinner enthüllen wird. Juliane Seifert, Staatssekretärin. Herzlich willkommen, Frau Staatssekretärin. Nehmen Sie Platz. Ja, das freut mich sehr, dass Sie gekommen sind.
Ja, ich freue mich noch mehr.
Was bedeutet denn dem Ministerium der Jugendliteraturpreis?
Sehr viel. Also das Jugendministerium macht, und das Familienministerium und das Frauen- und Seniorenministerium macht ganz viele wichtige und ganz wunderbare Sachen. Aber auch wenn man im Haus so rumhört und wenn die Vorbereitung dann kommt, schon Wochen vor dem Jugendliteraturpreis, sind alle immer, reichen schon ehrfürchtig die Mappe und sagen, das ist der schönste Termin und der beste Termin. Und weil der uns einfach wirklich viel bedeutet, weil wir wissen, was Literatur, was Bücher für Kinder und Jugendliche bedeutet, wie wichtig die ist. Und deswegen ist das allen von uns ein besonderes Herzensanliegen.
Schön. Besonders gearbeitet haben nicht nur die Bücher und Verlage, ne, die jetzt hier eingereicht haben. Wir haben hier einige der Nominierten stehen, sind aber, glaube ich, auch noch zur Auffüllung Bücher aus den Vorjahren dabei. Aber besonders gearbeitet hat natürlich auch die Kritikerjury. Sie hat 667 Titel geprüft. Ministerin Lambrecht hat es gesagt, 6000 Seiten, ich habe das noch nicht umgerechnet, die aus dem Jahr 2020 von den Verlagen eingereicht wurden. In den Sparten Bilder, Kinder, Sach- und Jugendbuch. Die Jugendjury, haben wir jetzt auch schon gehört, die hat ihren eigenen Preis ermittelt aus 250 Neuerscheinungen. Und in diesen Sparten ist der Preis dotiert mit 10.000 €, den sich die AutorInnen, IllustratorInnen und ÜbersetzerInnen aufteilen. 10.000 € gibt es auch für den Sonderpreis Neue Talente Übersetzung. 2021 waren 3 deutsche Übersetzerinnen nominiert mit besonders herausragenden Werken im Bereich der Kinder- und Jugendliteratur aus den Jahren 2018, 19 und 20. Die sucht die Sonderpreisjury aus und die sucht auch die Sonderpreisträgerin, den Sonderpreisträger für das Gesamtwerk Übersetzung aus. Der ist mit 12.000 € dotiert in diesem Jahr. Und jetzt muss ich noch ein bisschen was zur Verfahrensweise hier sagen. Alle Nominierten, die jetzt hier im Publikum sitzen, die Momos, das ist der Preis, der sehr schwere und schöne Preis, der natürlich an Michael Endes Momo erinnert. Die stehen da vorne, anders als sonst, und ich vermisse sie so tief, sind unsere Vorlesekinder nicht dabei, geht nicht wegen der Pandemie. Das heißt aber für sie, sie müssen sich selber so eine Momo mitnehmen und sich dann aufs Sofa setzen. Wir begegnen uns nicht, wir winken uns herzlich und schicken Herzchen durch die Luft, aber wir fassen uns nicht an, okay? Also, jetzt geht's los. Wir beginnen mit der Sparte Bilderbuch. In den nominierten Bilderbüchern, da geht es ums Meer, es geht um einen besonderen Garten, es geht um die Stadt, es geht um Clownsfische, Kanarienvögel, Füchse, mal gemalt in Pastellneon oder einem kräftigen Neonorange oder mit impressionistischen Tupfern. Hier die Nominierten.
Alfie und der Clownfisch. Einfühlsam und in klarer Sprache erzählt dieses zarte Bilderbuch von den Nöten des schüchternen jungen Alfie. Die Illustrationen schöpfen aus der Vielfalt der australischen Unterwasserwelt und spiegeln Alfies sich verändernde Seelenzustände. Unsichtbar in der großen Stadt. Unerhört. Ein Kind läuft ganz allein durch eine hektische, verwirrende Großstadt. Im Text spricht der Ich-Erzähler dabei fortwährend ein rätselhaftes Du an. Er ermutigt es, warnt vor gefährlichen Orten, verrät ihm sichere Verstecke und Abkürzungen. Wer spricht hier mit wem? »189. Im 19. Jahrhundert sind die Kanarienvögel aus dem Harz durch ihren speziellen Gesang weltberühmt geworden. Erzählt wird von einem dieser Vögel, der von einem Händler erworben und mit 188 weiteren bis in die USA verschifft wird. In den fantasieanregenden Illustrationen werden sein Gesang hörbar und seine Träume sichtbar. Im Garten von Monet. Dieses Bilderbuch stellt Kindern den Impressionisten Claude Monet vor. In großformatigen Bildern wird er als Person gezeigt und sein Stil interpretiert. Seine künstlerische Entwicklung wird über seine Lebensspanne hinweg nachgezeichnet. Der kleine Fuchs. Übermütig saust ein kleiner Fuchs in einer Dünenlandschaft herum, bis er plötzlich weit durch die Luft fliegt und mit einem Schlag auf dem Strand aufprallt. Reglos bleibt er liegen und beginnt von den Stationen seines Lebens zu träumen. Text und Illustration feiern die Schönheit und die Zerbrechlichkeit des Lebens. Der Stein und das Meer. Ein kleiner grüner Stein liegt seit Jahrtausenden auf einem Felsen im Meer. Doch mit der Zeit wächst seine Neugier, den Platz zu verlassen und selbst ins Meer einzutauchen. Die Geschichte von seiner Reise scheint nicht von dieser Welt zu sein. Das wird die Lust am Fabulieren und Philosophieren wachhalten.
So, da klappt der Rücken des letzten nominierten Buches zu, Frau Staatssekretärin. Greifen Sie doch den ersten goldenen Umschlag und sagen uns, wer in der Sparte Bilderbuch gewonnen hat. Spannungsmusik.
Ja. Wollte ich ja immer schon mal so Umschläge öffnen. Es ist endlich soweit.
Kriegen Sie auch so ein bisschen klamme Hände?
Mhm. So. Der Deutsche Jugendliteraturpreis 2021 geht an das Bilderbuch Unsichtbar in der großen Stadt, erschienen im Aladdin Verlag.
Ja, große Freude. Die Übersetzerin Bernadette Ott ist hier bei uns. Kommen Sie zu uns auf die Bühne. Nehmen Sie sich bitte eine Momo. Juhu! Und nehmen Sie Platz. Da ist auch ein Mikrofon, genau. Ja, wir hätten jetzt auch gerne Sidney Smith zugeschaltet aus Kanada, aber vielleicht ist Kanada auch so aufgestellt mit Breitband-Internet wie Deutschland. Er konnte sich irgendwie nicht zuschalten. Dann reden wir mit der Übersetzerin sehr gerne, Frau Ott. Hätten wir ja sowieso auch gemacht.
Gerne,
ne?
gerne. Ich kann ihn natürlich nicht wirklich ersetzen als Übersetzerin, aber ich versuche.
Was war der erste Eindruck, den Sie hatten, als Sie Unsichtbar in der großen Stadt gelesen haben? Und was dachten Sie denn eigentlich, wohin dieses Kind unterwegs ist in dem Buch?
Also ich fand es ganz, ganz großartig und vielleicht ist Lesen auch erstmal gar nicht der richtige Ausdruck dafür, weil es natürlich erstmal auch ein Buch zum Schauen ist. Also es ist zum Lesen und zum Schauen. Es ist ja wirklich eine Bildererzählung, die auf eine ganz besondere und eigene Weise angelegt ist. Also sowohl im Zeichnerischen als auch vom Erzählerischen, weil man am Anfang wirklich nicht weiß, um wen es geht, wer das Du ist und ob das Du eigentlich der Junge ist, der sich durch die Stadt bewegt oder zurechtfinden muss oder wonach er sucht. Das stellt sich erst im Verlauf des Buches raus. Und auch ich muss ehrlicherweise sagen, ich habe es nicht von Anfang an gemerkt.
Aber das ist eben das Tolle an schönen Bilderbüchern. Je öfter man sie sieht, desto mehr Hinweise findet man ja auch im Verlauf, worum es eigentlich geht. Jetzt haben Sie das gerade schon gesagt, da gibt es so einen Überraschungsmoment. Worauf mussten Sie denn beim Übersetzen achten, damit Sie eben dieses Spiel mit den Perspektiven und mit den Erwartungen nicht kaputt machen zwischendurch? Worauf mussten Sie da Acht geben?
Dass das in der Schwebe bleibt tatsächlich. Also das ist vielleicht nicht für jede Formulierung ausschlaggebend gewesen, aber an einer ganz bestimmten Stelle war es schon sehr wichtig, das so offen zu lassen und so schwebend. Und in der Begründung, also für die Übersetzung stand, es sei sehr behutsam übersetzt, und ich finde, in dem Fall trifft es das auch, weil dieses Behutsame wichtig war für diese Art von Schwebezustand der Erzählung.
Vielen Dank, Bernadette Ott. Grüßen Sie bitte Sidney Smith, falls Sie noch mit ihm sprechen wollen oder werden. Er bekommt auch eine Momo. Vielen Dank.
Danke auch.
Sie müssen jetzt, weil wir brauchen das Sofa dann. Sie können Sie alles mitnehmen, genau. Nur das Mikrofon nicht. In den Nominierten, also jetzt sollte die Musik aus, weil ich würde jetzt weiterreden. In den nominierten Kinderbüchern kriegen die Heldinnen und Helden ganz schön was mit. Krieg, Fremdsein, Armut. Und die Eltern sind nicht nur keine Hilfe, sondern manchmal schaffen sie zusätzliche Probleme. Helfen können und tun letztendlich auch die richtigen Freunde. Das sind die Nominierten.
Mano. Aus kindlich naiver Perspektive berichtet dieses Comic-Album von großen und kleinen, witzigen, ernsten und mitunter auch traurigen Ereignissen einer erinnerten Kindheit in den 1970er Jahren. Bildliches und sprachliches Erzählen sind geschickt inszeniert und zeigen ein generationsübergreifendes Familienleben. Pembo muss von der türkischen Mittelmeerküste ins graue Hamburg ziehen. Für die Familie eine Zerreißprobe. Die humorvoll bildhafte Sprache mit türkischen Worteinsprengseln zieht unmittelbar in ihren Bann. Kunstvolle Tuschezeichnungen verleihen dem Gefühlschaos auch bildlich treffend Ausdruck. Rosalie. Während des Ersten Weltkriegs ist Rosalies Vater an der Front. Seine Briefe liest die Mutter vor. Aber die Fünfjährige spürt, dass sie ihr etwas verheimlicht. Das treibt Rosalie an zu ihrer geheimen Mission. Lesen lernen. Mit großer Ernsthaftigkeit erobert sie sich die Teilhabe an der Lebensrealität der Erwachsenen. Irgendwo ist immer Süden. Als ihre Mitschüler von ihren Ferienplänen berichten, behauptet Ina, dass sie auch in den Süden fährt, obwohl sich ihre alleinerziehende Mutter gar keinen Urlaub leisten kann. Der Roman besticht durch eine aktuelle Thematik und führt eindrucksvoll vor Augen, was in der Freundschaft wirklich zählt. Haifischzähne. Zwei Kinder in den Niederlanden begegnen sich auf dem Fahrrad. Der eine ein Ausreißer, die andere im Rennen gegen das Schicksal. Geradezu widerwillig formieren sie eine Reisegemeinschaft, die sich als Glücksfall erweist und beiden hilft, sich ihren Dämonen zu stellen. Ihre ungewöhnliche Tour wird spannend, dicht und anschaulich erlebbar. Adresse unbekannt. Felix und seine Mutter haben ihre Wohnung verloren und hausen in einem alten Campingbus. Die Abwärtsspirale in die Obdachlosigkeit wird aus Felix' Sicht so erschütternd wie glaubwürdig geschildert. Eindringlich führt er seine Überlebensstrategien zwischen Verzweiflung und Hoffnung vor Augen. Mit Witz und Situationskomik werden die Ereignisse sensibel ausbalanciert.
Die Sparte Kinderbücher. Spannungsmusik könnten wir jetzt noch gebrauchen. Erst dann wird Frau Seifert den Umschlag überhaupt erst anfassen,
ohne Musik mache ich gar nichts.
Wer gewinnt in der Sparte Kinderbuch?
Also, der Deutsche Jugendliteraturpreis 2021 geht an das Kinderbuch Irgendwo ist immer Süden, erschienen bei WuBooks.
Ja, wo sind Sie denn? Ah, da. Man hört, irgendwie hat sich die Akustik verändert hier im Saal. Früher hat man immer das Schreien gehört. Come to the stage, please. Marianne Kaurin, Autorin, und Franziska Hüter, Übersetzerin. Please, this is your award. Among a little bit of cash. And Sie können auch eine Momo nehmen. And take a seat, please. There are your microphones. Congratulations. How do you feel?
Astonished and overwhelmed and very happy. Thank you so much.
Und Sie, Frau Hüter?
Gleichfalls auch überwältigt.
Okay, ich sehe schon, Sie werden richtig lange Antworten geben. Miss Kaurin, ich stelle die Frage erstmal auf Deutsch. Ina ist hin und her gerissen zwischen diesen coolen Mädchen und diesem gut aussehenden Markus, die in den schicken Einfamilienhäusern leben und angeben. Und dann ist da Wilma, der sich um all das nicht zu scheren scheint. Und ich frage mich, woher hat er diese Autonomie? Sie kennen ihn ja sehr gut. Woher hat er diesen inneren Kompass? Ina, the hero of your book, she's torn between the cool girls in hyphens and the good-looking Marcus who are living in posh houses and are showing off a lot. And then there's Wilma who doesn't seem to care about these things at all. And you know Wilma very well. Where does he have this autonomy and inner compass from?
I wanted to create a character who was very secure of himself, in contrast to my main character, who is the opposite. She's feeling insecure and she wants to fit in with the rest, while he is like, he doesn't care. And it was very fun to write a character like that.
Also Frau Kaurin sagt, hat sehr Spaß gemacht, Wilma zu schreiben, weil er das Gegenteil ist von der Heldin Ina. Er ist nämlich sicher und kümmert sich um nichts. Und Ina ist eben genau das Gegenteil daraus, aus dieser Spannung, von der lebt ja das Buch auch, ne?
Ja. Auch von meiner Seite erstmal herzlichen Glückwunsch an Sie beide für dieses tolle Buch. Und das Buch geht ja auch, oder ist ja auch, Teil der Geschichte ist ja auch, ausgeschlossen zu sein von der Gruppe oder Teil einer Gruppe zu sein, was heutzutage gerade auch in Zeiten von Social Media auch immer für viele Kinder und Jugendliche ein Problem ist. Was raten Sie denen? Nochmal auf Englisch, congratulations for your book and for the prize.
Thank you.
And the award. And you're writing in your book about being not integrated in a group or being excluded from a group. And I guess quite many children and young people are in the same or similar situation, and it might become even worse because of social media, where one can see how your friends have many clicks for their pictures during the holiday and so on. So what is your advice for parents and children?
Well, it's very difficult to give any advice because people share stuff in social media, but maybe you can just think a bit of what you share and how you present yourself, because there's always someone feeling left out.
Also Frau Kaurin sagt, dass man eben einfach mal vielleicht einmal öfter darüber nachdenken sollte, wie man sich selber präsentiert, gerade in sozialen Netzwerken, und was man teilt, weil es ja auch immer sein kann, dass sich jemand anderes davon ausgeschlossen fühlt. Frau Hüter, wenn in dieser Geschichte nicht Namen wären wie der Siedlung, wo Wilma und Ina wohnen, Tillebacken oder eben Wilma auch als Name, dann könnte man ja auch denken, das spielt in Deutschland. Ne? Also ich glaube, so von den Lebenswelten gab es gar nicht so viel zu übertragen. Aber wie haben Sie diesen inneren Monolog von Ina, die Scham, das Verliebtsein, und das wechselt ja auch in diesen Teenager-Tagen so hoch und runter, wie haben Sie das stimmig zu übertragen geschafft?
Genau, das war natürlich die Schwierigkeit, den treffenden Ton, also authentisch für so eine 11-Jährige rüberzubringen, die ja auch gleichzeitig mit ganz viel Witz erzählt. Und also, das Buch war ein absolutes Herzensprojekt und dementsprechend habe ich natürlich ganz lang daran gearbeitet, auch mit der Lektorin. Es war wirklich ein Herzensprojekt für uns alle. Ich habe mit meiner Schwester noch ganz viel dran gearbeitet, auch um das einfach so stimmig rüberzubringen.
Aber die ist nicht 11.
Nein, die ist nicht 11, aber deutlich jünger als ich. Und genau, es war einfach wichtig, dass der Ton einfach für die Altersgruppe richtig passt.
Ja, schön. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Applaus. Es ist schon ein bisschen komisch, ne? Nur aus der Ferne mit den Augenlidern so zu winken. Ne? Wir kommen zur nächsten Sparte, die Jugendbücher. Die erzählen von der Vergangenheit, von der DDR oder aus dem Zweiten Weltkrieg, aber da nicht aus der deutschen Perspektive, sondern aus niederländischer oder litauischer. Aber sie zeigen auch die Gegenwart und denken über die Zukunft nach. Hier die Nominierten.
Sibiru Haiku. 1941. Sowjetische Truppen verschleppen ganze Familien aus Litauen nach Sibirien. Unter den Deportierten ist der 8-jährige Algis. Aus seiner Perspektive wird vom Leiden, aber auch von der Solidarität im Lager erzählt. Die Graphic Novel entreißt ein bewegendes Kapitel europäischer Geschichte dem Vergessen. Sankt Irgendwas. Es steht außer Frage, dass die Klassenfahrt der 10b eskaliert ist. Aber warum und wieso, darüber hüllen sich alle in Schweigen. Solidarität und Zusammenhalt prägen die letzten gemeinsamen Tage im Klassenverband. Tamara Bachs teilweise lakonischer, aber immer authentischer Ton entfaltet eine poetische Kraft, die fesselt und berührt. Verraten. Nach einem vorübergehenden Aufenthalt in einem gefängnisähnlichen Durchgangsheim der DDR-Jugendhilfe soll Sebastian seinen Vater und seine Mitschüler bespitzeln. Grit Poppe ist es gelungen, ein bisher wenig beachtetes Thema der DDR-Geschichte detailliert, spannend und anschaulich aufzubereiten. Sie schildert die perfide Rekrutierung Jugendlicher für die Stasi. Papierklavier. Die 16-jährige Maya hat es nicht leicht. Mit authentischer Stimme lehnt Maya sich auf gegen gängige Schönheits- und Verhaltensnormen und kämpft selbstbewusst für jedes noch so kleine Glück. Dieses Tage- bzw. Skizzenbuch ist eine literarästhetische Gesamtkomposition in Text und Bild. Reden ist Verrat. 1941. Eine 15-Jährige schließt sich in ihrer niederländischen Heimat einer Widerstandsgruppe gegen die deutschen Besatzer an. In diesem packenden Roman auf Basis der Erinnerungen von Freddy Overstegen wird deren Denken und Fühlen in allen Nuancen greifbar. Das Buch zeichnet ein vielschichtiges Bild eines unendlich mutigen Mädchens. Future History 2050. Nach dem großen Klimakollaps ist die Welt eine andere. Billy interviewt ihre Großmutter, die von Fehleinschätzungen und Versäumnissen ihrer Generation berichtet. Im Stil einer Dokumentation zeigt dieser dystopische Text, wie weitreichend verantwortungsloses Handeln in Klimafragen sich auswirken kann.
Wir enthüllen die Sparte Jugendbuch. Da ist schon dieser Spannungsschlag.
Da ist der schöne Umschlag. Steht auch was drauf auf dem Umschlag oder auf der Karte drin. Und zwar, der Deutsche Jugendliteraturpreis 2021 geht an das Jugendbuch Sibiru Haiku, erschienen bei Baobab Books.
Und wir haben Yoga Wiele tatsächlich zugeschaltet. Ich hoffe, da hat das Internet funktioniert. Vielleicht können wir sie zuschalten. Aber wir haben auch Saskia Drude, die Übersetzerin hier. Ihre Momo Ihr Sitzplatz. Congratulations. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. You were writing down the memories of your father, but the war generation is known for rather not talking and being silent about what happened to them. How was that with your father?
Well, my father was still a little boy when he experienced all that. So he didn't have a lot of memories, but he had some kind of funny stories, adventures to tell me. And not saying, because he couldn't speak at that time about Siberia, not saying exactly why and where it happened. But these little stories before sleep about some potato or some which they would find and they would be happy really mocked me, you know. So then later when we could speak about this, of course I remembered this, and I read a lot of other stories about the exile, and they mixed up and in my mind, and this is from where the book was born. But first of all, I would like to thank you. You know, I'm just here talking about the book. It's such a great event tonight. What's happening here? I mean, thank you very much. I would like to thank you. I see Saskia, our translator, without whom it wouldn't be translated to German. I would like to thank you, Sonia Matterson, our publisher, who published the book and believed in us. And now she will be happy because she would say, yeah, I did the right thing. And Sonia, thank you so much. I would like to thank Sigita, our Lithuanian publisher, who is there tonight. And she's the first who believed in me when I was writing the story. So thank you very, very much. And I would like to thank Lina Itagaki, the illustrator of the book, with whom I created actually this world, this book, which is actually the world. So thank you, first of all, very, very much. It's a great, great honor. And I bought champagne. I was not hoping, but I bought champagne and I will drink it alone.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch, Jurga Wiele. Also sie hat einen Champagner gekauft. Sie hat nicht damit gerechnet, dass sie gewinnt, aber jetzt wird sie ihn alleine trinken. Hat sich bedankt bei ihrer litauischen Verlegerin, die als erste an diese Idee geglaubt hat. Dann natürlich beim deutschen Verlag, der auch noch dran geglaubt hat. Bei der Übersetzerin, bei der Illustratorin, mit der sie diese Geschichte kreiert hat. Und als Antwort auf die Frage ich habe gefragt nach den Erinnerungen des Vaters, weil davon ist auch dieses Buch inspiriert. Der gehört zu der Kriegsgeneration, aber die reden ja eigentlich nicht so gerne darüber. Ich wollte wissen, wie das bei ihrem Vater war, und sie sagte, er war eben sehr klein, und das, was er erzählt hat, und er hat das gar nicht so konkret gemacht, dass das in einem sibirischen Straflager war, aber er hat erzählt von diesen Kinderabenteuern, wenn man irgendwie ein Abenteuer erlebt hat oder Kartoffeln gefunden hat, und in ihrem Kopf hat sich das alles vermischt mit dem, was ihr dann auch noch eingefallen ist, und daraus wurde dann das Buch. Sie haben noch eine Frage an Frau Drude.
Genau, das ist ja kein normales Buch, auch für eine Übersetzerin, nehme ich an, ist einerseits eine Graphic Novel, was ja sicher nochmal andere Anforderungen hat, aber auch im Hintergrund spielt litauische Geschichte mit rein, sowjetische, deutsche. Wie war das für Sie als Übersetzerin, oder wie mussten Sie sich auch vorbereiten oder mussten Sie sich anders vorbereiten?
Ja, also mit der litauischen Geschichte bin ich ja seit einiger Zeit schon vertraut, weil ich seit etlichen Jahren schon aus dem Litauischen übersetze. Aber es ging natürlich auch darum, wie man das für Deutsche vermittelt, die dieses Hintergrundwissen nicht so sehr haben. Und deswegen war es dann sinnvoll, auch in einem Nachwort noch ein bisschen zum Hintergrund auch zu beschreiben. Und von meiner Seite möchte ich auch gerne mich Jurga anschließen und sagen, dass es eben ein ganz besonderes Teamwork war an dieser Übersetzung, also an diesem Buch erstmal und an der Übersetzung. Denn ich konnte jederzeit fragen, ich konnte die Illustratorin fragen, ich konnte die Autorin fragen, die Verlegerin und auch noch meine Kollegin, die das ins Französische übersetzt hat und die auch schon Erfahrungen hatte und mit den Herausforderungen vertraut war und so. Also es war einfach eine tolle Zusammenarbeit.
Ja, das klingt so nett. Nächstes Jahr will ich auch mit Ihnen zusammenarbeiten. So ein schönes Team hört sich das an. Vielen, vielen Dank und Cheers Frau
Cheers,
Wiele.
it's in the fridge, but later I will drink it.
You have
Thank
the,
you
you
very
have
much.
the whole night. Vielen Dank. Applaus. Danke. Ja, vielen Dank. Nehmen Sie Platz. Es bleibt von der Kritikerjury noch die Sparte Sachbuch. Da helfen die nominierten Sachbücher Kindern in die Welt zu verstehen durch Zahlen oder Statistiken, aber auch die Komplexität der Umwelt über Beispiele wie Nationalparks oder das Leben von Nutz- und Zuchttieren oder dem kompletten Ökosystem Erde. Immer geht es aber auch darum, was die Politik ja gerade mit am meisten beschäftigt, nämlich wie wir bewusster und nachhaltiger auf der Erde leben können.
Es geht rund. In Natur und Technik sind Kreisläufe ein Grundprinzip. Der Clou dieses Sachbuches aus stabiler Pappe ist die gestalterische Idee, die ebenso genial wie einfach erscheint. Hier werden 9 verschiedene Kreisläufe in einem Buch präsentiert, das aufgeklappt selbst kreisrund ist. Das wahre Leben der Bauernhoftiere. Mit fotorealistisch anmutenden Bildern lädt dieses Sachbilderbuch ein, sich mit Nutztierhaltung und Lebensmittelgewinnung zu beschäftigen. Es zeigt Schweine, Rinder, Schafe, Ziegen, Hühner, abseits des Bauernhof-Idylls, das gerade in der Kinderliteratur gerne aufgetischt wird. Auf nach Yellowstone. Dieser großformatige Sachcomic führt in die faszinierende und facettenreiche Welt der Nationalparks. Im Wechselspiel von Comic-Episoden, Schaubildern und Detailansichten werden nützliche Grundlagen ebenso vermittelt wie Wissen zu Tieren, Pflanzen und landschaftlichen Besonderheiten. »100 Kinder«. Wie leben die 2 Milliarden Kinder dieser Welt? Dieses Sachbuch beantwortet die Frage durch ein Gedankenexperiment. Dabei werden abstrakte Zahlen auf 100 Kinder heruntergebrochen. Leicht lesbare und doch bewegende Texte stehen neben verständlichen Zeichnungen und Infografiken. Zählen, Rechnen, Messen. Mathematik zeigt sich hier von ihrer praktischen Seite. Anfänger wie Fortgeschrittene werden direkt in die Materie geholt. So ist man bei der Entdeckung und Benennung der einfachen Maßsysteme dabei, lernt Zeitzonen kennen, aber auch das Binärsystem und Codes. All das wird mit moderner Bildsprache präsentiert. Eine neue Welt. Ausgehend von einer dichten Situationsanalyse wird über die Entwicklungsgeschichte der Menschheit nachgedacht, über Fortschritt und Wachstum und die ökologische Krise. Was das klug durchdachte Buch so wertvoll macht, ist seine klare Antwort. Die einzig zuverlässige Quelle der Änderung liegt in uns, in jedem Einzelnen.
Das Sachbuch. Welches hat denn den Preis, den Jugendliteraturpreis gewonnen?
Also.
Jetzt will ich ein Schreien hören, so ein richtiges Jubeln. Und zwar so laut, dass wir das hier auch auf der Bühne hören, okay? Also wer auch immer gewinnt.
Gut. Der Deutsche Jugendliteraturpreis 2021 geht an das Sachbuch 100 Kinder, erschienen im Gabriel Verlag.
Genau so habe ich mir das vorgestellt. Christoph Drösser und Nora Könenberg, kommen Sie zu uns auf die Bühne. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Nee, jeder kann eine nehmen. Da lassen wir uns hier nicht lumpen. Ja, herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Dankeschön.
Danke. Man könnte dieses Buch ja auch Privilegien checken nennen, ne? Denn es macht auf ganz elegante Weise klar, dass es vielen, also Kinder schlechter geht, als es bei uns irgendwie der Fall ist. Statistisch gibt es eben viel mehr, die schlechter leben. Welches ist denn Ihre liebste Zahl, Ihre liebste Statistik, die Sie gefunden haben?
Ist schwer zu sagen. Hast du eine Lieblingsstatistik? Ich kann dazu sagen, es ist immer leichter, die schlimmen Zahlen rauszukriegen über die Kinder der Welt als die guten Zahlen.
Mhm.
Ja? Also wie viele Kinder unter Hunger leiden oder vom Krieg vertrieben worden sind. Da gibt es das internationale Kinderhilfswerk, UNICEF und so weiter. Wenn ich wissen will, wie viele ein Fahrrad haben oder mit Lego spielen, ist das schwieriger rauszukriegen. Ich fand sehr beeindruckend, ich habe mir die Statistiken des Weltspielzeughandels rausgesucht und wir haben auch eine Karte dazu gemacht und man sieht halt, die paar Kinder, die in Europa und Nordamerika leben, haben halt zusammen 70 oder 80% des Spielzeugs, was in der Welt verkauft wird. Und natürlich spielen die anderen Kinder auch. Die spielen dann halt mit was man gar nicht unbedingt im Geschäft kaufen muss, sondern was vielleicht irgendwie auf der Straße rumliegt. Aber das ist so eine Ungleichheit, die doch sehr ins Auge sticht.
Mhm. Eine kurze Frage, eine einfache Frage, aber die finde ich ziemlich schwer zu beantworten ist. Wie schafft man das, 100 Kinder der Welt illustratorisch darzustellen, ohne in Klischees zu verfallen?
Ich weiß auch nicht, ich habe einfach angefangen. Also das war auch so ein Prozess, dass ich erst das Titelbild gemacht habe. Ich weiß, es ist wahrscheinlich immer so, was natürlich extrem schwierig ist, weil man das Titelbild am liebsten zum Schluss machen würde. Und dafür habe ich erstmal 100 Kinder gezeichnet und die mussten aber, das musste eher eine Auswahl sein, damit wir in Deutschland auch was damit anfangen können. Also wenn wir da jetzt schon angefangen hätten mit über 60 asiatischen Kindern, das wäre wahrscheinlich schwierig geworden. Und deswegen habe ich erstmal 100 Kinder gezeichnet, wie ich sie so aus meinem Umfeld kenne. Ich habe aber tatsächlich auch, was ich in den Straßen drauf geachtet, wie ziehen die sich an, was kommt mir da so entgegen. Bei der Schule meiner Tochter oder der Kita habe ich einfach so um mich geguckt. Und dann gab es ja noch die anderen 100 Kinder, die halt auf der Weltkarte sind. Und dafür habe ich auch recherchiert natürlich und habe viel gegoogelt, Bilder gegoogelt und so weiter. Und ich weiß nicht, ob es mir gelungen ist. Wenn Sie das sagen, ist das natürlich toll. Aber das kann ich natürlich nicht überprüfen. Ich hatte immer so ein bisschen Angst, nachher schlägt das jemand auf aus einem anderen Land oder mit einem anderen Hintergrund als meinem eigenen und sagt, oh mein Gott, das ist eben totales Klischee, da sehe ich mich gar nicht drin. Aber Dankeschön.
Und unsere Kinder sind auch drin.
Stimmt, ich habe unsere Kinder auch reingeschmuggelt an manchen Stellen.
Schön. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Alles Gute. Damit sind wir mit den Sparten der Kritikerjury am Ende und wollen natürlich wissen, einmal Applaus erstmal noch für die beiden. Und jetzt müssen Sie, jetzt rufen wir gleich die Vorsitzende der Kritikerjury auf die Bühne. Das heißt, Sie können sich ins Publikum setzen. Denn wir wollen natürlich wissen, was macht denn die ausgezeichneten Titel so ausgezeichnet? Und dafür, das entscheidet die Kritikerjury. Das sind Christiane Bentin, Stefanie Hetze, Rebecca Putzke, Dr. Michael Stiersdorfer, Ulrike Schönherr, Professor Dr. Dieter Wrobel, Dr. Renate Grubert und Marlene Zörer. 667, mittlerweile glaube ich, werden Sie die Zahl nicht mehr vergessen, hat die Kritikerjury gelesen, bewertet und diskutiert und die besten Bücher in den Sparten Bilder, Kinder, Jugend und Sachbücher herausgesucht. Vielen Dank wirklich schon mal dafür, der gesamten Kritikerjury. Und die Vorsitzende ist Professor Dr. Karin Fach. Kommen Sie bitte zu uns auf die Bühne. Das ist ja gar nicht so unaufwendig, ne? Es wissen so ein paar Leute Bescheid, wer gewonnen hat, aber selbst bei den proben wir nicht mit den echten Informationen, damit nicht irgendwo jemand steht und was mitkriegt. Und für Sie, die das ja als allererste wissen, wer gewonnen hat, was ist das für Sie denn für ein Moment jetzt, wo die Gewinner aus dem Sack sind?
Ja, ich glaube, wenn ich jetzt meine Kolleginnen so im Dunkeln sehe, dann weiß ich, dass das für uns alle ein ganz großartiger Moment ist. Also wir haben ja so viel daran gearbeitet. Der Deutsche Jugendliteraturpreis ist ja für dieses Jahr auch ein Teil unseres Lebens gewesen. Und wir haben intensiv diskutiert und sind jetzt glücklich, dass wir hier auf der Buchmesse auf dieser wunderbaren Bühne die Bücher so schön präsentiert bekommen haben. Ein Höhepunkt unserer Arbeit.
Was muss denn... Wollte jemand applaudieren? Immer. Was muss denn ein Siegertitel haben?
Also ich möchte erstmal sagen, dass alle Nominierten Sieger sind. Also auch nochmal herzlichen Glückwunsch an alle, die nominiert waren. Klar, am Ende muss man sich dann entscheiden und wir hatten wirklich auch, wir haben intensiv diskutiert, weil auch alle Nominierten so ein hohes literarisches Niveau hatten, so eine ausgezeichnete Qualität. Wir haben dann 4 Siegertitel gewählt, die aus unserer Sicht hervorstechen, aufgrund des thematischen Zuschnitts, aufgrund der besonderen Erzähl- und Darstellungsformen. Und das Besondere bei allen Titeln ist auch die Perspektive der Kinder, nämlich alle Bücher machen die Perspektive der Kinder auf die Welt stark und zeigen Kinder als Subjekte ihres Handelns. Die Kinder entwickeln kreative Problemlösungsvorschläge und sie entwickeln sogar Überlebensstrategien in sehr menschenunwürdigen Verhältnissen.
Gucken wir uns das noch genauer an. Wir haben hier die Gewinnertitel eingeblendet. Bilderbuch, unsichtbar in der großen Stadt. Das ist ja der Weg eines Kindes von A nach B. Was macht diesen Weg so besonders?
Ja, Sidney Smith hat ein Meisterwerk der Bilderbuchkunst geschaffen. Zum ersten Mal, wir haben es schon gehört, nicht nur als Illustrator, sondern auch als Autor. Er hat eine eher in der Literatur seltene Du-Erzählung geschaffen. Und dann kommen natürlich die Bilder ins Spiel. Wenn wir die Bilder betrachten, dann spüren wir förmlich die Kälte, das Eis, den Schnee in dieser Großstadt. Also sozusagen Wasser in allen Aggregatzuständen wird spürbar. Durch seine virtuose Farbgebung, durch den Pinselstrich ist das zu erleben. Und dazu kommt noch, dass er mit großen und kleinen Panels, mit ganzseitigen Bildern arbeitet und so auch die Eindrücke der Stadt sehr gut einfängt.
Das Kinderbuch, irgendwo ist immer Süden. Was ist seine Qualität?
Marianne Kaurin hat ein Kinderbuch geschrieben, das sehr vielschichtig ist. Vielschichtig in der Figurenkonstruktion, auch vielschichtig durch die verschiedenen Erzählstränge, die sie kunstvoll miteinander verwebt. Und es ist ein ernstes Buch, ein herzzerreißendes Buch und zugleich spielt es auch mit sehr viel Komik. Uns hat in der Jury besonders gefallen, dass die beiden Protagonistinnen, Wilma und Ina, in ihrem kindlichen Spiel einen Raum inszenieren, in dem sie sich weiterentwickeln können und für den Alltag gestärkt werden.
Und sogar knutschen, ne? Das Jugendbuch, das ist eine ungewöhnliche Entscheidung, dass das Siegerbuch eine Graphic Novel ist. Was macht die so besonders?
Ja, an dieser Graphic Novel kann man nicht vorbeikommen. Sie erzählt einen Teil europäischer Geschichte, der nicht so bekannt ist, nämlich diese massenhafte Deportation litauischer Bürgerinnen und Bürger. Und es wird aus der Sicht des jungen Algis erzählt, der das Leiden der Menschen in den sibirischen Lagern schildert und aber zugleich auch diesen Überlebenswillen deutlich macht und auch die Solidarität der Deportierten. Die Graphic Novel ist ein Gesamtkunstwerk, besticht durch die eindringliche Sprache in sehr guter Übersetzung, durch die Kombination verschiedener Textsorten und durch ein variationsreiches, neuartiges Bildprogramm.
Und jetzt haben wir noch das Sachbuch und da geht es um alle Kinder.
Genau, es geht um die 2 Milliarden Kinder auf dieser Welt und in diesem Sachbuch gelingt es wunderbar, Statistiken verständlich zu machen und zwar durch dieses kluge Gedankenexperiment, von dem wir eben schon gehört haben, dass nämlich alles umgerechnet wird auf 100 Kinder und es wird deutlich, was es heißt, Kind zu sein in dieser Welt. Kinderalltag auf den verschiedenen Kontinenten sichtbar zu machen und auch die unterschiedlichen Lebensbedingungen aufzuzeigen, aber auch Gemeinsames der Kinder darzustellen. Und all das zusammen, nämlich diese Texte, die Illustrationen und die sehr guten Infografiken, machen neugierig auf die Welt und ihre Kinder.
Vielen Dank, Frau Fach, für diese Erklärungen. Ich glaube, wir haben das alle super verstanden. Ein Applaus bitte stellvertretend, auch für die gesamte Kritikerjury. Vielen Dank.
Danke.
Die Kritikerjury ist super fleißig, aber es gibt eine Jury, die ist noch fleißiger. Das ist nämlich die Jugendjury. Die lesen, bewerten, diskutieren, Titel auch, aber dann, früher haben sie sich hier hingestellt und für jedes Buch eine kleine Theaterinszenierung sich ausgedacht. Geht jetzt nicht, haben sie es halt eben in den Film übertragen. Das sehen wir gleich. Mit dabei war der CG Leseklub Bamberg, die Münchner Bücherfresser, die Lesartigen aus Berlin, der Leseklub des Friedrich-Spee-Gymnasiums in Trier, der SAS Lesezeichenclub aus Königstein und der Rabenclub aus Ravensburg. Applaus und bitteschön.
Sie rissen Bilder von den Wänden, zogen Schubladen auf den Kommoden, schmissen Kleider umher. Als sich meine Augen an das Licht gewöhnt hatten, sah ich die 7 SS-Männer mit Hakenkreuzarmbinden, die in mein Zuhause eingedrungen waren.
Als mein Großvater kam und mir half, meinen Vater wieder auf die Beine zu ziehen, nachdem er von den Polizisten zusammengeschlagen wurde, hatte ich es verstanden. Happy musste Kuba verlassen. Noch heute.
Ich schaute an meinem Haus hoch. Die gesamte Vorderseite war weggebrochen. Es war, als schaute man in ein gigantisches Puppenhaus. Spätestens jetzt war klar, dass wir nicht in Aleppo bleiben konnten.
Der Weg über das Meer war unsere letzte Hoffnung.
Hey, ich bin David.
Hey, voll lustig, ich auch. Wo lebst du?
In Hamburg. Und du?
Kampala, Uganda.
Warum willst du weg aus Uganda?
Weil ich sonst eingesperrt werde.
Warum sollst du eingesperrt werden?
Weil ich mit einem Freund beim Sex erwischt wurde. Von seinem Vater. Ich bin 16. Bin heil aus Uganda rausgekommen. Jetzt in Lagos.
In Lagos? Da gibt's doch die Todesstrafe für Schwule. David? David?
Ich sitze in meinem Zimmer mit meinem Mathebuch vor mir und habe noch keine Aufgabe gelöst, als es losgeht. Es hat sich die ganze Woche über aufgebaut. Er wird immer stiller, bevor es aus ihm herausbricht. Und während unser Vater uns immer mehr zusetzt, interessiert sich die Stadt nur für die Krähen. (1943) Ein Vater wirft seine neugeborene Tochter durch die Luke eines Güterzuges hinaus in den Wald und rettet sie so vor dem sicheren Tod im Vernichtungslager.
Sie spürt, sie ist Mutter geworden. Glücklich und schrecklich beunruhigt zugleich. Beschenkt und überfordert.
So wie die Tage folgten auch die Züge aufeinander.
Die arme Holzfällersfrau wiegt sie noch immer, hält sie fest an sich gedrückt und bedeckt ihre Stirn mit süßen Küssen.
Die Züge fuhren vorbei. In den plombierten Waggons ging die Menschlichkeit zugrunde. Und der Menschheit schien das gleich zu sein. Und auch die arme Holzfällersfrau sah sie nicht mehr.
Eingesperrt für ihre Herkunft. Alles verloren, heimatlos. Feinde im eigenen Land. Kinderaugen hinter Stacheldraht. Wo ist die Gerechtigkeit?
Ich bin Dr. Fernandes, Leiterin der Kinderpsychiatrie. Ich bin auf das Wohl von Kindern spezialisiert, die traumatische Erlebnisse gehabt haben. Ich bin nicht deine Feindin. Ich will dir nichts Böses. Ich möchte dir helfen.
Man spricht nicht mit den Menschen von draußen. Niemals. Die lügen.
Kannst du mir vertrauen? Vielleicht ein bisschen?
Trau dich. Hör nicht auf sie. Das sind alles Diener der Schlange. Sie verdammen deine Seele, schänden sie und schicken sie in die Hölle.
Vielleicht fangen wir mit etwas Einfachem an. Kannst du mir deinen Namen sagen?
Versuch's doch einfach mal.
Ich bin Moonbeam.
Wow, mit gefalteten farbigen Tüchern, schwarzen Federn und Soundeffekten Videopoesie gemacht. Applaus an die Jugendjury. Ja, schade, dass Sie nicht hier sind. Das tut mir auch so leid. Aber wenn ihr zuguckt im Stream, super. Nochmal einen Applaus, komm. Aber jetzt Spannungsmusik. Frau Staatssekretärin.
Ja, fast schade, dass man da einen von auswählen muss und es nicht allen geben kann.
Ja, klang alles spannend, ne? Im Zusammenschnitt kriegt man sofort Lust, auf die alle zu anzugucken.
Aber wir müssen uns entscheiden, oder die Jury hat sich entschieden, die Jugendjury. Und deren Preis geht an das Buch After the Fire, erschienen bei der DTV-Reihe Hansa.
After the Fire von Will Hill, übersetzt von Wolfram Ströhle. Kommen Sie zu uns auf die Bühne. Das ist Ihre Momo, die da steht. Und Will Hill bekommt sie von uns und ich hoffe, er ist uns jetzt zugeschaltet. Ich glaube, so sieht er nicht da. Congratulations!
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Danke. Dankeschön.
Congratulations to your book and your award. I have one question. Your book is inspired by a true story. Why did you think this story and your book is so universal that many, many children and young people are interested in it?
I wanted to not tell the exact true story of what had happened because that didn't feel like a fair thing to do. But reading about that story just made me think that the way that people have their faith manipulated, the way that people take advantage of other people, the way that people are put into situations where they find themselves in something that was never originally intended, I thought was a particularly universal story, but particularly by having it have a teenage protagonist, a teenage girl as the main character, I wanted to explore people pushing back against rules that they never decided, rules that they had no part in making, and rules that don't seem fair, that don't seem reasonable. And I thought that, although thankfully most people will never go through anything like what happens to Moonbeam in the story, was something that hopefully people could relate to. Can I just thank Wolfram Stroller, who translated the book, and my amazing publishers at Raya Hansa, who I've never had the chance to meet because of COVID and everything that's happened for the last 2 years, for publishing the book so incredibly in Germany, and obviously most importantly, a huge thank you to every member of the youth jury, of the Jugend jury, for reading the books and putting forward After the Fire. I'm very, very honored.
Also Will Hill bedankt sich bei der Jury, bei Herrn Ströhle für die Übersetzung beim Verlag, und er sagt, also dieses Setting, dass Menschen anderen Menschen was antun, dass sie ausnutzen, das ist universell, aber auch, was ihn interessiert hat, dass er eine Teenager-Heldin hat, die auf einmal Regeln unterworfen wird, zu denen sie gar nichts beitragen konnte, zu denen sie nichts gefragt wurde und die einfach irgendwie damit leben muss. Das hat ihn interessiert, und das ist das, was dieses Buch universell interessant macht. Herr Ströhle, herzlichen Glückwunsch. Wie geht's Ihnen?
Danke.
Wie geht es Ihnen?
Gut.
Schön.
Ja. Freut mich sehr.
Die Eigenschaft von Sekten ist ja auch immer, dass die sich also isolieren und abspalten, und in dieser Abspaltung bildet sich ja manchmal auch eine andere Sprache. Einfach entweder wird das Alte konserviert, weil es sich nicht austauscht mit was Neuem. Was ist das für eine Sprache, die die Gotteslegionäre von Will Hill sprechen, und wie haben Sie das ins Deutsche übertragen?
Das ist schwierig. Also ich denke, das Buch hat insgesamt eine einfache Sprache. Das heißt nicht, dass es eintönig wäre, weil da kommt es ja auf jedes Wort drauf an. Also das war auch die Schwierigkeit für die Übersetzung. Dass
es ist so religiös verbrämt natürlich.
Und
ne,
religiös verbrämt dann für diese, ja, die haben ihre eigenen Gesetze erlassen, und also so eine Art Gehirnwäsche findet da statt, auch sprachlich, ja, mit Wendungen. Also man sagt immer, Gott ist freundlich zum Beispiel. Das ist ein Gruß dort. Und auch wenn er eigentlich im Grunde sehr unfreundlich war, also wenn Katastrophen passieren, wenn ein Kind bestraft wird, grausam bestraft wird, heißt es immer, Gott ist freundlich, es ist Gottes Wille. Und mit solchen Floskeln wird es für eine religiöse Wirklichkeit gehalten, also, obwohl es in Wirklichkeit was anderes ist. Also eine Art von Gehirnwäsche sprachlich.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Dankeschön.
Und vielen Dank, dass Sie hier sind. And congratulations to you, Will Hill. I heard there was somebody screaming, probably a child that was also happy, I guess.
That was my little girl who turned 2 days ago and couldn't quite restrain herself when Daddy won. So she was almost as happy as I am.
That's great. Maybe you can share a bubble tea or something tonight.
Thank you.
Have a nice night. We'll get a Momo to you, the nice award that we have. Vielen Dank, Herr Ströhle.
Thank you so much.
So, jetzt kommt hier noch eine neue Momo aufs Podest, denn das war die Kritikerjury und die Jugendjury, aber wir haben ja noch die Sonderpreise. Die gehen in jedem Jahr an eine andere Kategorie Handwerk, an die Übersetzung, an Autoren, an Illustratorinnen. In diesem Jahr sind eben Übersetzer, Übersetzerinnen dran. In der Sonderpreisjury sind Dr. Hadassa Stichnote und Mahmoud Hassanein zusammen mit dem Sonderpreisjury-Vorsitzenden Felix Pütter, der ist auch Gründer des Online-Magazins für übersetzte Literatur Tralalit, Translated Literature. Herr Pütter, kommen Sie zu uns. da sind. Sie haben die 3 Talente, die dieses Jahr nominiert sind, mitgebracht. Zeigen Sie mal.
Ja, womit fangen wir denn an?
Mit Meer.
Ja, Meer ist ein, wie man sieht, sehr breites Buch und auch sehr besonderes Buch. Der Verlag schreibt ein Wissens- und Mitmachbuch und das stimmt auch. Es ist ein Buch, das sich mit dem Meer beschäftigt, ein Buch für den Strandurlaub, ein Buch, das dafür gedacht ist, im Sand zu liegen und benutzt zu werden. Es gibt viele Bastelanleitungen, es gibt Experimente, es gibt viel zu lernen über Schiffe, über Wellen, über Wale, über Knoten, alles, was mit dem Meer zu tun hat. Es ist wahnsinnig toll illustriert, ich kann das mal zeigen. Es gibt also hier
Marlena Breuer hat es übersetzt aus dem Polnischen und sie ist eben als Talent nominiert für die Übersetzung.
Genau, Marlena Breuer hat sich wirklich tief reingekniet. Also sie hat nicht nur den Text übersetzt, sie hat die Experimente selber gemacht, sie hat die Bastelanleitung nachvollzogen, sie ist wirklich bis ins Detail gegangen, hat diese ganzen Knoten, diese Schiffssegeltypen und so weiter recherchiert und das alles in ein Deutsch gebracht, was wirklich Kinder auch wunderbar lesen können und was präzise ist, klar auf den Punkt. So müssen Sachbücher übersetzt werden.
Dann haben wir noch eins mit einem großen Format.
Ja.
Lena Dorn hat Typo und Fleck übersetzt aus dem Tschechischen. Was sind denn Typo und Fleck für Typen?
Typo und Fleck, man sieht hier auch einen auf dem Cover. Das sind ganz kleine Wesen, unsichtbar für uns Menschen, leider. Die haben aber eine ganz wichtige Aufgabe. Die sorgen nämlich dafür, dass alles dem endgültigen Verfall entgegengeht. Also, dass wir älter werden, dass die Schminke verblasst, dass dieses Mikro irgendwann nicht mehr funktioniert und dass wir alle irgendwann das Zeitliche segnen und die wirken alle im Verborgenen und haben ein ganz, ganz eigenes Eigenleben, haben eine ganz eigene Sprache, haben ganz eigene Apparate, die sie benutzen, um Flecken in Teppiche zu machen und so weiter, um Staub überall auszustreuen. Und erleben ein Abenteuer, das Lena Dorn in ein wirklich abenteuerliches und abenteuerlustiges Deutsch gebracht hat. Man kann es nicht anders sagen. Es ist wirklich eine Freude, ihr beim Schreiben zuzulesen.
Das dritte Buch, also das dritte Talent ist Christel Kröning. Meat Market hat sie übersetzt aus dem Englischen. Das ist eigentlich so das, wofür wir Übersetzungen kennen, in einem Roman, der erzählt die Aufsteigergeschichte in der Fashion-Industrie. Was macht denn die Übersetzung da besonders?
Besonders macht diese Übersetzung, dass die da in der Fashion-Industrie aufsteigt, selber die Geschichte erzählt. Und das ist eine ganz besondere Person. Jana heißt die Protagonistin. Die kommt so aus einem Londoner Vorort und hat so eine ganz eigentümliche, schnoddrige Sprache. Es wird unglaublich viel geflucht, es strotzt vor Schimpfwörtern und wer so Serienübersetzungen kennt, die meistens nicht so gut sind, der weiß, wie schwierig das ist, sowas ins Deutsche zu bringen. Und hier klappt es. Christel Kröning kann das wirklich. Sie findet eine ganz berührende Sprache für diese Protagonistin, die sich da wirklich durchkämpft und aber gleichzeitig auch diese Bling-Bling-Welt, in der sie da plötzlich unterwegs ist, auch kritisch betrachtet, auch von außen betrachtet und sich selbst treu bleibt. Und das ist ganz beeindruckend und Hut ab vor Christel Kröning, der Übersetzerin, die das für uns im Deutschen lesbar gemacht hat.
Hut ab auch für Sie, für diese Einführung in die Talente. Und jetzt bräuchten wir wieder Spannungsmusik, würde ich sagen.
Dann walte ich mal wieder meines Amtes.
Sehr schön.
So. Der Sonderpreis Neue Talente geht an die Übersetzerin Lena Dorn.
Und zwar Lena Dorn, live und in Farbe. Kommen Sie zu uns auf die Bühne. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Die Momo, für Sie. Das ist ja fast nichts Neues für Sie, ne? Im vergangenen Jahr haben wir uns nämlich auch gesehen. Da waren Sie zugeschaltet allerdings im Gripstheater in Berlin, weil Sie den Sachbuchgewinnertitel Antarktis von David Böhm übersetzt haben. Der Mann, der uns das Bühnenbild illustriert hat. Also herzlichen Glückwunsch nochmal.
Ja, vielen Dank. Es ist natürlich trotzdem was total Neues. Ich bin total gerührt und es passiert mir einfach total selten, wie Sie sich vorstellen können, dass jemand so genau hinguckt, was ich da eigentlich den ganzen Tag mache und es in so tolle Worte fasst und das irgendwie, ja, damit irgendwie hier in der Öffentlichkeit zu stehen. Das ist wirklich wunderbar und ich finde das super, die Arbeit von uns Übersetzerinnen auf diese Weise so sichtbar zu machen, dass das hier im Jugendliteraturbereich so fortschrittlich ist. Das freut mich sehr.
Schön. Antarktis ist ein Knallerbuch, Tippo und Fleck ist ganz anders und auch fantastisch. Wie finden Sie diese Projekte oder wie finden die Projekte Sie?
Das ist immer sehr unterschiedlich. Also es gibt natürlich Projekte, die ich finde, indem ich einfach Bücher lese. Es gibt auch Projekte, die der
Dann lesen
Verlag...
die und rufen einen Verlag an und sagen, kann ich das jetzt vielleicht übersetzen?
Naja, so einfach geht es nicht. Man muss natürlich auch oft Übersetzungsarbeit leisten, aber der Kai Rauch Verlag, der ist selber sehr aktiv in Tschechien. Also der findet viele Bücher selber und genau, das ist bei dem Buch auch der Fall gewesen.
Jetzt haben wir ja schon von Herrn Pitters gehört, dass diese Entropiewichte alles dran geben, um Eselsohren und so in Bücher zu machen. Aber weil die so klein sind, brauchen sie halt Maschinen, um das effektiv hinzukriegen. Welche Maschine fanden Sie am schönsten oder welche hätten Sie am liebsten zu Hause?
Das ist immer die Frage.
Oder welche würden Sie irgendjemandem schenken, damit der sie zu Hause hat?
Also eigentlich ist meine Lieblingsmaschine der Kabelsalatomat, weil ich das einfach so gut kenne aus dem Alltag mit Kopfhörern und anderen Kabeln, mit denen man immer täglich zu tun hat, dass man kann es einfach nicht verhindern, dass sie sich verknüllen. Und jetzt weiß ich eben auch warum, weil es eben diese Entropiewichte, diese Endtröpfe gibt, die damit jahrhundertelange, die haben ja auch nicht schon immer mit diesen komplizierten Maschinen gearbeitet. Also es gibt da auch eine Entwicklung. Das ist auch eine technologische Entwicklung, auch bei den Entropiewichten. Und die schreitet auch fort und man sieht es ja auch, also wie schnell heutzutage Handys kaputt gehen. Das ist einfach auch ein technologischer Fortschritt von den
Entropiewichten. Und ich finde, das hilft wirklich im Alltag, weil wenn man an den Kabelsalatomat denkt, dann sagt man, ja okay, ihr müsst halt auch leben, ihr Entropiewichte. Dann müssen wir eben koexistieren. Vielen Dank, Lena Dorn, dass Sie hier sind. Applaus.
Danke. Ich habe zu danken.
Und jetzt kommt, Sie sollen mit Applaus abgehen auch noch, würde ich sagen. Das ist doch sonst traurig. Jetzt kommt noch eine besonders schöne Kategorie, die nämlich ein Leben von Arbeit an Übersetzungen, Übertragungen, Ersetzungen würdigt, da wo Entwicklung und Beharrlichkeit, wo Erfahrung und immer wieder Innovation gleichzeitig wirken müssen, nämlich das Gesamtwerk für Übersetzung, Frau Staatsministerin, und Spannungsmusik. Das ist das Gesamtwerk für die Übersetzung.
Der Sonderpreis Gesamtwerk geht an die Übersetzerin Gudrun Pendorf.
Gudrun Pendorf ist hier angereist aus München. Ihre Momo haben wir schon drapiert. Herzlich willkommen und herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Guten Abend.
Wie fühlen Sie sich? Was ist das für ein Gefühl, für das Gesamtwerk, für das, was man geleistet hat, im Leben ausgezeichnet zu werden?
Es ist vor allem eine große Überraschung. Ich habe ja nicht damit gerechnet.
Sie können sich noch ein bisschen sammeln, weil wir wollen natürlich erstmal Sie ausführlich würdigen und das macht Felix Pütter in der Laudatio.
Ja, liebe Leserinnen und Leser im Saal, liebe Frau Pendorf, Sie haben gesagt, dass es eine Überraschung für Sie ist und ich kann das in gewisser Weise verstehen. Frau Pendorf ist nämlich, ich weiß nicht, ob es das erste Mal ist, aber sie ist eine Person, die für ihr Lebenswerk ausgezeichnet wurde, obwohl sie nie für den Deutschen Jugendliteraturpreis nominiert war und ihn auch dementsprechend nie bekommen hat. Das hat einen bestimmten Grund, kann man sagen, denn Frau Pendorf hat eine ganz bestimmte Art von Literatur übersetzt in ihrer langen Karriere, die ich zum Beispiel, vielleicht geht es dem einen oder anderen auch so, immer damit verbinde, dass ich als Kind zu Hause im Bett lag und krank war. Und das war nicht schön, das waren irgendwie langweilige, öde, graue Tage, aber diese Tage hatten dadurch etwas Besonderes, dass ich dann manchmal etwas bekam, was ich sonst nicht bekam. Und das kam in so großen, weißen, DIN A4 großen Heften, die ich dann ganz begierig aufschlug und die eigentlich immer mit den gleichen Worten begannen, nämlich: Wir befinden uns im Jahr 50 vor Christus. Ganz Gallien ist von den Römern besetzt. Am Applaus erkenne ich, Sie wissen alle, wie es weitergeht. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich ohne Gudrun Pendorf jemals wieder gesund geworden wäre. Meine Kindheit und ich glaube die von Millionen von Kindern in den letzten 50 Jahren wäre in jedem Fall ohne sie, ohne ihr Wirken ärmer gewesen. Die Übersetzung, die Sie von den Asterix-Bänden, die offenbar viele hier kennen, aber auch Lucky Luke, Is no gut und fast 200, glaube ich, lustigen Taschenbüchern angefertigt hat, sind einmalige Kunstwerke. Aus dem Jugendblog kommt besonders viel Applaus, das freut mich. Gudrun Pendorf ist, wenn ich mich nicht irre, die meistgelesene Übersetzerin in Deutschland in der Nachkriegszeit. Sie hat wirklich eine 9-stellige Gesamtauflage, das muss man erstmal hinkriegen. Das Tolle ist aber, sie ist auch wirklich eine der besten Übersetzerinnen der Nachkriegszeit. Also Masse und Klasse kommen hier zusammen. Sie hat Comics nicht einfach übertragen, sondern sie hat sie nachgedichtet, hat sie im Deutschen im Grunde neu geschrieben, ist wirklich ganz tief, mit ganz viel Wucht und ganz viel Mut eingestiegen in diese Texte, die vor allen Dingen René Goscinny ihr vorgelegt hat, und ist dann wieder aufgetaucht mit Juwelen und Sprachschöpfungen, die wir alle bis heute kennen. Und nicht nur das, sie hat sogar das Original stellenweise übertroffen. Es gibt zum Beispiel einen Übersetzer in einem Asterix-Band, der hat im Original trägt er einen etwas langweiligen Namen Chloridrik, das ist einfach irgendwie Chemie, das heißt einfach salzsauer. Und Frau Pendorf hat gesagt, das ist mir irgendwie zu billig, der Übersetzer braucht einen richtigen Übersetzernamen und deswegen heißt er im Deutschen Holperig. Nun ist das, ja, Applaus. Ich finde, man kann sagen, im Original geht da doch einiges verloren, man sollte das besser in ihrer Übersetzung lesen. Dabei sind ihre Übersetzungen nie holprig gewesen. Das ist auch also ein sympathischer, selbstironischer Zug, denn alle Figuren, die auftauchen, ob es Julius Caesar ist, ob es Jolly Jumper ist, ob es Idefix ist, der nun nicht so viel Text hat, oder ist nur gut, wer auch immer es ist, bekommt seine eigene Sprache und spricht zu uns bis heute. Ihre Übersetzungen sind teilweise 50 Jahre alt. Eine neue Übersetzung ist aus guten Gründen nicht in Sicht, denn die ist so frisch und lebendig bis heute, das ist wirklich einmalig. Frau Pendorf, Sie haben ein Werk geschaffen, das es wirklich mehr als verdient hat, hier heute im Mittelpunkt zu stehen. Sie sind Vorbild für Generationen von Übersetzerinnen und Übersetzern, die Sie bis heute inspirieren. Ich danke Ihnen für die Stunden, die Sie mir geschenkt haben, als ich damals krank im Bett lag. Ich danke Ihnen für die tolle Sprache, die Sie Millionen von Kindern und Jugendlichen und Erwachsenen geschenkt haben. Ich danke Ihnen sehr, dass Sie hierher gekommen sind und gratuliere Ihnen im Namen der ganzen Jury zum Deutschen Jugendliteraturpreis 2021.
Danke Felix Gütter für diese tolle Laudatio. Und Gratulation, Frau Pendorf.
Ja, vielen Dank. So viel Lob höre ich selten.
Jetzt haben wir gehört, was Asterix und Obelix für Herr Pütter waren. Was waren denn Asterix und Obelix für Sie, Frau Pendorf?
Aus der Rückschau kann ich sagen, Sie sind seit 1968 meine Wegbegleiter, meine Weggefährten.
Wie ist es dazu gekommen, dass Sie übersetzen konnten aus dem Französischen?
Ich war im Sommer 68 in Paris und ich hatte das meinem Verlag mitgeteilt. Und da sagte der Verlagsleiter, ja, wir suchen eine Übersetzerin für Asterix. Ich hatte da schon die lustigen Taschenbücher übersetzt. Also wir suchen eine Übersetzerin für Asterix, stellen Sie sich doch mal René Goscinny vor. Das habe ich gemacht. Wir haben eine Stunde geplaudert. Ich bin wieder gegangen und dann habe ich erfahren, dass der Verlag grünes Licht gibt und ab da habe ich dann übersetzt.
Worüber haben Sie denn geredet in dieser Stunde?
Ich weiß es nicht mehr, aber ich kann mit Sicherheit sagen, es war nicht über Comics. Möglicherweise hat er meine Französischkenntnisse abgeklopft, vielleicht auch meine Schlagfertigkeit.
Hat ja geklappt.
Ja.
Welche Herausforderungen stellen Comics dar für eine Übersetzerin?
Ein Comic ist was ganz Spezielles. Es ist eine multimediale Textsorte. Es hat Text und Bild. Die zwei Sachen ergänzen sich. Sind beides rote Fäden, die sich zu einem entwickeln müssen. Außerdem hat man auch bei dieser Textsorte Vorgaben. Es gibt diese Sprechblasen und Sprechblasen dürfen nicht verändert werden. Und es gibt Vorgaben an die Sprache. Also man sollte wohl Sprechsprache benutzen, aber diese Sprechsprache darf nicht so dem Zeitgeist verhaftet sein. Da kann der Asterix nicht einfach sagen, hi Obelix, hast du Bock auf Wildschwellenwerk? Das geht gar nicht.
Warum geht das nicht?
Weil man annimmt, dass solche Ausdrücke vielleicht kein allzu langes Leben haben.
Mhm. Und das
ich kann mich erinnern, dass ich den Methusalix mal, der treibt ja Frühsport, den wollte ich joggen lassen. Da wurde ich zurückgepfiffen, also das möchte ich bitte neutraler ausdrücken. Und die hatten recht. Heute spricht man viel mehr von Walken. Und ja, und wir wissen nicht, wie man in 20 Jahren, welchen Sport
wie das heißt, was wir alle die ganze Zeit machen.
Vorzug gibt, ja.
Wie haben Sie das geschafft, Herr Pütters hat es angesprochen, auch diese Wortspiele zu übertragen, die Namen?
Die Namen, das war mit das Schönste. Leider durfte ich das nicht von Anfang an machen, denn erst so ab dem 8. Band bei Asterix und den Briten. Und umso schöner war das dann. Wichtig ist, dass diese Namen nicht unbedingt auf eine Charakteristik des Trägers darstellen. Es gibt Ausnahmen, zum Beispiel den Verleinix. Aber allgemein muss man sagen, die Gallier gehen auf X, die Briten gehen auf X und Ax, T-Fax macht T für 2 Fix oder so. Die Griechen gehen auf As und Os, also Plexiglas oder Bratensoße. Die Normannen gehen auf Aff, Klammeraff, Maulaff. Ich kann mich erinnern, ich habe damals auch Pornograph genommen. Ja, heute finde ich es nicht mehr ganz so witzig. Aber es war damals so eine verklemmte Zeit, da war es witzig.
Sie haben aber also Wortspiele, Namen, das sind die kleineren Einheiten. Dann werden aber bei Asterix und Obelix auch Lieder gesungen. Die mussten Sie übertragen, was ja eine besondere Herausforderung ist, weil da ja noch mal mehr mitschwingt im Original. Wie übersetzt man zum Beispiel La Mer ins Deutsche?
Also Lieder zu ersetzen, muss ich jetzt sagen, das ist mit das Schönste. Es wird ja viel gesungen bei Asterix. Dieses Dorf leistet sich ja einen eigenen Barden. Im Übrigen singen sie alle. Die Armee singt, die Asterix singt, Obelix singt, nicht nur Trubadix. Ja.
Bei La Mer?
La Mer, das ist ein sehr berühmtes Chanson von Charles Trenet, La Mer qu'on voit danser. Das wird da verwendet und das kann man ja nicht übersetzen, sondern ich habe nach der Vorlage französische Klassiker, habe ich eben auch möglichst deutsche, wenn nicht Ohrwürmer, aber klassische Chansons genommen. Und dieses eine Lied, La Mer qu'on voit danser, das lasse ich dann singen, als wenn der Wind weht über das Meer, trägt er mein Lied in die Heimat. Und das sind die Comedian Harmonists. Wir haben also auch einen kulturellen Hintergrund hinter den deutschen Liedern.
Jetzt haben Sie den Deutschen Jugendliteraturpreis für Ihr Gesamtwerk bekommen. Im vergangenen Jahr das Bundesverdienstkreuz am Bande. Frau Pendorf, was soll denn jetzt noch kommen?
Ich war von beiden Preisverleihungen mehr als überrascht. Ich habe mich riesig darüber gefreut, weil es war für mich eine Ehre und es war auch und ist eine Aufwertung auch dieser Textsorte Comics. Was soll jetzt noch kommen? Eigentlich, wenn ich überhaupt mit einem Preis geliebäugelt hätte, dann wäre es wohl ein französischer Preis gewesen. Warum? Asterix ist in Deutschland der auflagenstärkste Comic unter allen Lizenznehmern. Ja.
Aller guten Dinge sind 3 vielleicht, oder? Herzlichen Glückwunsch, schön, dass Sie hier sind. Vielen Dank, Herr Butters. Herzlichen Dank, Frau Staatssekretärin, hat mir sehr viel Spaß gemacht mit Ihnen heute Abend. Das war die Verleihung des Deutschen Jugendliteraturpreises 2021. Vielen Dank an Sie, dass Sie dabei waren, dass Sie trotz Stuhl- und Tischreihen eine Stimmung gemacht haben. Danke an Sie im Livestream. Wenn Sie mehr über die Preisträgerinnen und Preisträger erfahren möchten, können Sie morgen von 14 bis 15 Uhr werden Sie im Gallus-Theater im Rahmen des Bookfest City miteinander sprechen, moderiert von Professor Dr. Karin Fach. Ich wünsche Ihnen einen schönen Abend, Ihnen auch zu Hause und hoffentlich bis nächstes Jahr. Tschüss. Jetzt, wo die anderen nicht mehr zugucken, alle Preisträgerinnen und Preisträger bitte noch mal zu einem Foto auf die Bühne. Laufen Sie nicht weg, kommen Sie noch mal zu uns, wir drapieren uns.